Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated.
to. Join the Airdrop Carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Welcome to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Fall, and I'm Khairul, your host for today, and we are live back here again at the venue for the 5th day of week number 2, and today is the day for these teams to put themselves on top. And as we know, this is the last day for week number 2. Teams in Group B, such as Yoodo Alliance, Alter Ego, XERXIA and FaZe will not be participating today as they have completed all 24 matches. However, that doesn't mean the competition is any less fierce for today. Teams from other group are still fighting for the top spots, and anything can happen on any given day. And in a quick recap of what happened yesterday, BIGETRON Red Villains put up an eye-catching performance yesterday, climbing the leaderboards from pitch number 2, and now they are in the 5th positions. They will be looking to continue their momentum today and make the push for the top spots. And joining me right now for the first interview of the day is Lapar from BIGETRON Red Villains. So let's get on to the first question. So you guys collected 76 points yesterday. What was the reason that things worked out so well for you yesterday?
Jadi di hari semalam kamu mendapatkan 76 poin. Apakah yang membuatkan kalian berhasil? Apakah strategi di balik layar yang membuatkan kalian berhasil untuk mendapatkan 76 poin?
Yang buat kita berhasil sih, kita belajar dari kesalahan dari hari pertama, hari kedua, hari ketiga ya. kita belajar dari kesalahan, terus lebih ini sih vibe positifnya lebih ada di tim sih menurutku, makanya lebih baik.
Okay, so according to Lapa, the things that help them to manage to get a 76 point is because of they learn from the mistake for the past 3 days, and then the positive vibe that come out from each one of the members from BIGETRON is actually helping him to help the BTR to perform.
Yeah, that's good to hear. We are on the second week. Of course, the pressure is going to be high up and the positive vibes must help the team to be on top. So currently you guys are only 26 points behind the top 3. Will you guys focus on ranking points or elimination points as strategy today to catch up to the top 3?
Jadi sekarang kalian beda itu cuma 26 poin sama top 3. Apakah hari ini kalian bakal lebih main placement atau main lebih barbar untuk mendapatkan kill point?
Kalau dari kita sih paling objektif aja sih. Kalau bisa top 1 lah.
So according to Lapa that they still wanna play according to their objective, and they don't care about the placement point and the ranking point. They just wanna they put their target, which is top 1 by end of the day.
Alright, we're looking out for more good performance from BIGETRON Red Villains for day number 5 today. So in yesterday's interview, RRQ mentioned that if you want to get a chicken dinner, get a chicken rice from Kenbu. Do you have any words for RRQ right now?
Jadi semalam pas Peko interview, dia bilang kalau mau chicken dinner itu dapetin nasi ayam dari Kenbo. Jadi kalian dari BTR ada nggak yang mau tanggepin?
Kalau dari aku sih nggak juga sih. Paling kalau dari kita dari BTR tetap ayam cabai hijau mak apa sih.
Okay. So for BTR is actually they said that they don't need the chicken rice from Kenbu. It's because of they already have their favorite dishes in Malaysia, which is ayam cabai hijau.
Oh, alright, okay. Interesting answer from both of these teams, but we're heading on to our first game of the day in day number 5 for week 2. I guess that's all from our interview section here for today. Let's go back to the casters.
Now, that's a bit too early today to talk about food. We're just starting off. But speaking of which, it sounds delicious, by the way, the chicken rice going on that side.
Well, I had a good lunch, so I'm pretty good right now. Glad if they pick up the topic, I'm still okay. But what is not okay are some of the teams that are currently at the bottom. Man, this will be their last haul for some of those teams, namely teams like Team Secret, Boom, who were also at the bottom last week. FaZe Clan as well. So if they still are at the bottom by the end of today, it's going to be really scary for next week.
I agree. I mean, like, coming up from the side of FaZe Clan, I have a bad feeling since yesterday, and it's just very difficult for them since they placed themselves already at the bottom 4 at the start of week number 2 here. And we're just waiting for just another team to take the move in the very last minute as well. So, and they're not playing here today, so that's definitely going to be detrimental on the side of FaZe. But for the side of other teams like A, B, C, E, so Group D not playing here, XERXIA, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance and FaZe already ended up their run for week number 2, down to focusing on week number 3. And speaking of which, can the teams on the bottom 4 2 weeks in a row now, do they have enough with 1 week left to push up to its grand finals?
Well, roughly based on previous experience, if you are bottom for 2 weeks, your third week you need to be like really up there, top 5, top 3, something extraordinary for them to survive the drop, because we must always remember that the other teams are gaining points as well. But before we get into the game, as usual, let's start it off with a recap, and now we are in week number 2, the last day of week number 2. After today, we will have one last week of a league to play, and that's where the groups will be reshuffled again. And after the end of next week, we will determine who are our top 16 teams based on the league ranking points, and they will move on to the grand finals on the following week for the title of the PMSL champion and the biggest pie of the total prize pool of $250,000 US.
And also we get to know who will be the 4 that will be regulated as well at the same time. And speaking of which, how the league ranking point system work, why they have to play 3 weeks long. Every single week, each team will garner their positions, will have to place themselves based on their rankings, and from their ranking positioning, they will get their points. Like first place, getting the most points across the entire week, will garner 20 points. The last place with only 1 point, and these points will accumulate it and drag over towards the grand finals, where we take 50% of the 3 weeks league ranking point accumulated to be their initial points in the grand finals.
And this is the last day that we will be seeing this set of groups. Remember this for today, because next week it will be totally different. And Group D isn't playing today. Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, FaZe Clan, and XERXIA is out today. So we will remain the other teams to fight for whatever points that's going to be available today, the last 6 games. And as what you mentioned, FaZe Clan isn't playing today. And the last we saw them, they are at number 17. BN United, Team Secret, and Boom is still playing, and the points are not that far. So FaZe Clan potentially can continue to drop.
And speaking of the overall ranking right now, FaZe standing at 16, but we do know between BN United, GEEK, Fan, Boom, and Team Secret, it's just 8 points different for BN United. We do know for a fact BN United got themselves first place last week, so it's not really punishing even if they get themselves in the bottom 4, but high chance that they will push themselves up there. But on the side of RRQ, things looking solid at their end, because the gap between them and Yoodo Alliance is quite big. And not just that, Yoodo Alliance not playing here today, so the next contender is gonna be the Xaviers, who do have almost 20 points of a gap in between them, but it's still within the reach, with RRQ standing strong up number 1. Can they maintain here today, or we do see some teams kind of being relegated since they're 2 weeks in a row at the bottom?
Well, at least for this stat, as the top 4 damage team, the Xavier does have the edge. Look at the gap between them and RRQ. It's quite a big gap of about 6,000 damage difference. But at the end of the day, it's also about the points collected, and points are collected through elimination. So that is where it all matters. Other than that, Vampire Esports only collected 9 points yesterday. So this opens up opportunity for other teams to overtake them as well. So now they are somewhere in the middle of the first page, but the points again are really, really close. So Vampire Esports, let's see if they'll do a comeback today. And we have to compare the head-to-head between our 2 really top players yesterday. Nepeko with that insane clutch onto BTR, and Levi is the star man of the Xavier.
And also coming up from the side of Levi, he got himself quite a number of MVP yesterday as well. But when it comes to between these 2 players, it's very different playstyle between these 2. Nepeko prefer the front line without any covers, just like how Redface used to, dish out the damage. That's how they used to play when it comes to Nepeko. But when it comes to Levi, he's more strategic. Also, depending on the call of the teammate as well, to how to approach a fight. But when it comes to Sunhub performance, this is going to be the team that we should be eyeing out for, which is going to be DBD, XERXIA, Yoodo Alliance, and they both not playing, but GE will be there. So DBD, GE, and I want to add in another name, which is going to be Infinity, also one of the top contender when it comes to Sunhub.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to the Infinity's performance as well. At this moment, they are somewhere in the middle bracket, so they could use a couple more points just to be a little bit more secure for their ticket into the grand finals. I don't look at their current performance. I don't think that they will be in the bottom 4, but who knows? I mean, at this point, we see bottom teams going up, top teams going down. Anything can really happen. They're checking out the highlights from yesterday, so we got a lot of amazing clutches yesterday. Of course, the most memorable one, arguably the best clutch so far in this PMSL is going to be from Nepeko. But we also had a good ending to this inside of Narama, whereby BN United, Porsche, clutch, 3 players from Boom Esports, taking them out pretty early.
A lot of 1v4 clutches is quite memorable. Overall, it's going to be Porsche. And then we do have coming up from Nepeko, and don't forget the Alter Egos earlier week today with the clutches as well. So we're waiting if they're going to push themselves a bit more when it comes to the final day in week number 2. And will they start to be a bit more conservative, a bit more careful, a bit more cautious instead of the reverse, because they do know a lot at stake here. Not just the PMSL trophy, but also the PMGC points for some of the teams. Now today's matches is going to be the usual. We won't be changing any schedule so far until the final week when it comes to the first match of the day, starting off with Sunhawk, triple Erangel, then wrap things around with Miramar.
And we're going to have a break in between as usual, so that's the time we're going to grab a break. But before grabbing a break, or before going into game number 1, do check out the first PMSL Southeast Asian Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser. There are events inside the game. Join the events, get the skin for yourself. It's the same skin that is used by your favorite players now.
And so far we haven't got a clue how long this mode will be available for you guys, so make sure you try it out as soon as you can. The battle royale of Dragon Ball Super. Then also it's going to be a limited amount of time as well for the new ultimate set, which is going to be the Dandy Grifter. All of this have a time limit. Now if you don't want to miss it, at least try the first draw of the Dandy Grifter with only 10 UC.
Yeah, only 10 UC, and who knows, you could get lucky and go home with the set or whichever piece that you really want from that Dandy Grifter set. But anyway, we're going to show you again later on in case you missed it and in case you need reminding. But I guess you don't need reminding that we're going to start off with the first game inside our sign-off after this. And I am still waiting for Box Gaming to please get your first PMSL chicken dinner.
For me, I removed Box Gaming because I don't want to jinx them anymore, hoping that will actually work. So we're gonna have to wait and see then. But I'm still waiting for them to actually make it happen. Come out from me. I mean, like, we do know this might actually do. We do have both twins of PERSIJA EVOS playing, because the last day, this is where we do have the veterans player start to kick in with the roster to see if they can actually do more. Same goes for the side of Sam9, but DX, I want them to push themselves a bit more further, because I miss the old D Xaviers that we seen then at the peak of their performance back in the days. I feel like they do have potential up there. But between Sam9, there's going to be probably Mamparan playing, who knows, but I'm looking forward for Luxy Zuxi twins playing for PERSIJA EVOS, if that's the case here.
Yeah, it was an interesting show yesterday, the other day when Luxy played. Of course, Luxy was in the lineup as well. And Luxy's game sense and his amazing survivability somehow brought them a very difficult third place finish inside an irregular game. And it was an amazing 1v1 as well towards the end, whereby he fought with Tony K. Tony K won, but Tony K, his heart was broken by the Infinity. And the Infinity, they are still playing today. Tony K as well at the lineup. But looking at a Vampire Esports, looks like we have Newsy with a new hairstyle back in it.
I do wonder, do they let Stone play here today? Because yesterday it was a lot of Fluke. So Fluke did actually join in almost the entire day here. I want to see if they let Stone play again, because I personally feel like Vampires is more comfortable with the dynamic of Stone. They can sharpen off things with Fluke and Newsy at the same time, but it feels like it's a lot of work and a lot of time for them to readjust the dynamic again with yesterday's lineup, because yesterday they haven't scored that much.
And besides that, I noticed Luxy Zuxi is playing, so you got your wish, Choo Choo. You will see the duo starting off today. And it's going to be the first time they play inside the side hall for the PMSL stage. Will be interesting to see how it will turn out for them. As for the other lineups, looking like no changes. I think Lambo is on the other end for D Xavier, so he should be in the lineup. One of the key players that it's very hard to remove him. GE, on the other hand, they normally change players, but now we have a shot of a Box Gaming, who we are still waiting for their first PMSL chicken dinner. Come on, guys, gotta get your name up in the poster.
There might be some player swaps here. We'll look and see. Just wait for the game to commence to have a confirmation of who will be playing and who will be benched out. But for Boom, we're gonna have to wait and see. Are they letting a Grammary play? Is it gonna be Pombik, Yami, Razy, Achul, or is it gonna be Ichan playing? There's so many players on the roster, but no options come up from Team Secret though. Can they come back here for the final day?
That is the big question. But I guess they would have found their comfort strategy. It's a matter of whether they can execute it or not, because been looking again at like the past few days at the games, and I had a roundtable chat with some experts, and everyone agreed that there is a shift of how the players play. We'll break that down a little bit later when we get into the game if it's executed in such a way. So we'll see how it goes later on, and probably drop a few fun facts along the way. Other than that, I noticed also that Yummy isn't playing today. So yesterday he didn't play for one game, and that one game Boom didn't perform. I think in general Boom didn't perform the entire day, but today looks like they're going to start it off without Yummy. I wonder if that will affect their overall performance for the last day.
That's a shame though, because I feel a huge potential coming up from Boom Esports if both Yummy and Razy can actually be in one roster, because both have been giving so much contribution to the side of Boom Esports. Yummy is just insane when it comes to his hand grenade and DBS, especially when it comes to Sunhawk. It's so crucial to have his DBS to work. While side of Razy, his sprays actually open up so much space and make it easier for the entirety of Boom to make it work for the flanker especially. Now, I just wish Yummy can actually play Sunhawk, because it's a good opportunity for them based on his strength. But maybe the coach do have a different reason for it as well.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Maybe they're going to switch up something on the way they play. So we keep an eye on that as the game will go along. As we look over Vampire Esports, yep, Newsy will be playing today. So we still have Shrubs, we still have Ravenclaw, and of course Tony K, the player that you can't remove. DBD having the same lineup, it seems. Still with Izid, Yen, Jimmy OP, and Echo in the lineup. And here we have PERSIJA EVOS. If you see one, you will see the other, because Luxy Zuxi is in the lineup.
I'm super excited for the teams to actually play. Based on Luxy last time performance, Luxy and Zuxi, Luxy I assume that didn't actually play as much. If he kind of not playing as much as his other twin, but he still can perform. Now, can the legendary duo, the twins, gonna score again? We're gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna drop ourselves in Sunhawk.
Alright, the war drums are here, ladies and gentlemen. So Sunhawk, it is game number 1. The flight path will be pretty kind to all these teams. Everyone can pretty much reach wherever they want to go. And for Boom, the nomads of every map, where are they going to switch to this time around? Paradise Resort, we do have GE, we do have the Xavier. Are they going to contest Paradise Resort again? Looks like the answer is yes. Looking at the map, 2 teams actually dropping inside of it. My eye is still on Boom, because they are also one of those wildcard teams who could potentially drop into another team's drop spot if they happen to be doing that nomad sort of thing. But I don't see them yet on the map. Where are they?
I'm waiting for the circle to pop up for the side of GE. Fire is open. Contact made between them and DBD and DX apparently. A 3-way war possibly between these 3 teams right now, quite early on, even without the circle popping. We're still waiting for it to happen. Will it be on the northern side, or will it be on the generous centralizing circle? If it's center circle, it's still going to be tough. But on top of Cam Alpha, we do have some contenders as well between two teams here.
Yeah, we got our answer. Boom Esports actually dropped in Cam Alpha, and they will challenge Team Secret for this spot. But Boom Esports, they will lose the first player into the hands of Putra. But they traded it back by taking out Zral instead. But right now, Boom, okay, Achul is out. Now, Ichan on the outside. He seems to be alone on this side of the building. His other teammates are on the other side instead. So he cannot afford to get knocked at this moment. Okay, backup is here. Team Secret in the building while Boom is on the outside.
Both team in need of points, but Boom, Razy being knocked down. It's going to be coming up from the side of a trade, coming up from Pombit. Knocked down on Helton. Team Secret left with 2. Same goes on the side of Boom right now. Putra bleeding out, and Putra is just remain with only just a tinkering of health. But on the side of Team Secret, they're winning over that side as well. But both team having heavy casualty on their side. Pombit down to Slither of Hell with Putra going around the corner. Try to wrap around, but Chan is going to be next. So far, I feel like none of these teams will be winning here.
Well, you just got your answer, Team Secret! Eliminated Boom Esports! Boom only managed to get 2 points. Team Secret 4 points. So right now they are equal in terms of points collected, but based on the tiebreaker, Team Secret has more chicken dinners than Boom. So they are currently on top of Boom.
Feels like that's the battle of the bottom right now. And both happen to be losing as well because, yeah, I mean, coming up from Team Secret, they're winning, but a heavy casualty as a toll on their side. Only remaining with 2 players, and not just that, PERSIJA, EVOS around how the team might actually lurk around and linger just to see if there's any remaining players or the remnants coming up from that wall just now. On the side of BTR, taking around Bootcamp, surprisingly, nobody tried to take Bootcamp. And this is the best place to be in Bootcamp right now because of the circle comprises of all Tree Island. It will move north, it will move in the center, but there's a lot of choke points if it will be hard shifting after this.
Well, gotta get a good view again on which team took Bootcamp since FaZe Clan is not playing today. But also the GE fight and Xavier looks like it didn't really happen. I think the last I saw the map, I noticed that GE, they dropped on the outside of Paradise Resort instead. So not in the mood to take the fight with Xavier, it seems, which I think it's okay. Because if you take that early fight, of course, it's a 50-50. If you lose, then you go out this early, just like Boom. But if you win, you get all 4 points and the entire compound for yourself. So it's really up to the team what they feel like doing. And looks like GE not in the mood of taking fights today, so they'll leave Paradise Resort for Xavier. Both of the teams still equal on full squad.
For now, Bootcamp is just occupied by the side of BTR. I'm not sure if BN United coming up from Painan will actually be interested later on. But they're all going to wait for the circle first because high chance the circle will hard shift any angles at this state. On the side of Camp Charlie, RRQ a bit spread out so far. Some of them are dropping themselves around cave before this. I'm not sure right now where are their current positions as we speak. Still the first stage. Other than just Boom being taken out of equation, Team Secret left with 2 deaths, the casualty against the side of Boom before. On the side of Box, 1 player been taken out as well. Infinity, we do know they love around Tamil, around Cow. Will they go down to its Paradise Resort just to challenge?
From there to Paradise Resort, possible, since it's one of the rotation routes. But I guess like what you say, because like the circle is, there's still like 50-50 possibility on whichever island that it will go, whether it's like on the left side island or the main peninsula, right side island. So to really force the fight might not be the case, since we don't see any fight still happening. Unless like the circle, like, okay, confirm goes to Paradise Resort or like the main peninsula, then there's a higher chance of a clash to be happening there.
Quite a fast rotation coming up from Vampires. They're from Tambang all the way up to Bootcamp right now. Feels like they want to contest this Bootcamp area, knowing the fact Bootcamp do have a greater shot of being the most center of the circle. If the circle even hard shifting away, Bootcamp will still be in it, and they bought themselves extra time from that. But coming up from the side of RRQ, they happen to be here as well against Box Gaming. It's going to be around Korean Cave area, but RRQ and the Telco shot down as per usual, and Ghost is one of the highest fragger for Box Gaming by far. Now with 2 members out for the side of Box Gaming, this is a rough start, and this is going to be difficult for them because RRQ is not the team that will just disengage from any fight. They will hunt till the very last of it.
And they are circling around. They want to find where Namkyut is at. Obviously, it will be points at the back for them. And they still have yet to find him. Okay, Namkyut is not going to pull the trigger yet. Okay, now he does. Pulls the trigger. Unless the rest of RRQ. And Namkyut being alone. Surrounded by the vultures, RRQ. And he'll be out. But one more, his teammate, Kwang. Still hanging on the outside of Bootcamp, it seems. So since he's the last man, he'll be like, okay, stay out of every fight and just hope that nobody comes to his compound.
Somebody will come into his compound. Based on how he just parked his vehicle just now, it was incredibly obvious somebody's in there. But the circle will pop. It's going to be the choke point on the northern side, just on the outskirts of our team's bridge. The bridge will be a choking point. PERSIJA EVOS already got themselves there. On the bottom part, we do have PBE playing it as per usual. They're going to go slow and steady. Well, 7-9 left Kenny quite behind, but it's going to be a duo heading over towards the side of the rest of the roster. While Bootcamp is a bit overcrowded, Paradise Resort will be the same as well.
Ooh, okay. You can see that a lot of teams starting to play in the middle a little bit more. And this is the observation, right? So teams starting to play a little bit in the middle, and one reason is because of how ping-pongy the circle is. If you play in the middle, you will still get somewhat of the circle. But if you play by the side, then it really depends on your luck because of how ping-pongy the circle is. So that's why we can see that a lot of teams try to get that middle spot instead. The meta has sort of shifted thanks to how the pattern of the circle is nowadays.
Yep, and how fast the circle shifted as well, and the damage of the blue zone has been increased. GEEK fam on the other end spotted out Vampires. I don't know, man. I feel like I still feel like they're more comfortable with Stone at this point, but at least they're fighting back now with MORPH finished off by Shreps. Don't forget, week 1 Shreps has scored the highest eliminator and still staying at number 1 with that record with 11 elimination. But overall frags, you have to give it Tony K. Right now he's the most coming up from the side of overall FMVP. BN United spotted out BTR as well, and that's going to be on the side of Bootcamp. For a side of Empires, they're slowly marching to a side of Bootcamp from south to up north, but that's not just going to be one team. There's going to be multiple teams coming in from that side.
And speaking about multiple teams coming in, 7-9 one of them. MORPH GPX in front of 7-9 at the low ground. So this is a fight that they must take 400 meters away, but Bobo is going to open up the fight by taking out Thumb. So now they'll be playing the rest of the round without their IGL. At the same time, the zone is putting pressure onto these teams. 7-9 needs to make that move, but it seems like they want to win this fight perhaps before going in.
They have to. There's no other choice coming up from the side of MORPH and 7-9. Both in the same boat. Like it or not, it's going to be a fight to the death. Since the blue zone is start to close in, shrinking down. And it's going to be Yuri trying to boost up all his HP currently, hoping it will speed up and help with the healing at the same time. But he doesn't have any vehicle. Same goes for the side of Mikael, who happened to be left alone behind. Yuri with the rest of MORPH now taking a bit of a blaze and soaking it in. But still, it's going to be second stage. It's still doable, bearable, and have enough first aid just in case they're being running down with the blue zone by themselves. But Mikael, on the other hand, he knows he's been surrounded. And he's playing this patient game. Got 4 mad kid, but it's not going to be enough. As Yuri easily just finished him off.
Based on the stage 2 circle size, there's still room for them to escape. It's just that for Mikael, he's put in a special position that he's been surrounded. And like what you say, he's aware of whoever is at his surrounding. So instead of like forcing or asking his teammates to come pick him up, and at the end of the day, losing the entire squad, he sacrificed himself, and the other 2 members of 7-9 escape and try to survive. Looking at the circle right now, it shifted towards the bridge instead. And that is where PERSIJA EVOS is at. Team Secret will be happy to get this kind of circle, so at least they still have it for the stage.
And lucky for them, they're actually rotating very late into that. But we talked about bridge circle. Is this it? That's going to be a huge choking point. PERSIJA EVOS can easily gatekeep everybody else who's coming to his side. And they can get themselves the most solid compound around the circle, just a slightly northern side towards that bridge as well. And there's a lot of options for them. There's not many teams ended up right on top of their circle. The others still at the rim, around Tamok, around Paradise Resort, and on top of Bootcamp. They all are striving to get out from their position right now, but they have to take a fight either how. Like GE try to stop PERSIJA EVOS. GE going in quite fast, but there's a counter fight coming up from PERSIJA EVOS. On the side of PERSIJA, they're not having it as peaceful as they thought it would be.
Yeah, going up to this high ground on the outside of Paradise Resort, PERSIJA EVOS will have the advantage because GE will need time to travel. And with that, they took advantage. They made the fast move, knocking members of GE down, leaving now Smile alone. And that will be the final nade. Coming in from PERSIJA EVOS, Luxy to take out Smile. GE is out early this time, but they don't go out empty-handed. At least they got 2 points.
That's showing how confidence they are in taking around that area right now, coming up from the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They're there first. They know every nook and cranny and know how to play at their advantage. PBE on top of Top Mok barely making into the circle now. A lot of teams just passing by early on. That was DBD before PB took all the way from south up to Bond and up to Tutmok now. Now it's gonna be worth it if they manage to score a couple of eliminations. But Infinity Amta's knocked down on the side of Sam9. Dap is bleeding out. Finish off. There's a clean execution coming up from Bear, but they're hunting for more. Sam9, they're down to only one last player. They lost Mikhail in sort of a very confined area before. He's stuck there. Now same goes on the side of Kenny, the last player for Sam9. Can he get out by himself?
The interesting thing with the earlier confrontation is that it was Rage that actually got a knockdown to death, and then it was BA11 who took the point away. But now PBE, they want to recover back their points. They have this opportunity against Vampire Esports. Mobile with a ghillie suit, that's not going to help if they know exactly where he is. He has about 10% of health left. Lamborghini taking out Mika as well. But it's going to be Cool and Mobile knocking out members of Vampire Esports.
Ooh.
At the same time, Xavier is close by. Chua tries to steal away the elimination points. Now Vampire Esports only has one player left. It's going to be Newsy to try to survive this alone.
Vampire is in shambles right now. Didn't actually see that one coming. The Xavier surprised them off guard entirely. And the circle just have to comprise that very small particular island. Out of nowhere, will be ended up there. PERSIJA EVOS already hovering around the southern side of a bridge. That compound is so crucial. They know how to read out the circle. They know exactly where to stand themselves. On the side of BTR, they have their guard up, knowing the fact they are in the center of a crossfire. Because too many teams are passing by this area, including GE before. Now we do have possibly Vampires just going to pass by that one last player next to them. Not just that, these Xaviers want to march in as well. And PBA has been gatekeeping. Everybody tried to go for advancement into the circle.
This is a pretty trash circle if you ask me. You got like what, 30 to 40% of water in this kind of circle still at stage 4. It's gonna be hard for these players. It's gonna be hard for Newsy as well, since BTR knows exactly where he is. You need to pray that nobody comes by for now, and you need to defend his ground real well. But on top of him, there's PERSIJA EVOS too. Newsy gets into the water, clear shot onto Newsy, and Newsy still survives somehow, 50% of health, thanks to the rock. But now he takes a dip, and hopefully he'll be able to survive that.
Jimmy OP going against the blue zone, tried to save his teammate being shot from afar, and that's going to be play zone finish off. MORPH, DBD, Infinity been shooting them from quite a distance away. DBD now spotted out MORPH, want to take them out of the equation, and that's going to be the entirety of MORPH being eliminated in the hands of DBD and Infinity. Also taking a bit of a jab to the side of DBD. Xavier's on beginning with that one rock, hoping he will survive, but no,
oh, no.
The blue zone is against him. It's going to be DX winning over that side first, but the rest of them, can they save Lamborghini? Happen to be just drowning himself in the blue zone.
Yeah, we're at stage 4, so to go and save him is probably not going to be worth it for these Xavier, so they're going to leave him for now. Because they must remember that it will be a risk if they go, if they force themselves, like he could be the target for the teams. Now for Putra, taking a dip too, but he's holding his breath, his health is shrinking. PN United on the other side, and they know that he's there. They're going to pin Putra down.
So us playing underneath the bridge, that's limiting their own space here, but they do have a circle, yes. Quite a dangerous game they're playing, risking everything else to make sure they might actually get the circle, but the circle just moves away. PERSIJA EVOS got the strongest placement with BTR gatekeeping at the other end, while the rest of them barely getting into it. There's no entry that's going to be easy for any of the teams to get themselves those compounds. BN United spot out DBD Yen, who's pretty low right now. Echo tried to play along with those elevations. BN United will bridge camp, but jump down for Max, noting the fact he had somebody swimming downstairs. But DBD from the pan to the fire, from the blue zone to hell. Now there's no entry in, denied entirely by BN United, and a lot of eyes watching on the side of DBD and DX both at the same time.
DBD, they can still play by the slope to try to get in, but behind them is Raimon though. So this could be the surprise guy. Okay, let's see what Raimon will do. He doesn't have any more first aids though. So he'll be dependent on his boosters to try to survive as long as possible. Crawling into the circle, he got like 3 teams in front of him. So he's praying that his invisibility spell is working right now. Just in front of him is the Infinity. The moment they move, they might be able to see Raimon if they're alert enough.
Such tenacity coming from Raimon just to hold on much longer as the last player of PBE. Vampires also have only Newsy left. A lot of solo players, including Team Secret and Sam9 and REGUM as well. But the one with the full squad, Infinity, taking the blue zone. BTR do have the ground that they're hoping for. PERSIJA EVOS down to trio. But BN United, they're waiting for the fishes to swim over. But at least will try to deny his points against all the teams up there.
Yeah, drowning himself. Team Secret, the 4 points that they got was from the fight with Boom Esports in Camp Alpha. So that will be the only point for them to take home this round. D-Xavier now against BTR. Going to siege down the compound. D-Xavier playing with 3 players without Lamborghini. Power Jin on his knees. Levi's is critical right now. Chua is the healthiest member available with a DBS in hand. But Levi's brought enough time for him to reset himself. Chua will be on his knees now, leaving Levi's alone, but he gets knocked down to Lapar instead.
Levi, can he clutch it out? That was severely cornered by the hands of BTR. They're so hot for DX to survive that one. One more out into the lobby. Sam9 spot out Infinity. Infinity a bit later for the follow-up. It's going to be the solo squad. Kenny going against the entirety of Infinity by himself. 3v1. He couldn't clutch it out because it's right in the face by lobby with those DBFs. But it's next. They're just in the same boat as Sam9 were. PBE Raimon making it a bit difficult for the rest of Infinity to be alive. There's also DBD. There's gonna be a strenuous situation for both Team PBE and Infinity. But never mind. Oh my goodness me. What a Kobe.
Oh, the Infinity. They seem to know that Raimon is there, but they need time to reset. They are in the compound, but they don't have the zone. So they have to do this fast. Raimon with the DBS. But Raimon, before he was even able to pull the trigger, Lobby got onto him first. And the Infinity will win the fight, but DBD is going to be their next contender.
Both teams feels like they're stuck, but Echo is just so good calculating those projectiles and the trajectory of those nades. Now Yan trying to do the same here, hoping it will land on any of the players of Infinity, down to only Lobby. But Lobby couldn't hold on. BTR way across downtown, 200 meters apart, shutting down the rest of a team of the other side entirely.
Wow, we're back to Newsy now. Yes, BN United pinned down. BN United pretty much have nowhere to go, but because of the nades tossed by Newsy, that alerted PERSIJA EVOS that somebody's down there. So it's either Newsy or BN United that will be their target next. But looking at the circle, okay, will they stay at the high ground? Somewhat, they have the edge of the high ground, but BTR has the circle.
It's not going to be enough for PERSIJA EVOS. It's quite open, and the problem is to jump down, they will risk themselves to even lose those points as well. Portrait slowly will be taken down by the side of Red Face with those throwables. They keep pressuring those swimming at the edge of the cliff, while Zaxi tried to open up the face as the front line, the angles, so they can actually start to push. But Newsy being sneaky is going on around the edge as well, but playing a dangerous game as the last survivor of Vampires. Zaxi spot him out, but it's just too steep for them. The 90 degree of the cliff making it so hard for them to visualize. But Red Face finish off Porsche and Newsy finally down, but Zaxi, the blue zone coming in, he still wants to go for more, and that's going to be the rest of BN United eliminated by the hands of PERSIJA EVOS and also the blue zone at the same time.
Well, looks like we're going to get an El Clasico again, ladies and gentlemen. PERSIJA EVOS and BTR. Now BTR going up to the high ground where PERSIJA EVOS is at. PERSIJA EVOS, one of them knocked out by Gen Force. Points there, takes Zaxi as well. One more to go. This is going to be a fast one from BTR with Luxy nowhere to move. He's on the outside of the circle by the edge of this compound. And they have been pinned down. They know exactly where he is. The rest of BTR coming in to surround Luxy. Can Luxy pull out and say clutch? He'll get points still. Okay, can he get a second one? But before he goes down, he secures the elimination point. BTR with that chicken dinner again.
I have to give it to both team PERSIJA EVOS and BTR knowing how to read the circle, the moment we have the second and third stage going on, they know how crucial, how important, how undeniably significant it was to be in the center as soon as they can. And they got it at the just most perfect timing possible, because Sunhawk is just extremely circle dependent. They know how in dire need of them for the circle. They place it in themselves there first. It's down between these two teams, with Satar getting 600 damage, 7 eliminations. This guy has been using his wittiness to play around, to have those eliminations, not just, wasting away his resources.
Yeah, I mean, Satar has always been the most consistent player for BTR. That one player that you cannot remove is definitely Satar. This guy, not only for BTR performs, even for his national team, multiple medalists, and he's just still so young. Can you imagine that? With so much achievement at that age, makes me wonder, what have I been doing for the past 30 plus years?
Now, coming up from this lineup, I have to say this is going to be a super strong lineup from the BATR so far when it comes to Sunhawk map, Satar, Gemforce, Boychit, Lapa. But we're going to have to wait and see, will they actually switch with Yuhai later? Will Keenan coming in? Because it's been a while we saw Keenan. It's like yesterday we haven't seen a lot of Keenan as well. BATR, PERSIJA, EVOS, DBD and BN United. When it comes to these two teams of Indonesia, BATR, PERSIJA, EVOS, they're just so good at reading circles.
Yeah, and this was the roundtable discussion that I had with experts. So the meta will start to shift to teams playing in the middle of the circle. And why? Because of how bouncy the circle is now. And rather than you depend on the luck of the circle, if it shifts away from you, you have to deal with it. You deal with it from the start. So the theory of before this player like to play from the side because of elimination points, yeah, great. Theory-wise, yes, but because of how the circle pattern is since the PMWI, you will see teams starting to try to play in the middle as much as possible. And by the success of BTR, by the success of the few teams that got the chicken dinner by playing that, you will start to see more teams playing that as we go through the days onto the grand final.
It's all about who actually tried to change the meta first. Do have the most advantage because they are going against the streamlined playstyle, and they will stand out and do have the advantage since nobody is thinking just like them. They're thinking out of the box. But coming up from the start of BTR, 20 points in total when it comes to both placement and elimination. They are the only team that score with a double digit, close enough on the side of PERSIJA, EVOS, but the placement will open up and stretch out the gap between them and the side of BTR, placing themselves second at 15. But at least this time we have every single team scored themselves at least 1 point.
And notice an interesting stat as well. Wanted to point out that Satar took 0 damage, but he got 7 eliminations, and he still dished out that amount of damage. I think that kind of stat gap, you won't be able to find this season. That is just huge for one player who did not receive any damage at all. So what an important player is. 7 out of 10 is his. But now, let's check out the weekly rankings, which is the important point today. Xavier now only has 14-point gap with RRQ as they move up to second place with Yoodo Alliance not playing today.
Yep, at the same time, RRQ, the gap is still quite huge, but these Avians do have a shot at taking it over. BT and PERSIJA Avos try to chase up the numbers too. I have a feeling these 3 teams might actually score in the top 3 by end of today here. But on the side of Boom and Team Secret, they have a tie. But Boom, since their placement is not as consistent as Team Secret up there, they have to give away the position down there. Now, this is going to be a dangerous game. But FaZe, at least, they're still hanging on 16th place here. But they are teams that's not playing. Keep your eye out to that. But coming up from the side of Red FaZe and Yen, between these two prodigies, who's actually do have the more brilliant mind games between these two? I have to say Red FaZe is more of a daring player and just brute force himself away and just get into head on when it comes to fight without any covers. Yen is more tactical in that sense. He's going more towards depending on how the rotation of the team and how to get an off angle. But when it comes to Red FaZe damage wise, it's more towards him. He actually plays it more with spray and pray kind of person.
Well, we're done with Sunhawk. That was fast. Well, of course, we're only playing one Sunhawk a day. So we're coming on to Erangel next. So our top Erangel performers, Vampire Esports, Xavier, BN United. as well as Alter Ego. But out of these teams, Alter Ego isn't playing. So we got the 3 heavyweights basically based on the stats for Erangel that will be playing this time. Vampire Esports, after a disappointing day yesterday of only gaining 9 points, this is the map that they need to make the comeback.
That's kind of true. And it's going to be three times of Wrangle, by the way. Not just once, not just twice. 3 times. So they have to maintain consistency in all the same map that they are focusing for. Now, I do want to know if there's any sort of swapping of players in this one, particularly in Wrangle, because we're going to play this map the most. And this is also the most crucial time for the team to really just put out their ace players out there. And speaking of acing yourself, this is going to be you trying to get your hands onto the first ever PMSL Southeast Asia exclusive skin in a very limited amount of time.
And this is also up for a limited amount of time, up on the 5th of October only. Currently, the first X suit with an exclusive glide effect is here. Check it out in game right now and be swaggy.
And also, speaking of the staggering Aston Martin, don't forget about this exclusive color scheme only available in here, and it's only up to the 13th of September. So make your time for, you know, logging into the game, try to get some of it. At least you got yourself some memorable collectibles while you have a bit of a glimpse, like in case in the future. It's been a while that I haven't played PUBG Mobile, and you open your account, you see all these PMSL exclusive items. You just relive your nostalgic moments.
Well, hopefully Box Gaming will be able to create their nostalgic moment as well, because we are still waiting for their chicken dinner. Oh my goodness, Box Gaming, come on, what else does it take for you to get the chicken dinner? But for your choices, getting the chicken dinner looking good because your teams have a lot of firepower.
I mean, like, I don't want to jinx Box. That's it. If I have the option, I do want to put Box in. But you guys told us to, pull your prediction away from Box so they can actually score them. Maybe we've been jinxing them all this while. But I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to give it a shot, okay? Which I try to balance out and have a neutral sort of prediction here today in case that might be true. But PERSIJA, EVOS, they are so close of getting that chicken just now, being smashed down by BTR. One of the main reasons because they lost one of their players early on. When they were trying to get into the compound, they were at GE, start to butting into the business. And speaking of GE, they're playing more aggressive than their usual self this season as it is. They try to hunt people down quite early on.
Probably only Sandhawk is an outlier then, because they do like to challenge other teams for their compound. And true enough, they succeeded in getting Rozok for themselves. They succeeded in getting St. Martin for themselves. Almost succeeded in getting Paradise Resort, but Xavier is just too hard-headed and not letting them go. So that also means that the following round, we do expect Rozok to be taken by GE. It's going to be the other question that will be on all our minds is that where Boom is going to go, since they are Nomad. And speaking about Boom, glad to see Yummy back. I mean, whatever happens, right? Like, however the performance is, Yummy is still the important player for Boom. Without him, you can see Boom performing way differently.
Yeah, I personally still feels a bit of a saltiness in me because I really wish Yummy do play that last Sunhawk map, because that's a map where a lot of players do show their best skills of DBS, and Yummy as the god of DBS, he definitely should have played that map. But unfortunately for coming from Boom, they were being eliminated early on. I just hope this time they do have a stable lineup and won't be shifting too much, because the dynamic will be ripple in and out, and it's not great for the entire team as well. And speaking of teams that don't have any shuffle at all but still down there, now that's going to be contradicting about what we mentioned about about Boom just now. Team Secret, I mean, they don't have a choice then just to play amongst each other, but can they still do it? Because last time we saw them yesterday, it was pretty darn good run for the entire day, but not the best yet.
Yeah, of course. But of course, okay. One thing I noticed is that if you can't think about it, actually PBE has been playing majority, at least as of now, with only 4 players, because the other 2 players are not in the country. One of them are already here, but the other one's going to come soon. So technically, they have been playing with 4 players. So yeah. They also have been playing with 4 players, but somehow they're able to do it. So is there a real formula there? I don't know. Maybe we might want to see a different angle then when it comes to like having substitutions or not.
Sure, we haven't seen H2R at all when it comes to coming out from PBE, and Mix have not been playing, and he was hailing for West Point Mamba. So we're gonna have to wait and see, will PBE start to swap in, and I think maybe grand finals we might actually have a glimpse of them. Maybe they are the secret weapon coming out from PBE. But so far, this lineup of PBE, they don't need those swaps because they feel solid and it feels good for them as well. So far, their performance has been astounding. No need to switch. Nothing is broken. But we're going to head into our first Erangel of the day. You guys ready? Buckle up. We are flying over to our first Erangel right now. Maybe. Not yet. Hey, yeah, here we go. Here we're gonna fly now. Let's go, guys.
Well, since you mentioned about PBE, fun fact, next week you will surely see Mix and H2R play. Mix has arrived in the country this week. H2R will be coming very soon. And I will tell you more fun facts later on why you will surely be seeing them. We're going to drop the fun facts here and there. Can't do everything at the start of the show, right? So you guys better stay tuned with us at this live stream. Coming into the map, flight path, going to be really okay for majority of these teams. The question again is going to be where Boom is going to go, since they are now the nomad inside all of these maps. I see Boom dropping and they're heading towards Farm. And since Yoodo Alliance not playing, I guess that will be their next destination.
Well, we also have to keep an eye out if there's any teams decided to just last minute change things up, because it is the last day. Maybe that will happen more frequent in the final map of Erangel for the day. So that's going to be fun to watch, because that happened before, especially when it comes to the final week when they have nothing else to lose, right? But there's still a lot at stake here for a lot of teams down there. We're talking about only 60 teams. 16 teams will get into the grand finals, and 4 will be relegated later on. Now, it's all about the circle. So for yesterday's circle of Erangel has been quite generous compared to yesterday's Miramar. Miramar was just bizarre.
Oh yeah, Miramar, the Chumacera one was tough. The Impala one was tough as well. Yeah, I mean, but of course it's fun for us as viewers, right? We get to see like how the teams are being challenged and how they overcome it. Miramar was very, very interesting. Not to mention the clutch inside of Erangel, thanks to Nepeko, was very interesting as well. Arguably one of the biggest clutch that we've seen so far in the PMSL that brought RRQ, that chicken dinner, that shot them onto that first place, which they currently are at. And since they are still playing, they can still rank up points to retain that number 1 spot as well. But for this map, looks like we're going to get a nice starting circle.
That's kind of true. Right on top of a flight path, quite generous, but very similar circle where we've seen continuously happen to be in this PMSL season. We might ended up on top of possibly Prison, if it's right in the center. But we've seen it shifted over to your Sniper Liana before as well. So there's a high chance we might end up on top of the Shelter, or maybe even Mansion, Prison. So in between those areas, high chance it's going to be there. So we've seen Shelter ended up here before in this sort of a circle. It was really massive because of a multi-level of the bunkers as well. But coming up from the side of RRQ, just mentioned about them, they want to maintain that number 1 spot. Just now it was close enough because GE was nearby, but they took away those vehicles first while GE decided to go for the compound looting. So it's a very fortunate start for both teams, since they're not chasing the same stuff all over again. But coming up from the side of Empires, they actually do drop the furthest away. Same goes for the side of Infinity around Hospital and South Jogopur, with Empires taking around Jogopur and probably just going to go up to Zaki. There's a chance they will go from up north if they want to, since North don't really have that much of contender based on their last drop spot just now.
If we look at the northern teams, okay, we have 3 teams who normally play in the north, like by default. But then, of course, if you want to calculate like, okay, number of teams at the north, number of teams in the middle, that obviously Nabain Peninsula will be a lot more popular, where majority of teams will be at. we will still have like the standard two teams since we have BI United and the Infinity playing in military-based island. But with this kind of circle, that's definitely going to be out of question. Nobody really rotates like from main peninsula past military-based island back in just because of how the distance is and the possibility of the choke point as well. So if any change were to happen, like if teams don't want to play like rotate from the middle, going up from the top is going to be pretty nice as well. I think this also makes sense with this kind of circle. So we can expect to see some of the teams doing that.
Yeah, I think the high chance of them, some teams do actually have the possibility to get into SMB, just a temporary thing, you know, just they have to get back into the main peninsula in the first stage, knowing they might actually be the most furthest south team in the main peninsula, like BN United and BTR. They still have some leeway to actually do that because they know for a fact they are the one team that dropping nearby SMB in the first place, and there's not many places they can actually loot from based on everybody initial drop spot early on, so they can actually have a bit of a detour if that's the case. But coming up from the side of Team Secret, they're cutting across car, maybe just passing around Xavier possibly. I don't know if Xavier is still on top of Pochinki right now, because if they happen to be rotated at the same time as Team Secret, both teams have to be extra careful because they might actually just bump into each other. But Sam9 and boom! Oh boy, too early for Razy. He didn't even spot that one out.
Yeah, but to answer your question, yes, Xavier, they are in Pochinki. We got a visual of them earlier on. Yeah, boom, again, another early elimination. And this time it's Razy. Ooh, ouch. Not only that, I wonder if Sam9 wants to find the other members of Boom. They are circling around though. And Sam9 has this tendency of, okay, if they have an advantage, they will take that fight. And this has been the trend for this lineup of Sam9. Especially ever since they played together from even Ravenwood days. They were even in Homeboys Academy before they were known as Ravenwood. They changed names a few times. So they've always retained that sort of trend of like, okay, we like to take fights and being aggressive and collect the elimination points. And it seems to be the case this time. Now that they know that the advantage against Boom, they're trying to find where the members of Boom, but probably lucky enough for Boom is that they're currently inside of the underground shelter, so it's not as visible to Sam9, especially you can move the vehicles in the shelter too.
At the same time, I think they kind of have some clue that's going to be somebody in the shelter as well. But it's not the greatest decision for them to actually try to force themselves in, which Mikael do have a bit of a thought into it. Definitely that buggy will actually block the entry out and in from this bunker side. On the side of Boom, they do have an exit out the other way though. But I'm not sure if the rest of Senna already got over that side as well. Will Boom be trapped in here in case the circle happen to be shifting away from them? Now that's going to be a lot of issues coming up from Boom. Not just they starting off with a trio, but they have no exit out. But in the meantime, it feels a bit clear. They kind of make sure they do have an exit on top of Boom. Side of Sam9, they're still waiting at the other end. These Xavier start to shift away from Pochinki. And this was my question before. They're still in it. Apparently, they don't want to overstay themselves. But do have GEEK fam lurking around there somewhere as well, as they just left Pochinki. But the thing is how to get into the center of a circle, because we do have Sam9 lurking around. We do have Boom underneath those in the tunnels. And RRQ just lurking as around gatekeeping the other side. I think the clearest path is still going up north. I'm not sure Vampires and Infinity do want to go up north. I have a feeling MORPH will actually go up north because they do have a very clear path up to Stalber.
MORPH GPX, yeah, they should go back to their regular spot because based on the flight path, it was doable for them to straight land onto Saverny, and from there they can rotate in from the top into the circle. Maybe that's why we don't see them yet. But what do we see is the Xavier and GEEK fam. GEEK fam took a break yesterday. Now straight into action with the Xavier. Long range from Parjin. Will be able to land out with the Xavier. And two of their members currently down and out while the circle moves down south. But the good news is that they are currently in the circle. So they need to win the fight before other teams rotate and pass by onto them.
And that's a smart call coming from BN United, just to go down to SMB, knowing the fact nobody's actually looting from there. And the circle is not shifting way off from them either. But the bridge will be detrimental to the side of BN United. If they score themselves a boat to go up to Multiply, it would be great. But D Xaviers on the hand, and Audrey just bleeding out in the center. There's no way for GEEK fam to save Audrey anymore. And this is ridiculously hard for Audrey. And not just for Audrey, the entirety of GEEK fam as well, as they remain with 2 more players left, which are Mika and Snipes hovering around at the edge of the farm area, where I think DX and DBD start to closing the distance. They have to figure out how to get out, and not just that, BN United, they get away from those. They're just getting away from Novo now. They're just going to jump in straight into the main peninsula as well. Hopefully GEEK fam can be saved, but if there's opportunity that BN United can spot out, that's going to be a great addition to their scores.
Yeah, BN United, regular drop spot in Novo. So from the start, go up, looks like it's going to be on the clear. If any team were to block them, it would be BTR, since Milta is just next. But BTR somehow chooses not to play that. Since now, BTR, they are playing the middle of the circle. So that also is an indication to BN United that looking at this kind of circle, you expect BTR to go somewhere in the middle, meaning that the bridge will not be an interest spot for them. So BN United got an easy entry into the main peninsula. That is their first major halt that they need to go through. They go in there, then you can figure out the rest from there.
Well, Infinity capitalizing over the sort of farm here right now with his warehouses. The rest of DBD DX already left here. GEEK fam leaving only 2. Infinity just now has got himself 1 from the knockdown of Audrey. We mentioned about how important Audrey was in GEEK fam, and it still is. And unfortunately, they have to lose one of the most important player when it comes to sort of GEEK fam right now. That's going to be leaving only 2 teams that don't have a full squad going on. But surprisingly, we still have 16 teams intact in stage 2. We might actually getting into the 3rd stage in less than 30 seconds now. And the sort of MORPH coming out on the way from the northern side. Like I mentioned before, it was clear for them, so definitely coming out from the side of Mansion and Prison. But I'm not sure if there's any teams who will gatekeep on the side of the northern side, because Box Gaming last time was seen there.
If we speak about the north, Vampire Esports is there now. It looks like they're still playing their regular play style, which is to come in from the side of the circle and take fights as they go in. But because a lot of teams, they start to play the middle, so Vampire Esports don't get to see as much action as before. But maybe with this now current stage of the circle, in which we're like in stage 3, this will be the part where we'll see Vampire Esports start to take fight. They are just next to Box Gaming. In front of them is RRQ. So they will have the opportunity to find the elimination points that they always love to take.
Shots fired. A bit of a warning shot, but MORPH taken out of PBE players from afar, but they are breaching in. Range in trouble. But the rest of PBE try to reposition themselves to fight back to the side of MORPH. MORPH on the other hand, Rocky will have that reset by himself. Bibu and Rocky surrounded range. There's no way to actually save this guy. Momboy fired back on Yoru, getting a 1-to-1 trade. And Ryman and the rest of PBE try to push as much just to save their teammate range as well, while taking advantage to the side of MORPH while trying to get those points away. But Cool coming in with a DBS. Got at a different compound entirely in the wrong building. But he tried to toss over. He might actually clip down. Closing off, down to 4 HP.
Well, that was a close one for Cool. Raimon with an off angle though, but Cool still nailed down by Boo Boo Hoo. Now PBE only has 2 active members left. Are they going to continue to pursue? They're going to be at a disadvantage. And I guess because they realize that, they're leaving this fight.
They're not going to win this one. It's quite difficult if their entry frag have both been knocked down multiple times in a row now. A fight that they lost. PBE more than brazen just now, but unfortunately they have to stay where they can be comfortable and just admit defeat for now. Doesn't mean they will not be victorious later. It's just they have to cool down for now. BN United finish PBE cool in an instant, since they are not saving him anytime soon. But GE on the other hand start picking the fight against DBD. 1 knock. Now that's going to be their flanker. The other still working as a trio forming a triangle formation. Master Smile tried to actually break their formation, but DBD Yen just fought back, and they have to reposition themselves once more since they reassess the situation, and Zai will be the one that try to outflank DBD.
Yeah, too bad for DBD now. Jimmy OP is just too far and there's no way for them to save it. But guess what? Kenny from Sem9 actually stole the elimination point away from afar. Man, GE, after all that work, they got nothing. But for DBD, they are still next to GE. And very likely that circle will move away. That's where we'll see this fight will be inevitable. GE, they are a type of team that likes to take fights, and if they're forced to that situation, they will go for it.
And once more, BT and PERSIJA was just so good at reading those circles. They're always in the center every single time. They took their chances, it well paid off as well. But back towards the circle, we talked about how many teams just congesting on the southern side. We do ended up on top of Milta here, with Infinity being separated into 2-2 formation. Caught themselves in between as GEEK fam and the other teams as well.
Yeah, and that's why the pattern of these teams now, the meta for them, they have discovered it. Play in the middle of the circle instead, because you don't want to deal with the ping pong. And the fact that this kind of circle is close by with Milta, it does give BTR easy access to it early on. But what's not going to be easy is now GE, as Echo naded out 2 members of GE. DBD continue on the fight with the circle, moving away from them. This is time for DBD to win it.
It's go time for DBD. They need to rush into a side of GE. That was the opportunity wasted, because they don't want to go against the blue zone. They don't want to leave the side of a circle yet, knowing it will be a bit too risky for them to push in, even though they got knocked on 2. But it will come to a cost if they just took too much time here to just hesitate about their position. But this time not so much, as they knocked down on Smile, who's trying to go around with those vehicles. And Master EG and West, big shot down there as well. All they need to do is just gatekeep and wait it patiently, and happen to be laboring their fruits of wait for the side of DBD, as they won themselves the entirety of GE being taken out of equation with the help of Sem9 as well.
Yeah, Kenny was happy to steal away the elimination point. Now he got 3 for himself and total 4 for Sem9. DBD will be next to them, but looks like Sem9, they're not interested to continue to gatekeep DBD. Instead, they will move across the road, managing the circle early on. Very smart move from Sem9. From there, it will be better for them if they want to manage DBD from this side.
Echo try to get a value out of Sem9, giving them a bit of a very ambitious shot from afar. Almost 150 meters apart between them. Can he spot out DBD as well? Now they have another strategy in mind. Why not we wait them from the inner circle a bit more deeper, since they will have to go through that path anyhow on the side of DBD. So Sem9 trying to outmaneuver on the side of DBD, whilst BN United, southern side, we do know there's going to be more than just a couple of teams, possibly the most teams, the majority of them staying on the southern side. 15 teams still intact at 4th stage here, as Namkit with a ghillie suit try to play as witty as possible, but a lot of risk since he is here by himself, whilst the other 2 try to spread out and open the angles for Box Gaming.
Well, Box Gaming, they are at a deficit since they only play with 3 players, and PERSIJA EVOS, full squad in front of them. But PERSIJA EVOS is another team to deal with on the right side, but let's see if they really need to deal with it or not. We'll know for sure in about 25 more seconds when the circle closes. For Sem9, they're playing, going into the middle, finding a sweet spot somewhere as close as possible to the center, so they don't need to manage when the circle shifts.
This is going to be tough for them. We do know this is going to be very classical sort of a circle still, due to the terrain itself, a bit of a hiking to do. And not just that, if you get those elevations, the elevation will not 100% kind of give you those winning spot, because it's going to be quite flat, and there's a lot of trees up there as well. So it's kind of challenging for them to visualize what's happening around the outskirts as well. But MORPH spotted out more. There's going to be a bit of accident and a bit of a brutal way to go. But Sem9 spotted out the entirety of Infinity right on top of this sniper tower. One by one taken out, and Infinity losing limb by limb. This is not great, but Sem9, it's go time.
Oh yeah, but one of the knockdown, there's going to be the star player Kenny, their MVP, and Sem9 still be able to manage it. They got a little bit of help from the other side, from Boom Esports, and the Infinity will be eliminated. Now we move over to MORPH GPX. They have PERSIJA EVOS to deal with. MORPH GPX, played by the Red Circle. But it's going to be Vampire Esports, actually. PERSIJA was on the other side. Vampire Esports closest to MORPH GPX. They're starting to collect points. 3 points for Vampire so far as they take out Rocky.
The radius of the circle getting smaller, less than 1 kilometers apart for all the 13 teams still left down there. It's down to BN United and GEEK Fam try to finish each other out, but the one's winning is actually the one actually firing from the back. GEEK Fam spot out Porsche. Got one Kirby, but DBD taking advantage. Sem9 dropping a Kirby on the side of GEEK Fam. That's going to be them out, being eliminated, decimated by 2 teams at the same time. But DBD want to take advantage. BN United still have to reset themselves. But not just that, we have another team on their right side for these guys. And BTR waiting on the inside as well, gatekeeping all the teams trying to get themselves into the circle. But Team Secret, there's going to be one big boulder between them and PBE now. But can they do this for the side of Team Secret?
It's not going to be easy since other teams on the right can shoot them as well. They have a vision on the Team Secret. That's where they need to be careful not to be backstabbed by the other teams. But they move straight into PBE. Putra dancing around, drop behind with the UMP and then help him with the nade, prepping it up. Putra goes behind, gets the shot out. PBE eliminated, but it's not only Team Secret. They had some help from Xavier.
Lucky for them for now. But Team Secret, they have to march across, which is going to be hiking up. But DBD Yen, finally, they take out that bugger. BN United definitely have a bit of a relief since the one that backstabbing them all this while finally being taken out. But next is going to be Boom, who got themselves those compound. BN United have to get away from the blue zone. They have to force the rush anyhow. They don't have a choice. Boom already greeted them warmly and finally being finished off by BTR from the inside.
Oh, and Boom didn't get anything out of that, so they are still at 0 elimination points, but that's okay, they're still alive. Team Secret, on the other hand, now in trouble as Xavier will be rushing onto them, circling around, getting the information. They have it right now. Telco defending his ground. Putra gets a knockdown to Chua as well as Lamborghini. And now Xavier partying with the name. Will toss on to Zral. Zral might be in trouble. Zral clipped, but he's still standing on his 2 feet. Chua bleeding out. Parjin can't do much about that as Chua will be taken up by now Zral. It's in critical position.
On the side of Team Secret, this is going to be tough. Very tough indeed. Kind of stuck themselves in a corner down there with Levi opening up the angles. They are fighting. Levi is just hovering around the side of BTR, having his focus entirely different from the other three of these Xaviers. He's going in by himself here, but he might get punished from his actions. BTR fired back. All the rest of these Xaviers try to fight the rest of Team Secret. I mean, like, they need Levi on the other end, but Levi just wants to challenge who happened to be capitalizing on this side. But 1v entirety on BTR. These Xaviers, I'm not sure what's their call out when it comes to those positioning, but definitely was it worth for them or not? I feel like it wasn't worth it.
Well, to be fair, they don't really have a choice. It's either you try to fight your way through, or it's going to be Team Secret behind. And you don't have the circle, you don't have the zone. So you kind of flip the coin and just try to get whatever you can get. If he's lucky enough to get at least that one elimination before going out, well, at least he tried to do something rather than not doing anything and going out 0 for sure. But speaking about trying something, now is the chance for Boom Esports to try out something. They don't have the circle, but there's like 3 teams who can actually point their gun at Boom.
For Boom, they have to go through the colossal BTR, been gatekeeping every single team out there so far. And now Sam9 is getting into the business too. This is not great. Boom, taken out limb by limb, slowly losing men here. Definitely, it's going to be tough to beat them. Nobody wants to be at their receiving end. Same goes for the side of Team Secret. Back to back between these teams. Team Secret and Boom. Not just the overall rankings back to back, but being taken out from towards the lobby from this map, as well as a back to back. On the side of MORPH, lucky to have the boulders to actually have reset themselves. But Tony K will not give the space. What a big nade on the side of Tony K. Having a bit of discount day for them as well. Knocking down onto you in an instant. Leaving the teams remaining in this map is only down to 5.
Yeah, down to 5 teams, but look at the amount of teams here in full squad. We got BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Vampire. Full squad still. Box Gaming, Duo, Sam9, Trio. But Box Gaming now, low ground against PERSIJA, EVOS. Going up against the full squad. It's going to be hard for Box Gaming. Still on the outside of the circle. The blue will put pressure to Trongs in first before Namcute. And XERXIA is not going to let his vision go out of Box Gaming. He's still going to pin them down and still wants to collect the points.
BTR decided to split into two formation possibly, or get himself 2 vehicles to just bait them out. Box cornered out. They are in misery right now because they cannot push up. With XERXIA open up, trying to go off angle entirely. The other 3 tried to bait out where XERXIA tried to backstab him. But at the same time, the Blues is just making it hard. Spot out Trongs in his back, kind of protruded, giving away his position. And XERXIA, he doesn't have that much of throwables left. There's going to be that 1 molly and 1 smoke on his side. But he can use it if he wants to. Even might to just toss around that pan if he needed to. Here comes the molly. Try to force them out of their hiding space. But PERSIJA, EVOS, they will reunite once more, knowing the fact that Box kind of being cornered out anyhow. It's all down to his timing. Less than 30 seconds later, they will realize the Blues starts to kick and they will get out anyhow.
Well, speaking about getting out, they're on the move right now, popping up the smoke, blocking the vision while they make that move. Okay, they're going towards Sam9. Sam9 will be the next target. The smoke is helping them. Sam9 in the sniper tower. Limited vision for them as they arrive in the sniper tower. While boys are surprised by Sam9. Mikhail is there to greet him.
BTR, they lost 1 man, a bit of a 1-2-1 trade between them and Sam9, but Canny with those DBS from the outside, and Tom jump out as well. They caught themselves and snared in a trap for the side of BTR, but PERSIJA, EVOS happily fired on the side on top of them.
Whoa!
And Box as well. Oh, what a death tower there is. It feels like both teams going into their graveyard here for BTR and Sam9 and giving a lot of opportunities around them to take away all the points.
Well, Sam9 got help from Box Gaming thanks to Trongs in. And with that nade, he will get that point for himself as well. So it's a win for him. PERSIJA, EVOS having the best position possible. But let's not forget about Vampire Esports as well. Not much attention given to them, so they can come in later as a third party.
Oh man, Lapar being left high and dry down there. All by himself, while Luxy just gonna tap out slowly with that mini 14. Definitely just devastating to be at the place of Lapar right now. Hoping they will actually score more, but Misery putting out Ravenclaw out of his misery from afar. But they will fire back. It's gonna be a clear view to a side of Shrubs and knock down Misery, but the distance making sure PERSIJA, EVOS can revive his teammate and his the side of PERSIJA, EVOS. They do have quite an elevation as well, taking this to advantage, but they have to got over the side of Vampires because the entire crew of Vampires is here to take them down.
Here we go. PERSIJA, EVOS, Vampire Esports as Nuzi knocked out by XERXIA. And the other teams on the other side, they will stay put for now. But XERXIA is going in. He wants to get an elimination point. Nuzi crawling to his teammates, but he should be bleeding out before the point is given to PERSIJA, EVOS. Tony K from the behind shoots onto the smoke, tries to hit the silhouette, but XERXIA still secures the point onto Nuzi.
They do have numbers. They do have the upper hand of PERSIJA, EVOS. They have one knock and XERXIA finally down and finish off by Schweppes. But this is Schweppes we're talking about. Not any ordinary player. This guy is extraordinary from a different planet entirely. Based on his last performance, if he's been cornered, he is not just biting back. He bites the head off of everybody else. But speaking to Namcute from off angle, just taking Schweppes out of the equation. Red Face taking advantage. And this is another monster we're talking about. Namcute on the other hand push up in a zigzag manner with his skeleton. Finally be taken out. PERSIJA, EVOS, this is it. They cannot bosh this. The numbers on this side, the high grounds on this side, even the circles is there to take. All they need to find is one last player of Tony K and one Box Gaming.
Well, it's either Vampire Esports or Box Gaming now for number 2 or number 3. Who will get it? Tony K still tries to survive thanks to the smoke. He jumps to the other 3. And PERSIJA, EVOS also chasing down Trozen. Trozen trying to get away, trying to find time for himself. Hopefully the attention will be shifted on Tony K, but Tony K playing the same game now. He's going towards this area, but he goes down to the low ground. Tony K moving to the next target on Red Face, but Red Face couldn't finish up the job yet. Tony K still alright.
Such tenacity on the side of Tony K, not being able to be bantered down, but finally have to go down to one knee and being finished off by the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Lasted long enough, showing such resilience on that side. But Box throws in. It's 1v3 now. Can he clutch this out? They're all coming out from different corners entirely. Start to wrap around the corners. He's been surrounded. He's been trapped, but he knocked on one, giving himself a bit of a hope. Throws in. He can do the extraordinary, and this is the time for him under the spotlight. He got another. It's down to 1v1. He finished off another point, and this is big from Box Gaming. Can they steal the chicken away as PERSIJA EVOS let it slip by their fingers?
Oh, this is the moment for Box Gaming. Will it be the moment? Can Droxen seal the deal? 1v1 against the legendary Luxie. Droxen, he knows where Luxie is. Luxie knows where Droxen is. Droxen, does he have a name from the loot box? Looks like the answer is no, not yet. No nade. He has the smoke though. He pops out the smoke. 1v1 mano a mano. This is going to be huge for Droxen if we can score this.
No more troubles inside of Droxen. None as well coming from Luxie. It's gonna be a legendary ending here between Droxen and Luxie. Can Droxen see this one out? They've been cut off angle! And Luxie just outmaneuvered. And that was a close one. It wasn't the cleanest. Coming up from the side of PERSIJA EVOS, they almost have a wishful thinking after they down to 1v1. But on the side of this Box, Droxen, such brilliant player, glorious ending, astounding ending as well, fought all his back towards the side of PERSIJA EVOS, still have the fight in him, will not go down easily, but that was incredible.
That was Box Gaming's best chance so far to get the chicken dinner, and Luxie just have to do Luxie stuff, going for the flank, surprise Droxen from behind, and bursting the bubble of Box Gaming. Red Face, no eliminations, but look at his contribution, 688 damage. All his other teams got the eliminations instead. At the end of the day, it's about teamwork for PERSIJA EVOS, and Red Face had to do a lot of work.
I think Red Face is pretty much puzzled. The moment they mentioned that he was the MVP and he is the MVP, it was like, why me? You can read his lips just now. Why me? With 0 elimination, but the damage output-wise, you cannot deny that. He definitely take a lot of courage to be the front line without any covers. And that's why he get himself the most damage taken as well, every single time. But I'm loving the twins this time. If you want to separate Luxie and Zaxi, you can. One of them don't have a moustache this time, and that's a good sign for us. But when it comes to the numbers, they're not having the highest, but they definitely have the best circle. Them and BTR. Something is up of how they just calculate the circle rotation this time. They figure out the mystery of the puzzling circle.
Yeah, and this is where you will see getting... it will start to be a trend for a lot of the teams. Play in the middle of the circle. Because, again, you don't want to manage the ping pong circle. And with that, you still can defend. While you defend, you can get elimination points. So, if you last long enough, naturally you'll be able to get elimination points at the end of the day. So this is what they're trying to do. Same goes for BTR. You will see some other teams doing the same. There's the same thing that got Team Secret the success of Chicken Dinner yesterday. PBE going to did that as well. I mean, you will start to see that a lot of teams start to do that. But that doesn't mean that all the teams will do that. Vampire was still doing whatever that they do previously, which is coming from the outside, takes fight at the side. And that's absolutely fine. I mean, it's down to the comfort level of the teams. But the trend is that a lot of teams will start to do that because of the success and the return of doing such a strategy for these teams that got a lot of chicken dinners in recent days.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, they accomplish the final formula that kind of works for the team. But you cannot deny the fact there will be some percentage, major percentage of depending on the circle as well. Just now we have a very generous circle, right on top of that flight path. So it's kind of a straightforward for some of the teams who happen to be in the center, and not just that, it's not that much of rotation done because the flight path just dropped right into the circle as well for some teams. But Trongzin, this is the team they have to give so much credit when it's due. It was an awe-inspiring performance all around to clutch out not just some regular team, it was against PERSIJA EVOS as well.
I almost got it. Almost getting the chicken dinner. Well, look at it. 7-9 with their aggressive gameplay that they've always used to be known for since the Ravenwood days, since the Homeboys Academy days. 16 eliminations, boosting up to a first place in terms of points collected. 19 points by them. PERSIJA EVOS, who is playing PERSIJA EVOS things nowadays, playing the middle of the circle, 17 points, 2 points behind them. On the other end, we got some names here with 0 points. PBE, GEEK Fam, RRQ, and GE. 2 rounds in a row, I believe GE didn't score that many points.
This is going to be despairing on the side of RRQ, knowing the fact they got the #1 spot. Yes, they still might actually stand up there, but the gap, the margin is just too little for them to just ignore it completely. They cannot put it up to negligence anymore because PERSIJA EVOS now only 10 points margin between them and RRQ. The side of these Avies, it started being pushed down with a bit of a swap, but it's just 1 point shy anyhow. BT also climbing it back up with Yoodo Alliance at the same amount of points, and coming up on the top 5, I have to say, it's a very aggressive fight up there. Coming on the side of 7-9, they're back on their barbaric mode to get all those eliminations as their main objective. The chicken is just a bonus.
Yeah, and this is the way that they're comfortable in playing. So let's see what other teams have to say about the games today. We'll head back onto our host, Cairo. Take it away.
Saw just now on match 2, Luxi clutching it up for PERSIJA EVOS for a winner chicken dinner on match 2 just now. But here with me for the second interview of the day, we have Sir Tenny from Vampire Esports. But before I start with the first question, I heard from a little bird that it is your birthday today.
Yes.
Okay. So Mike telling them this is your what time is your birthday? Like how old are you right now?
28.
28. So this is your 28th birthday. All right. Happy birthday for you, Sir Tenny, and must be you guys out there is rooting for Vampire Esports and wish them a good luck for week 2. But then moving on to our first question, your team is still the most performing Thailand team in PMSL for this week. However, your team's lineup today has got some changes where we saw that Nuzi is playing today. So is your team trying to do something new this week?
ก็คือจากที่ดู performance โดยรวมมาเนี่ยตอนนี้ทีมแวมไพร์ก็มีคะแนนรวมเป็นอันดับ1ในทีมไทยด้วยกันเองนะครับแต่เท่าที่เห็นวันนี้ก็คือมีการเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพในทีมเล็กน้อยโดยการให้คุณนูซี่ได้ลงสนามตอนนี้ก็เลยอยากทราบว่าต้องการจะเปลี่ยนทริคในการเล่นอะไรหรือเปล่าครับ
ครับก็จริงๆก็เป็นการลองปรับแผนนะครับผมเพื่อเตรียมตัวกับสถานการณ์ในหลายๆด้านนะครับผมก็เราก็มีไลน์อัพที่แข็งแกร่งทุกคนอยู่แล้วทั้งฟุกแล้วก็นูซี่ก็เลยสลับกันลงมาเล่นครับ
So they are trying something new as you mentioned. So in order to be ready for any circumstances and also to make sure that each of the member teams have the chance to prove themselves.
All right. So all the players got the same play time for this time around. So since your team already has the slot for PMGC, is it your team does not have much pressure in PUBG Mobile Super League to fight for the slot and use it for PMSL more like a training for the upcoming PMGC?
อย่างที่รู้กันก็คือทีมแวมไพร์ตอนนี้ก็มีตั๋วที่จะไปPMGC อยู่แล้วใช่ไหมครับเลยอยากทราบว่าการลงสนามครั้งนี้เนี่ยเป็นเหมือนแค่การซ้อมมือหรือเปล่าอะไรทำนองนี้ครับ
ครับก็จริงๆเราก็อยากได้แชมป์ PMSL เหมือนกันครับแล้วก็ด้วยความที่ว่าตอนนี้เราก็ยังพยายามที่จะปรับเปลี่ยนด้วยวิธีการเล่นใหม่ๆนะครับเพราะว่าหลายๆทีมก็แข็งแกร่งด้วยครับก็เลยจริงๆแล้วก็คิดซะว่าเป็นสนามซ้อมใหญ่ไปด้วยเหมือนกันครับ
So basically they're trying their best to get the champion title for this league as well and also they are trying to, adapt their new playing styles for this league because as you can see, all the teams, all the competitors are kind of tough also.
Yep.
So they just want to make sure that they can beat them and go to the finals.
All right, keeping it on par for Vampire Esports. So today is the last day of week 2. After these 2 weeks, is there any team that or a player that impresses your team?
จาก2สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยมีทีมไหนหรือว่าผู้เล่นคนไหนที่แบบเตะตาเราเป็นพิเศษไหมครับ
ครับก็น่าจะเป็นทั้งทีมดีกว่าครับเป็น Genesis Esports หรือว่า GEEK นะครับผมจากเมียนมาเพราะว่าทีมเขาถือว่าเล่นด้วยความกล้าแล้วก็การที่มีใจแบบมุ่งมั่นในการที่จะทำแต้มแล้วก็ทีมไฟท์ที่แข็งแกร่งครับก็เลยเป็นทีมที่น่าจับตามองครับ
So it's going to be the GE from Myanmar.
Okay.
As they are really kind of, brave and they're eager to win the game.
All right, looking out for the wildcards that are bringing the fight into this time around for PMSL. And I guess that's all for our interview session after match 2. And see you guys on match 3 later. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Cairo. That was a really insightful interview. And happy birthday, Sir Tanny. He looks so young for his 20th birthday.
I wanted to drop that fun fact, but Cairo burst the bubble. So, okay, that's one fun fact gone. Yeah, it's Sir Tanny's birthday today. Okay, so since it's Sir Tanny's birthday, I have another fun fact, since I have to replace that. So he has been into a new hobby recently, and he has been very interested in collecting figures recently. Yeah, I can't really say the name of the figure, but yeah, fun fact. And it's like what new? It's like just 3 months into the new hobby.
Good luck. Collecting figures really gonna break your pocket down there. But speaking of which, Sir Tanny,
PMWI champion.
They
He
got
can
extra
afford.
money, why not? They can afford it. Their pocket is just bottomless down there, right? It's just deep pockets for them. But yeah, coming up from the interview, I mean, they have so much respect on the side of GE because of how the tears and drive coming up from GE. And I wish one day Sir Tanny can even try to coach them out as a part-time if they need to, because we want to see the rise of a wild card as well. And coming up from the side of GE, they genuinely really want to be better if we compare with last season here.
And they're doing pretty okay, I must say. Well, of course, if you just joined us today for some reason, then you might not see the best of GE. But if you look at it as an overall, GE is actually doing not bad. And the point gap with them and PBE for the PMGC slot is significant enough. So they will definitely go to PMGC. I don't see them dropping it. But yeah, I mean, GE have been a proud representative not only for the wildcard, but also for Myanmar.
But coming up from our head-to-head, they have to put up the solo player that remaining for each team just now. Shrubs and Trongzin. I mean, like Tony Ku was the last remaining player. That was a swift one. But definitely Trongzin and the rest of Box, they cannot have more damage output because of how the positions were and having the toughest entrance towards the last few circles. But again, is the rise of the Indonesian team when it comes to week 2 here. So far, back-to-back come out hailing from Indonesia. PERSIJA EVOS did score themselves 1. And also, when it comes to PMSL, it's time you guys to score yourself and just reward yourself something sometimes, right? And this is the time for you to reward yourself.
Yeah, and also, you don't need to spend that much. You can just enjoy this game mode and play it inside the game right now. The Dragon Ball Super game mode is inside the game as an event, and it is a very interesting mode. If you haven't tried it out, you better do.
This is the head that we want to be taken by the side of the Telco. Please, can he put up this costume? It'll be great. And also coming up back to its before we head into the long break, where we do have major shuffles later after the second half of the day. Keep an eye out to Spoon, BTR even, and maybe the other teams down there as well. There's also yesterday we have early shuffles happening as well before we starting off our second half. So far I did score my PERSIJA EVOS, but Sam9 I kind of scored 2 at the same time, since Sam9 do have more deliverance of elimination. But Sam9 today, they really fired up to get the numbers of elimination as their main priority.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Sam9 playing that sort of way, because that is the playstyle that they have been known for ever since they rose up from tier 2 tournaments and all that. So as long as they're comfortable playing that way, that's fine. Like, they don't need to follow the trend of how every other team plays. They can just play it their way, and that's absolutely okay. And it still brings them that amount of points, and it's the points that matter at the end of the day, rather than the chicken dinner. Chicken dinner is like secondary. Chicken dinner only really comes in if you need a tiebreaker, and if you can collect those amount of points, you might not even need to worry about a tiebreaker. So go for the points instead. But I almost got Fox Gaming, the closest one ever in the PMSL, and Luxy just had to break their hearts.
I mean, I'm sorry, guys, if you guys actually do saw the fly just now. There's a bug in my room. I don't know why and how it entered in. But speaking of bugs, I agree. Since yesterday, it feels like second place is always their permanent spot these days. But it's also show a different side of them. The consistency of box gaming that they can deliver. Since week one, we're waiting for that. They haven't scored that chicken, but that consistency is way more crucial than those chicken. If they keep this up, they might actually will get into the grand finals in week number 3 based on their performance.
Yeah, I mean, points-wise, they're getting better. It's just that, yeah, we want to celebrate like a chicken dinner, right? Just because they are the last team to not get the chicken dinner just yet. But for PTR, they already got a chicken dinner today. Still, they make the substitution, not needing to wait for the break. Yuhai is going to replace Boysil in the upcoming round.
Oh boy, how will this fare? Now, we do know Yuhai sometimes is kind of wild, but to be up against for this line of BTR, I'm looking forward what can they offer here. But in the meantime, are there any other swaps going on, especially for Boom? Boom feels like Ray's been taken out of the equation quite early on just now. I think it's most of the time they're being a bit too, I don't want to say that they are off guard, but they're taken by surprise every single time when they're rotating during the second and third stage. There's always somebody take them out, and usually the one that actually ousted early is going to be those crucial players that will be the entry fragger.
Yeah. Let's see if it changes this time, since like a lot of teams start to play the middle, right? So they might not be caught out that early when it comes to rotations. Probably need to worry about winning the fight head on, instead of like, okay, worrying about like who will shoot them during the rotation. I guess that's just like observing of trends, right? But if something just comes up that surprises, then, well, by all means. Because we got 16 teams that we're talking about, it's not like 1v1 and it can like, okay, you compare like this strat versus this strat. But it's 16 teams. One team changes, it's like a domino effect. Everything else just changes. Let's see what sort of circle we'll get that will change the playstyle for these teams before we head on to the extended break. Erangel.
We're coming out from the south up north this time. I just hope the flight paths are going to be straight and it's almost evenly split the map into two. I have a feeling this is going to be a very generous circle once more. But if it happens to be very generous 3 times in a row in a wrangle, that's a clue that we'll be having a very extreme difficult Miramar, which is going to be a god level of difficulty entirely, just what we had yesterday. Now, since the circle hailing up from the southern side, there's going to be 2 teams that's happy about this, including Infinity, who dropped himself quite early this time compared to dropping himself around hospital due to the flight path. BN United will be one of them, and BTR as well. But when it comes to the circle, if it's right on top of School again or Roshawk, that's going to be super interesting too.
I do fancy the area as well. I think terrain-wise is tough, because the terrain on whether it's the school apartment and also the high ground south of school apartment, I think that will be one of the interesting points for teams to try to overcome. I'll be looking forward to seeing that. But if not, well, military base, of course, is always our favorite circle. If we can get that again and again and again, I won't be complaining. I'll be happy too. Looking at the drops, looks like Boom is going to go to farm, and very, very high potential. We will end the circle in military base. Yay!
This is going to be a tough one. I thought it's going to be generous day, but it was debunked entirely. It was a fake one, a fake hope given by the first map just now. This is going to be definitely Infinity and BN United circle. If the circle won't hard shift up north. There's still a chance of we maybe go back to the main peninsula, but BTR and PB already have some aggressiveness shown. First contact made, first blood by Satar. There's no endless to Satar's recklessness and how vicious it can get straight off the bat.
I mean, that's what you get if you're like multiple MVP, multiple national medalists, multiple, you know what, everything is Satar, right? Ever since like the days before where he played with another team, suddenly it just slipped my mind. But he's not like original BTR member. He transferred from another team before this. And even then, at the time, he was like really, really performing. So no wonder that the BTR pick him up, and the moment they did, to me it's like, oh yeah, this is definitely a great transfer, one of the star-studded transfers. And yeah, I just remember it was Genesis Dogma, GIGDS, the name that has GDGIDS. Oh my god, yeah, the team name that has the most syllables of all.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, talking about GDGIDS, I kind of miss Lysak now. It's been a while, but back to his Satar, I agree. He is a high skill player, very valuable asset. You can put him in any role needed. You put him on support, you put him on flank, you put him on entry fragger, he can pull it out. And it's been like underrated to not say Satar is one of the best, arguably, when it comes to South Asian level. Everybody knows about Tony K, yes, but they are players that they actually complement the entire team and silently completing the rotation of all the teams of what they offer. And these players need a really good discerning eye to be seen through. Coaches do have those eyes, like how Sertani, he got set of skills that can read people out. You need those kind of people to actually see these people are dimes, and Satar is one of them. I just hope he actually will stay for BTR for the longest time, because it feels like this kind of rotation, this kind of lineup and roster fits well with him.
Definitely. And BTR can afford to retain him, wink wink, if you know what I mean. But BN United can also afford to stay at the bridge. This is definitely going to be like the trend. This kind of circle, for sure, BN United is going to play the bridge cap. It brought up a lot of points, taking out other teams. So that is also why, despite BTR, they like to play fast movement into the middle of the circle. They don't cross the bridge as fast. Instead, it brought a couple of points. They took out members of RRQ. No mercy, went down to the hands of BTR.
And it was Satar finishing it with the support of Gen Force knocking him down. Great teamwork displayed by the side of BTR quite early on. I feel like UI addition to it give them feels like a bit of a more drive and motivation on that side. Definitely inspiring addition. Now as BTR do have their blood boil up for the tears of killing all these teams one by one. But two teams starting off with a trio here. There's going to be RRQ and PBE, both taken out by the side of ETI as a start. And we talked about the circle early on. There's definitely going to be an advantage for BTR as well, because they can bridge camp on the entry point of right side of that bridge. But do they want to do that, or will they go out to SMB in an instant? I'm not sure if BN United still on top of Nova. They start to move down south, but if they do bridge camp that side as well, it would be great to watch.
Right. Knowing BN United, they will be doing that. The last we saw, they were still doing that. I believe they should still be there. Okay, now we have BN United on site. Yes, they are still around the area. So Novo, boom, somehow swoop passed by to safety. Somehow they managed to make it. And now they have entered into the military base island. The first team from the main peninsula inside, it seems. And let's see if they go straight into military base itself. Because if they go there, then the Infinity might be waiting for them.
BN United taking some elevations. An interesting case by the side of Break. I'm not sure where are the rest of them, but he definitely wants to give as much information possible. That vintage view, definitely paramount for the side of BN United to have as much information feeded as possible at that state. because they do know a lot of teams will start to come into SMB sooner or later. It's all down to the next stage of a circle. We'll be still comprising majority of SMB. We start to move back up north. It's also a bigger question. But Infinity and BN United, this is an advantage for them. They had the upper hand. They have the head start compared to all the other teams to find themselves loot and also to clear all the compounds in case the other team's passing by and get themselves the most comfortable places to stay and try to wait it out while the Blues start to close in. But Box, will they try to open fire against MORPH, who happen to be passing by on top of your sniper Liana now? And Box, they're close of getting those chicken, but the numbers slowly pushing up. They already got themselves a triple digit. I feel like this week, compared to last week, the numbers and the gap in between the middle pack is not that big and that significant just yet. They can still chase it out till the very last match of the day.
Yeah, the only thing about Box Gaming is that because last week they were at the bottom 4, so this week, if they somehow score in the middle, next week, we need to separate the scores, we'll see again, but they need a above average performance. That means roughly they need to be more than like in the middle pack for next week for them to get that survivor. They don't really need to be like up there, like maybe top 3, but maybe above, like page 1 at the end, then they might be able to survive it just by a very small margin. This is going to be huge. Today is going to be big for Box Gaming. They need to score big, however it is, whether it's survival or elimination points.
This circle is super interesting, though. I'm loving what we being offered on the side of the game itself for this circle rotation, because it's going to be super difficult one, and not just that, a tricky one as well. Do any of the team resort to boat strategy, because they might actually can do so. Inside of PERSIJA, EVOS scouted out some players who happen to be passing by, and they are in between Box Gaming and GE right now. Sem9 already passed through those bridges. We're talking about BTR also just hovering around. BN United, they can gatekeep Boom already entry into SMB, but Infinity will bomb into Boom since they are moving in the same direction. RQ going all south of the way, taking a boat ride or just swimming, I'm not sure. But MORPH and Box will actually have the latest rotation, and same goes for the sort of Vampires.
But the last I saw, BTR seems to be on a boat, so they might take that ride. It's just a question of like which area of the circle they will end up in, whether they go through Noble or they go like all the way down south. If they go all the way down south, then RRQ will be waiting for them. So let's see what will they decide on. The same goes for Team Secret, still on the main peninsula. And at this point, at this stage, with this circle, if they choose to go on the right bridge, it's definitely going to be crowded.
Oh man, the left bridge are also crowded at this time as well. MORPH taking out one by one PBE. Cool. They tried to reach out to its boat, but got caught red-handed in the hands of MORPH right now. This is just going to be a big day for MORPH. It is going to be Thanksgiving Day for them, because the points just been given to them at this state, where PBE might actually spot it out. They want to blow up this boat, not giving it away to PBE. Cool. But Cool, on the other hand, cannot ever climb up to its boat. But lucky on the side of PBE, they're being distracted on the side of Boom, because RQ happen to be passing by at the same place as well.
Wow, Boom, higher ground against RRQ though, but RRQ, they do have the momentum. RQ doesn't have no mercy. And now to get the fight against Boom. But on the other side, on the mini screen, we do see MORPH GPS going fishing, not letting PBE go just yet. But on the big screen, GEEK, DBD, Vampire Esports, all of them taking out the blue.
It's just too far from the circle just now. DBD, they're coming up from, they just rotate around for PSing this for the GEEK fam, just trying to cut across. And now Tony K, this is going to be a very, very heavily tooled fight on the side of Vampires and DBD. Whoever's actually fighting the blue, so we do know for fact there's going to be a slim chance for them to have a full squad by the end of the day. Jimmy OP rotate and try to reposition himself to get a better clear view. But like I mentioned before, left side of the bridge is also super crowded by now. And the circle just shrinks all the way down to Nova Robnoye. This is incredibly tough circle.
Yeah, we don't get this circle very often. So big chance for BN United since this is pretty much their home ground. But their home ground infiltrated by at least three teams inside of Novo itself, including the Infinity. DBD and Vampire Esports still on the outside of blue, 2,700 meters away from the circle. It's going to be tough for these two teams. Looking at their inventory, Jimmy only has one first aid now.
It's going to be arduous journey even if they win this fight here for the teams actually still in the blue zone. They're just too far apart, over 2 kilometers apart from the rest of the ones actually in the circle. For Box Gaming on the other hand, spotted out 79 Dap. Dap is alone. I'm not sure where are the others, but Small taking back the blue zone here, going away. Try to find an entry point towards a safer rotation, but this is going to be difficult because there's not many boats around, laying around at the coastline as well. They're down to luck if they can actually score at least a boat down there. But it's not just them, there's also Box Gaming still inside of a blue.
Yeah, I mean, how are they going to get across now? Left side bridge crowded, right side bridge crowded. Everyone is still on the main peninsula. Well, a lot of them at least. And they will start to cancel out each other in pursuit of the safe zone. And we can start to see like the elimination feed running right now with Zai being knocked down by Team Secret.
It's just hard to watch. A lot of team going down without too much that they're being gained over with. Putra and Team Secret just down to their knees as West spraying over, hoping it will connect. Everybody just want to get a score for now. It doesn't matter if they get a chicken or not. That's going to be the last on their list. All they need is, can we get a point before we go down? Knowing the fact they're just going against the fate for their life here. MORPH spotted out Master Ichi. That's going to be the loss. And at least 4 on the hands of MORPH right now for their score. GE going with 1 point. At least they got something out of this. But DBD and DX, this is going nowhere. What happened if they both go down at the same time here?
Well, then no points for them since it's still 14 teams. For Vampire Esports, where are they now? Are they already in the mid to the base island? Oh, yes, they are in the mid to the base island already together with GEEK Fam. Looks like they followed the left side bridge in and currently in a circle. But can't say the same for Team Secret though, so they went out first before DBD. And for Boom, still maintaining a full spot. Playing safer this time. Not the highest of confidence from Boom, but if they can get points out of this long range, why not?
At the same time, half of the population of the map right now being taken out of the equation by the blue zone itself instead of the players here. This is going nowhere for the teams that are still inside of a blue zone because the circle moving with most of the circle comprises of just water ratio, 60% of water in it with 40% of land, making it lesser and staggering amount of land. That's going to be just tiny bit of it. And back to us at RRQ, Vampire is just going to march in here. And not many teams inside of a circle still. But they have to fight anyhow. And DBD will be eliminated. I have a feeling it's going to be 4 teams out after this due to the blue zone. But Vampires will be next here.
Wow, the Infinity managed to land a final shot, final blow to take down the last member of Vampire Esports. Just right before he entered the sniper tower. That's going to be the 3rd point for the Infinity. Now, inside of Novo, we got BTR who took the early boat ride because they're the closest since they dropped in Milta. And I do notice that MORPH GPS is swimming as well because they don't have a boat. The last boat was used by PBE and now they're depending on their level of swimming to be able to reach inside of Novo. But the moment they land, the moment they dock, BTR will be there.
I'm not sure if they even want to dock at this state because of how the circle transitioned itself into the most arduous circle that we've seen so far. RRQ on the other hand taking advantage of their position, tried to knock down the entirety of DX and managed to secure it anyhow. And they got themselves quite a position that quite structures in between them. So they be safe, got themselves cornered up comfortably to be watching out what's on the horizon. But GEEK Fam, they have to be sure that nobody's actually creeping up behind because Boom is just lurking around the corner. Well, they tried to spot out whoever's on top of this town right now. Feels impossible at the start of GEEK Fam because the structure is just too much.
Well, speaking of too much, hello, MORPH GPX. Now they have RRQ and BTR to deal with. That is too much for them. Bubuhu will be the first one for MORPH GPS to be eliminated, taken out by MORPH. And this is going to be tough for the rest to land now that they already know someone else is in the water too.
Boom, Yummy May spotted out PERSIJA, EVOS, Luxy. Last time we saw them, they just start to get into the zone here, try to leave the blue. GEEK fam spotted out Box Gaming, who just happened to be driving into it after leaving that blue zone, that torturing blue zone. Finally have a breather, now being pinned down left, right, center for all the teams. Already been in the center of circle for the longest time. Ages these guys been waiting for the teams to come in here, and finally well, actually fruitful labor after waited for the longest time that we've been watching this entire show. But back to the start of Sem 9. Oh man, I feel like a lot of teams just goes down like fly because of how the Blues and just chip down them to last HP and just easily being finished off by the teams actually waiting in the center here.
That's an insane crazy circle, so it's punishing a lot of these teams. Let's see which team will be punished, whether the circle will be inside Novo or not, but no! It goes onto the outside. Boom Esports on the outside of Novo. All the teams inside Novo will need to move out. It's going to be crazy.
Now this is going to be a blast circle for the side of Boom, where it ended up in no man's land other than theirs. They should capitalize over this, and not just that, they can gatekeep every single team. They're coming up from the northern side because nobody else coming up from the back, but on the side of MORPH, they're taking advantage however they can. Slowly trying to take down RRQ players. That's leaving out to only Axas on the fair of RRQ, who still try to maintain the #1 spot, but lucky for them, the Xavier is also being eliminated out of equation, but PERSIJA EVOS is still there. GEEK fam, they start to leave. They will have to leave this compound either way, but they will try to gatekeep all the teams coming up from the northern side because they are one of the closest one to get into the next circle.
Oh, Sem 9 having the same trouble of getting into the circle like what you said, and they only have one player still active. Okay, Tam can be revived, not going to be an issue, but the issue is that how are they going to get into the circle, because Genforce is not going to let them go. Genforce has the advantage of moving in because his teammates are there. So it's more of like Genforce just want to secure the point out of Sem 9.
I just hope Boom really take advantage of the shift just now. As theirs to take. If they just only need one person on the high ground, the rest of them around the back line of the circle, that's more than enough. But Box spotted out BN United players. Cute. I assume that's going to be the last player there. Is still giving such pressure towards the entirety of BN United. However, still had a full squad just now before two of them being knocked down. But Infinity want to take advantage as well as Zaxi from PERSIJA EVOS. That's going to be the last player on the side of PERSIJA EVOS as well. A lot of teams down to only 1 to 2 players here. While Infinity finally spotted a Box. That's going to be the last of them. BN United slowly being stolen away by PERSIJA EVOS from the back line.
Oh, here we go. Zaxi, Elastical Helmet counters on the Soas. Beautifully done by Zaxi. That is what you can expect from the legendary Zaxi. Takes his time to reset. But next, BN United. Oh, not only BN United, but the blue is here. The blue. Just to cruel to Zaxi. No time for him to reset. And Max will be the one to take him out.
Infinity try to stall the time for the side of BN United and make sure they will be denied the advancement here. They will be staying in the blue while they are down to last few HP. They'll shoot them down. Lobby still waiting. Consistently waiting for the time for Max to pop his head. He committed to guard over this angle and he will stay. But on the side of Max, he's just bought himself extra time, hoping somebody else will go down before he does, and happened to be GEEK fam first. At least he got a better placement than GEEK fam here on the side of BN United. But for the side of Infinity, no time to waste as the blue arrive, and it's going to be a painful one because we're heading in stage 5.
Oh, BTR out this time. Max nowhere to go. The Infinity still has him caught out. And they will take that point. 6 points for the Infinity now, still with a full squad. But they are played by the H of the Blue. Well, their members currently on their knees. But should be able to be revived. Sem9 somehow made it to the sniper tower. But now with the circle shift, they do not have the circle. Time to go out into the open.
Boom. They've been setting up the trap well observing all this time. All just now for the start of Infinity, they were... All those roofs is just temporary, and Infinity, they don't have an entry in anymore since they are at the edge of it. The side of Sem9 taking advantage of their off angle. That's going to be a perfect sight on the side of DAP and the rest of Sem9. They can take advantage. And not just that, the death boxes laying around is going to be supplying more than enough on the side of Sem9. This is going to be the pitfall of Infinity for now, as Boom and Sem9 both having different angles entirely, pinning and hammered down. Infinity is set for lobby. The rest of them kind of not able to get out from their trap zone.
Boom looks like they have the biggest advantage of securing the ticket at the highest chance possible. I mean, everyone else has to come out Novo, and it's going to be an open space. Boom just need to hold their position and tap away from afar, just like what Pombit is doing with his Scar L. And now he's spinning out the Infinity. The Infinity, nowhere to go. Even though they're an active vehicle, it's not like they can just drive out like that, because Boom has multiple angles covered.
The rest of Infinity will be left high and dry down there, while Lobby will try to find a way to survive. Got himself DBS. I'm not sure if he got any rifle ammunition still inside of those magazines. But Pombit, he see a clear sign. That's just it. Infinity, they go way beyond now. It's down to that 3 player being snapped in that one particular angle. While Boom still keep the pressure on to the side of Infinity. Sem9 also have to figure the puzzle how to get out from this corner. That mystery still unresolved on the side of Sem9. Boom! This is their game. They cannot just let this slip by.
Oh, Beer tries to get one. He managed to get a knockdown onto Dap, but he can't secure the elimination point just yet. Now the zone will start to move. Sem9 on the outside as well. Ajun focusing on the Sem9. Down with his last seek of help. Will be eliminated. Sem9 is out at number 4. Boom! Still with a full squad, multiple angles. No way for the Infinity to counter this.
Razy definitely wants to go for the push. He's tempted to do so. But of course, yeah, the circle happened to be right in the center for Razy as well. But he don't want to just get himself in a booby trap down there if he just go by himself to rush into it. Brute force his way in. On the side of MORPH, they're playing it smart. I mean, Rocky. Yeah, we know the Rocky with all the muscles and the bronze, but this one is a brainy one, I assure you of that. As MORPH just going to take a bit of a dip inside while waiting for Infinity finally be taken out one by one from afar. Boom is not willing to take the risk to push out towards Infinity because they know for a fact the Blues will close on that side first.
Of course, they don't need to. Since they have control of the circle like this, wherever the circle goes, they will still get it. And in fact, indeed, they do. Oh man, this is going to be hard for the Infinity. Now the Infinity, even though they want to hope for like, okay, we get a second place. But Rocky, first, nobody knows he's there. Second, he's in the water. So, I mean, all focus onto the Infinity now.
They are at news right now, coming for the side of Infinity. It's just too much for them. How to get out of there? It's going to be one incredibly big challenge for them. Very intimidating coming from the side of Boom, giving them that pressure to the side of Infinity right now. But they still have their tenacity, still have the fight in them as Omstar, Bear and Shirty clustered up together just to have some information. They know for a fact left, right, center will be pinned down anyway. MORPH just breathe in and breathe out underneath that water, hoping it will last him long enough before he's been discovered finally by the hands of Boom. But on the side of Beer and the rest of Infinity, the Blues will start to take him out. They can resort to denying the points, and they will do so, not giving it away to the side of Boom. They will not willingly give it 3 points, but down to Rocky. Can Boom spot him out?
I'm pretty sure it's a matter of time till they spot Rocky out. Look at the angles that they have him covered. Like, Rocky can't even get up the shore. It's just a matter of time now. Nacho tries to tap, can't land it, but Rocky, if he stays underwater, he will start to lose health. And anyway, they are all in the water, right? Even for Pompey, he's in the water now, so he's giving information to his teammates to know exactly where Rocky is. Gonna be a straightforward one. Boom will get it. It's just a matter of who, and he had to be yummy to finish up the job. Boom Esports After a week-long slump, finally a chicken dinner.
I think this is their first ever chicken in entire week here for the side of Boom. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, this is their only chicken dinner for week number 2. Last week they only scored 1 chicken dinner, and it was also in the last day and the last game. This is the current situation of Boom that is very worrying for the fans, in fact. I guess that's why you can see like the players, they're not too ecstatic about this chicken dinner, but it's because they know that, okay, they need a lot more for survivability to the grand final.
I mean, like, you want to call the luck, or you want to call it they got the circle, they just happen to be there. Call it what you want, but they definitely fought their way into the compound and happen to be right on top of their circle too, and they hold their ground for it as well, and that's credit when it's due. And we have to give the MVP to Raze, even if it's just one elimination, but they still scored the chicken anyhow. They came all the way from the side of farm when they dropped themselves early on, but that was an arduous circle, a very difficult one, extreme at that. But Raze, Yummy, Pumby, and Nacho, I have to say, Raze and Yummy as a duo this time when it comes to this lineup, finally they scored themselves one.
And looking at the stats, sorry, they got 2 players with 0 damage taken, and the other 2 not that much damage taken. It just shows that, okay, they made the first early move, the right move, and so happened BN United wasn't really gatekeeping them. They got into the base, they went to the end, they stayed still, and that based on this stat as well, they didn't engage much. So most of the eliminations, they got it like towards the end when they got the circle advantage. But of course, say what you want, right? Whether it's like, oh, you play too safe and all that. If it's points at the end of the day. And you still got to give it to Boom because they travel a long distance, 14,202 meters from farm till the end. And they still moved around at the end to get the best position possible to stop teams from coming out of Novo while collecting the points.
If I'm not mistaken, they actually, I think they either took a boat or swam across early on, got into assembly, go all the way down south, knowing there's not many teams down south. They've been playing smart about the rotation here, knowing also they cannot afford to lose and engage too much early skirmishes. They go all the way down south, just they get themselves away from those unnecessary fight, but either how the circle just blasts onto them. They took themselves, I mean, I mentioned the moment the circle right on top of Boom. If they cannot secure the position and make sure everything is clear, that's something wrong. But at least we do know for a fact they know it's their circles to take, and they've been taking care of it flawlessly. With 8 eliminations, just shooting it from afar, taking a long fight distance. I have to give it to Boom, and they needed this. Like, extremely desperately needed this.
Yeah, Boom drove all the way down, and in this unique multiverse that somehow BN United didn't stop them. But without stopping them, BN United still scored 7 points, which is pretty okay. Although you kind of expect more from BN United considering that Novo is their home ground. But on the other end, GE, another 1-point round for them. So today GE hasn't been hard, at least for the first half of the day. PBE in the same situation as well. 0 points in this round. Team Secret also down there. But because of the chicken dinner from Boom, they will overtake Team Secret. And not only Team Secret, GEEK Fam is now pushed to number 19.
Oh, this is going to be tough for the teams at the bottom 4. FaZe on the other hand, I feel like going really dim right now. But RRQ, PERSIJA, EVOS, DX, top 6 is the unmovable Titan so far. It feels like the gap that they caused quite early on this week kind of pays a fair, fruitful outcome for their side, because nobody can take them down easily. For the side of RRQ, they are solid on top of everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, the points that they collected solid enough, and they still continue to collect points despite of how tough the circle is for them. It ran away from the Novo City. They still collect points along the way, especially from MORPH GPX when they stopped them from docking onto Novo. So a couple of points in the bag, and Xavier also had a tough time. So it was all like stars aligned for RRQ to be at number 1.
That was a difficult circle. I mean, that was extremely a rare circle. Not just that, we don't see that too often. And that's going to be one in a million circle as well, to actually see that kind of circle shifted such an extreme manner. But I don't know what's going to happen when it comes to the next Erangel. I don't know what to expect anymore, because we thought it's going to be a generous day for Erangel, then extremes for the Miramar. Hopefully Miramar will be a bit more gentler for the players, because it was not so much fun when a lot of teams is taken out by the blue zone, and they were fighting in the blue zone, yes, but for what?
Well, it's not like they have a choice, right? Just because of that timing, that circle, bridge will have teams, and they try to get as many points as possible before eventually going down anyway. So let's see if they still get this kind of tough circle or not. But we'll be taking an extended break this time for Maghrib. We'll see you guys after this break.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
We are back from the break and 3 matches left for day 5 right now. On my side, we have No Mercy from RRQ and Red Face from PERSIJA EVOS. So the first question will be for No Mercy. So today is the last day of PMSL Week 2 and you guys and PERSIJA EVOS are chasing the PMGC points and the top 1 ranking. Will you focus more on ranking or kills as a strategy today to maintain your position?
Okay, jadi buat RRQ, kalian sama Jeff itu lagi kejar-kejaran poin buat PMGC dan top 1 hari ini. Apakah strategi yang bakal dikeluarkan oleh RRQ lah? Apakah dari segi placement ataupun kill point?
Kalau dari RRQ mungkin kami main semaksimal mungkin lah.
So they gonna try their best to get a top 1 ranking. That's what No Mercy said.
Alright, very short and simple. So is there any words to your rival right now? Standing right beside me, PERSIJA EVOS.
Jadi kata-kata buat PERSIJA EVOS dari RRQ.
Buat PERSIJA EVOS, hati-hati kami ada di school.
Oh,
so for PERSIJA EVOS, take care because we at school.
Okay. Looks like there's a bit of rivalry going on here. So Red Face, on to you now. So the first question for you. Currently, you guys are only 14 points different with the top 1 team, which is RRQ standing right next to me also. So do you have the confidence to overtake the top 1 by the end of the day?
Jadi buat hari ini perbedaan kamu sama RRQ itu cuma 14 poin. Apakah kamu pede yang kamu bisa mendapatkan top 1 pada hari ini?
Pasti sih kita selalu pede ya. Kita nggak pedulin poin juga. Yang penting kita fokus ke tim kita aja.
So we have the confidence to get a top 1 ranking. We don't care about other teams. We just focus on ourselves.
Alright, very safe answer from Red Face. So maybe you have anything to say to your rival standing right next to me.
Jadi kata-kata buat RRQ,
Good luck aja deh. Karena ada 15 tim lain. Jadi lu jangan fokus sama tim gue aja.
So good luck to RRQ is because there's still another 15 teams and don't just focus on PERSIJA EVOS. So take care of yourself.
Alright, don't get tunnel vision RRQ and good luck, all the best to PERSIJA EVOS. We're about to kickstart game number 4 sooner or later and we're passing it back to the casters. Bye-bye.
I'm loving the interview. Sassy coming out from Red Face, by the way. Don't just focus on us. Don't forget there's 15 teams more out there, by the way. That is kind of true. And speaking of which, today is the day of the Indonesian team. And I agree with the chat because just now the break, most of you guys are eating out the chicken from ayam geprek, which is a traditional Indonesian food, by the way. 3 different teams of Indonesia getting those chicken as the first half of the day. Now that's all remaining for RRQ and MORPH to score next. Can they close with a banger when it comes to all Indonesian teams flying their flag, or will finally their streak be cut loose?
Yeah, as long as they don't tunnel vision onto each other, as was mentioned in the interview earlier on, and maybe they might fly high today, like the Indonesian teams. So far 3 chicken dinners, already 50%, already last 3 games. Let's remind ourselves as well, last 3 games before we wrap up week 2, and then the weekly points will be locked in, and then it's the final week, and it's going to be the final sprint for some of these teams for survivability. Boom Esports definitely not giving up just yet. They got the chicken dinner just before the break. Now it's all about consistency. How far more can they go? Because they cannot go down any further.
And I don't know, that's harsh. Yeah, they are at the bottom. They cannot go down anymore. But speaking of which, I do hope that's motivate the rest of Boom to actually push themselves in the last 3 games. Have it all push and have a new reset when it comes to the final week. But when it comes to top performer here, we do have Infinity Beer in the fray. RRQ, Boom and MORPH. 3 Indonesian players and teams hailing up to its top performer unless there's Beer squeezing into the first place down there. Still taken over by the ties. But when it comes to last Erangel, I know it was a disgusting circle before Cloud, but this is the last Erangel. There's nothing more to lose for some teams, right? Might as well just go all out and Royal Rumble it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Teams like Boom need to go all out. But in my defense, it wasn't harsh because they are not at number 20. So they can still go down further. So that's what I was trying to say, right? But anyway, what will still be available inside the game is this event and the skin that you can get exclusive for the PMSL Southeast Asia, and it is a limited skin series called the Dream Chaser suit. Check it out now.
And the Dream Chaser will chase all the beautiful girls away, which we're gonna be the new beach and pool party team Royal Pass. We do have an incredible set and a lot of stuff that actually not just 1-2 items, a lot of them down there. And you guys who want to be elitists amongst the PUBG Mobile community, don't forget to grab yourself the Aston Martin exclusive color scheme with the PUBG Mobile vehicles down there. So we didn't get to see any of those skins yet in the game though.
Yeah, because the rule is that you cannot use vehicle skins. Fun fact. Actually, it's been there for a couple of seasons already. So if you notice, like, oh, why they don't use those skins, why they don't use even like the body skins, is because it's part of the rule. They can only use weapon skins and maybe the helmet, but that's about it. But what's not about it just yet is 3 more games to go for week 2. MORPH Gaming has yet to find their chicken dinner. So come on, guys.
I don't know any dishes from the Vietnam region when it comes to chicken dishes. If you guys happen to be hailing from Vietnam side, do tell us how you cook your chicken the Vietnam way. But speaking of which, they're close of getting that chicken every single time. Even just now, that was the most disgusting circle we've seen the entire PMSL so far this season. They at least they still maintain sort of consistency in the middle pack for week number 2, but I don't feel like it's going to be enough. But the sort of box at least gave us a closure with that chicken, you know.
Yeah, the closest one was the second place that they got versus Luxy. That one was even closer than their second place yesterday because it was like a clear 1v1, but it was just outplayed by Luxy. I mean, it is the legendary player anyway. So here is the last 3 games for them to hopefully get a chance to get that chicken dinner for week 2, and then it's going to be the final week, the last 24 games for them to get it. And yeah, jaw exercise, I guess.
I don't know. I feel like he's singing. That's small, by the way. I think it's either QEON or Rocky just now, or was it Yoru? But speaking of the Indonesian teams, right? This is where they start to reshuffle their players. So keep an eye out. And so far, I think we still have Gemforce, UI, and Lapa. I'm not sure who's the furthest left. But do we have any swap over players? I do hope we actually have a bit of a glimpse on Boom. I do want to know who's playing. And also on the side of Empires. Because we haven't seen Stone for 2 days now.
Yeah, Stone has been taking a break. Yesterday, Fluke was playing. Today is Newsy. And as you wish, you already got view on Boom. So they're remaining with the same lineup. So no changes from the previous round. It is still the Chicken Dinner team that is in this lineup at this time. For RRQ, looks like it's going to be the same as well for them. Not going to make any change. DVD, also the same lineup since day number 1. Not substituting any player. Despite DVD, they do have the option of subbing in either Ziggs, but yeah, I guess they just choose to maintain the same, and so far DVD is okay.
Yeah, they're doing quite consistent in the middle pack, but Chua, man, that's the most casual position you can get. You can see how comfortable he is amongst his players, and treated him like a family as well. Team Secret on the other hand try to rethink a strategy. PBE. Yeah, we do have Mex. Welcome, Mex, in PMSL.
Finally. Okay, so since Mix is here today, gonna give a fun fact. So he just arrived a couple of days ago in Malaysia, and why was he not here from the start is because he had school. So he cannot be absent from school. Now he has the time, so he's here, and he will be playing more starting from today.
And that's gonna be also a PSA reminder for you guys. Always prioritize your education first. Even the pro players doing that. I mean, you guys should too. But on the side of GEEK fam, Sonics is swapping in and out with Mika. I do want to see how this will fare for the side of GEEK fam. We haven't seen the best of them just yet, but they are doing okay. Not the best, not the worst.
Yeah, it's the first time for this PMSL that the Mika is being swapped out So obviously it's only Sonic's their next substitution. So they need that happen, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of dynamics he'll bring. Because Mika and Sonic's, they are two very different players. Mika is like all-out fragger. Sonic's is more of a flex player. So we might see them changing up their style to play maybe a bit more safer, or they will move Snipes into a fragger role, in which they have done that before in one of the years that they won the PMPL Malaysia.
Also, I just have a glimpse of Vampire lineup. I don't see anywhere Stone is coming in, so I assume it's going to be the same lineup as before. Instead of 7-9, there's going to be them trying to aim for those eliminations. That's just it. Chicken, it's an extra. Newsy is struggling with the earbuds. He still got that Jack Sparrow eyes, which I am actually enjoying the full Pirates of Caribbean chronology all over again. All 5 of them. If you guys haven't watched it, you guys should. But other than that, I think really it's down to the circle by the end of the day.
Yeah, of course, the circle does play a big part, and that's where the meta has somewhat shifted in general. Of course, not all 16 teams. Somewhat shifted to teams liking to play the middle of the circle instead, because you don't want to manage the ping pong-ish circle later on. The Infinity still with the same lineup, no changes. BR11 is still playing. He's been playing quite a lot ever since the substitution.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they actually gel well better with Pierre. Not just he is a veteran player, and also got way more experience when it wasn't critical for the entire team on what to do and what they decide to do next. He can call off the shot because of his experience as well. So he can be himself the second commander for the team. On the side of PERSIJA EVOS, the twins will stick together this time. It just shows how important it is when it comes to the Judgment Week. In week 2, especially the last day. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into the last wrangle of the week.
Last 3 games it is, ladies and gentlemen, and the final wrangle for week number 2, in which we start out with a nice flight path. So it's going to be cut across the middle, starting from shooting range down onto Noble. So all these teams can reach their regular drop spot, including Boom Esports will go back to farm in the absence of Yoodo Alliance today. And on top, as usual, we're going to see Severny, MORPH GPX, Vampire Esports going to take North Jogo Pool, South Jogo Pool is going to be the Infinity. Interesting. And this is probably because of the absence of a FaZe Clan, because normally they'll be there instead. And I guess they don't want to deal with, since they already got a military base circle, then they might guess that, oh, not going to get a military base circle twice in a row, so they drop into the main peninsula this round.
A bit too early to say that. It's going to be a false hope sometime when it comes to beautiful flight path, so I don't want to say anything, just in case the circle happens to be SMB again. I don't know what to expect in this one, but when it comes to GE, look at how widespread out they are. They definitely are splitting into 4 different angles entirely on top of Rozhog. But a circle, this is a tricky one. It plays with our minds.
If we look at the trend of circles, normally like the first circle to second, it will still go in the somewhat in the middle, not too far off. Then it will start to ping pong like 3, 4, 5 onwards. So if we take that into consideration, based on the current trend of the circle, then it will highly likely go onto the main peninsula, and then it will start to ping pong. That's where we'll manage it separately. But no ping pong here, no ping pong game for PBE. They will play gunplay against PERSIJA EVOS, and after the interview from Red FaZe, he became the first one to be taken out.
Nice debut for the side of Mix. Yeah, even though it is his first map and the first time he's actually into the roster to play alongside with PBE, but having a great start on that side, picking off one player of PERSIJA EVOS when they are dropping themselves from that parachute. But other than that, everybody just go respectively towards their own compound. Vampires take on the northern side, Jogopur. North all the way, Savannah is going to be MORPH. GE spreading out on top of Ruins and also on the side of Roshog. You have BN United on top of Nova Ripnoya right now. Infinity, they're not dropping themselves on SMB this time. They're taking the southern part of Jogopur and around Hospital. So I assume it's because, like you mentioned before, there's highly unlikely the circle will shift over to SMB once more, but it's still going to be a 50-50 because the circle is just not trustworthy anymore. There's a chance we're actually right around the bridge area, which is going to be the right side of a bridge around Milta, where we had our first wrangle of the day.
Well, if it does somehow, somewhat go there, the only team that the happiest team will be PN United. So yeah, that's about it. No one else is in military base, but I do expect that PN United to be needed to cut into the main peninsula with this kind of circle. And when they do that, BTR, if we look at like the current trend of meta that BTR is also playing, they will go straight into the middle. Boom is not really the type to gatekeep other teams to, and they are at farm. PN United should have easy access into the main peninsula. I wouldn't be too worried about PN United with this kind of circle.
That's sort of true. I mean, it's within their reach anyhow, and they got the entirety of SMB to loot up, so they definitely have more than enough when it comes to gears and equipment. It's all about when it comes to the next stage of a circle, whether they can rotate on time, and can they rotate it smartly, not being noticed by the teams that mainly focus on around farm Milta area. And speaking of which, if we ended up right on top of Shelter again, well, I expect a lot of fights in the underground zone of Shelter bunkers.
That is a possibility. That's a possibility. I would like to see, like, if the final fight is inside that shelter. I don't think we have seen that for the longest time. So if we get to see like that final fight inside it and not on top, like on top is kind of cliche, right? Like inside of the bunker, underground shelter, that'll be perfect.
Oh, that's going to be a mess if that ended up there for the circles. But Infinity, I love Lobby Axe these days. Honestly, Lobby is just great asset. Such high valuable player coming up from the side of Infinity. Everybody thought it's going to be doomed for Infinity once Mela actually left. But I have a feeling Infinity just born into a different era entirely here with Lobby in that lineup. It's all about polishing at their end on the side of Infinity to make it better. But also I'm looking forward when it comes to the end of week number 2, we'll all be capitalized over the side of the Indonesian teams right now, since they are taking a lot of top spots up there.
Looking at the overall, they are looking good now. Obviously, we have RRQ at number 1. And we got PERSIJA EVOS up there. BTR is number 4, just below the Xavier, with only 2 points difference. And then you have MORPH GPX, which is, with 3 more games to go, they could join the fray. So it is looking good for Indonesian teams overall. Can't say the same for Boom. But in general, they are looking good. Alter Ego, they are not playing today, so nothing can change their fate for today's points. But if it does really go well all the way Indonesia, then their best is going to be like top 4 all Indonesia. That kind of reminds me of like last PMSL. The overall points was 1-4 or 1-5. It was all like Thailand, and this time it's Indonesia's turn.
Well, but when it compared to week 1 and week 2 here, I do want to give credit when it's due to a sort of MORPH GPX. They are one of the most progressive team and the most growth overall compared to all the other teams here in week 1 and week 2, because they placed themselves at 18th place, barely breaking into the triple digit at 104 points last week. But this week they push up the numbers to be themselves in the top 10. That's a huge shift from the second page at the bottom, now in the first page within a week of revision and try to rework themselves what happened in the last week. They definitely, rectified their mistake when it comes to last week's. And this week's, even the final week, I'm looking for how much can they grow. Can they grow even further, even more than that?
Yeah, MORPH GPX. Ever since they made the change that Pepeng took majority of the break, they seem to be doing very well. So it's a much needed and proven change for them. Maybe this change will also give them an extra point by taking out Luxy, as he's now super duper low. Knockdown from Yoru, but the rest of PERSIJA EVOS should be able to reach Luxy. It's just a matter of MORPH GPS, how far they want to pursue, but because of this sort of distance, looks like they're not going to do so.
I think this blessing from the side of MORPH, just we mentioned about them. Maybe this motivation, this hunger, the going aggressiveness off the bat on the side of MORPH, because of Rocky singing Celine Dion songs early on, possibly when we came out. And we do have the players came early. But and coming out from the side of MORPH, they haven't scored any chicken here today. Maybe they want to score one for the Indonesian team as well. But they are definitely rushing towards the side of PERSIJA EVOS, trying to hunt them down, but realize they actually were chasing the tails of it, couldn't make it in. They might as well just make a U-turn of PERSIJA EVOS from the pan to the 5, from the back to worst. Happen to be passing by to the side of GE, take some in of the damage from the bullets of GE, and now go straight into boxes of his view as well. This is tough to watch.
Well, it's not tough to watch for Boom, as they were starting off with their own first blood by taking out Damroot, but Pombit countered by Sonics, and Sonics, can he secure the point? Not yet. Pombit's still on his knees though. Sonics changing his attention onto Yummy. And Yummy now with this DBS. Okay, Yummy with the DBS. We all know how good he is with that. But it's going to be Achul instead knocking down Sonics. Audrey on the other side has BTR to deal with. Oh no. This is the worst case scenario for GEEK.
Oh, left, right, center. 2 teams at a time here. GEEK, there's not even a breather for them. And sadly, we have to watch Sonics, who just swap into the line of GEEK fam, have to bow out quite early. Even Box Gaming been taken out as well by the hands of RRQ. RRQ, they are going frantic in this round, hunting people down with a 4 in the back, remaining with 2 players. That comes with a cost. We're going to be too aggressive and too barbaric as the start of the game.
So they took the middle of this circle, and it's now a very popular spot. We can see that, okay, BTR goes there. Even Boom is starting to go there, play this sort of strat. So if we kind of take that into consideration, like even like in stage 2, and you play in the middle, you already cannot like open up just like what GEEK is doing. You have to play like together, because you need to be prepared to defend against teams who come to you. So this is looking to be that trend, and teams will start to realize that. We will see this sort of shift of how they position themselves as we play through not only today but also next week and even the grand finals.
Chinky Hills a bit over occupied. MORPH going in against RRQ. They found the monster of their size now as MORPH start to cleaning up all the corners. But on the side of Nepeko, he still have to fight it. Can he clutch the entirety of MORPH by himself? Oh my god, Nepeko. He's done it again. With the trio on the hot on his tails there. Nepeko managed to clutch it out for RRQ. Can even revive MORPH. But in the hands of MORPH, they try to reset themselves as well. There's going to be one last player coming from the MORPH and still trying to find the last of RRQ.
Oh, but RRQ got to do it fast. Vampire Esports, where they're going to go? Okay, they're going to go towards M9 instead. Nepeko still with a nade. Okay, that one nade could do it all, and yes, it will. As usual, Nepeko, the hero for RRQ. Stage 2, they already got 8 eliminations just like that.
Nepeko Mineta, they call him now. That's a long name, by the way. You be Nepeko. If that's the case, with that DBS, that was incredible. That was just... I'm in awe about how great of a player he is. Just extraordinary. But on the side of RRQ, it's not done and dusted yet for them, because they do have another visitor next. D Xaviers is having all corners got up, but we do have Empires getting over this side as well. So even though Nepeko gave us such a spotlight in the previous clutch, but feels like it's going to be tough for him. DBD taking on Infinity at the same time. It's going to be all around war due to the circle that shifted all the way towards the south side of a farm there. Infinity tried to play it at the coastline, but DBD taking a go, tried to challenge Infinity right off the bat.
Oh, DBD nading down members of the Infinity. They managed to get 2 so far, but they can't get a clear shot onto the others. Okay, they managed to get out lobby. That's going to be 1. Beard defending his ground. On the left side, Yen is going to come in. They're going to close off the Infinity now. The Infinity only has 1 left. That's going to be Armstyle. 20% health. DVD just takes over this area, eliminating the Infinity without a single point.
Oh man, Infinity, this hits hard, way too hard for them. The Telco now down on his knees, Vampires rushing in, D-Xaviers part ways, disengaging because they don't want to take the heat anymore. But that's going to be the last of our queue. And still not scoring the chicken of the day, but at least they scored themselves 8 eliminations. That's going to be more than enough for them to actually stand at the statue. But the problem is, it's not a clear sight yet because PERSIJA, EVOS and D-Xaviers, especially D-Xaviers, still having a full squad with 15 points of a gap. It's doable for these 2 teams.
Yeah, if they can score big, RRQ could lose that number 1. Even for BTR, still a full squad as well. But CJ was playing as a duo, might not be able to score big, even though they can get the chicken dinner. It's a little bit difficult for a duo, unless you're playing as a trio, then it's going to be a different story. But as we talk about the Xavier, one of our members knocked down by a Team Secret. So they might lose one now. But no elimination yet for D-Xavier. It could be a long range.
Mikael tapping out to the side of Levi. Look at the shake of the barrel. And Mikael with that mini 14. With 8 times scope even. Got a clear sight on what's happening the other end. Boom, DX and BTR having a triangle crossfire. But we do have 5 teams in total on top of this. DX happened to be the one that having the most difficult part of them all. But DB wants to join in too because it's not going to be just enough with 5. We're going to make all the teams down in the same circle here because DBD got it and the one fighting right now, it's going to be DX is dying. Will not actually be fair for them because they didn't actually get the circle. But GE coming straight up north and straight into the center.
Okay, here we go. GE, there's a compound that they can park themselves, so they'll be okay there. Because any further forward is going to be flat land versus DVD, so they're going to avoid that for now. But Semna is not going to avoid this fight with the Xavier. They will secure their first point finally in this round. Lamborghini in the water, so he's going to stay quiet for now, unless if Semna can somehow land the nade onto Lamborghini.
Kenny definitely knows he's there. He's cooking up, prepping it up by the time we just looking over Vampires. Just migrating into the circle because it's stage 4 hitting into stage 5. Ravenclaw, the rest of Vampire try to work as a 4 and moving as a unit towards the center where we saw the gunfires happen before. Yan is actually quite in the open. If the moment they just drove all the way straight, they will be visualizing Yan. Yan a bit parted from the rest of DBD. Now Jimmy OP will drive across just to help Yan in case he needed one. B and United having a bit of a swim. Friendly swim with Satar. I mean, like, we do know Satar with such a tremendous potential on this guy. He can be a good swimmer too, but a bigger nade on the side of Lapa, dropping a Kobe right on top of Matt.
Well, Soas knocked himself first, but because Yuhai is there, he has to get back into the water, allowing Satar to be the one to come up to land instead. But he jumped back into the water, probably just keeping an eye on his opponent, or maybe it's not clear enough to stay there. Yuhai, on the other hand, needs to win the fight. He has the DBS in hand, circles around, vehicle exploded, break is there, tries to take down Lapa, he managed to get it. Yuhai, 50% health left, comes in with the DBS, and Yuhai will win the fight.
Yuhai clutch it out for the entirety of BTR now. Some of them having a hard time to go and see through that smoke. Mikael and Sam 9 on them. They're still nitpicking from afar. But BTR, they have new contenders. It's going to be Boom. It's not done yet. They are being separated into 2 different formations here. The other side of the warehouse gonna be surviving. But the one they're being charging by Boom, there's no way out for them. Boom just obliterate half of the side of BTR right now, and they going in strong with 5 eliminations already secured. They want to go for more.
And they're playing with the circle advantage now, waiting for BTR to come out of that warehouse. On the other side instead, we still have Lamborghini. Somehow managed to survive, and he's up on shore now. One more Team Secret, they'll be busy with PBE. Not the first time that they meet inside Irango, and they're going to do it again with each other.
Range spot as well. Here comes the spray. Oh, close enough. Just one bullet away to finish it off straight away into the knock. A PBE, they got a head start before with Mix coming into the lineup here this time. But Helton spotted out. PBE on their knees in an instant. Down to only two last players. GE is coming in as well. What a mass here on the northern side of the circle. There are fires everywhere. Cool barely making out, and he couldn't make it through. PBE out of the equation.
And he was at his last tick of health anyway. He move further forward into the blue, he'll be taken out. So that's going to be Team Secret defending their ground. 3 points taken. But now GE knocks on the member of Team Secret. And GE has the compound. A good spot to be in, if you ask me. But now without the circle, somehow they need to move. And flat land as they need to travel out. So DVD and possibly even Vampire Esports can aim onto them.
So was just decided he want to take a bit of a dip and just biding his time, waiting for the right time to die here. PERSIJA, EVOS, XERXIA and Pombit having exchange and trading of that hand grenade. But in the meantime, it's a very small structure in between them. There's going to be a very small house for them to take covers on. And they are open up for any bullets flying in anytime soon as well, because they are in the center of attention. DBD and Vampires right on top of them. Sam9 on the other end. Here comes the rest of Boom. Razy arrives. Spot out Misery. Run him down. That's a brutal way to go. But like it or not, Razy and Boom is winning this side.
Yeah, Boom now fighting for their life. It's going to be XERXIA all alone. DBS. He does have a killing suit, but that's not going to help him in this kind of situation. XERXIA has nowhere to go. On the hilltop, there's someone else as well. XERXIA circles around, but loses the DBS gameplay against Pombit. Boom, Esports! Is this the comeback moment? Already 7 eliminations in hand.
Not done yet. Team Secret is here next. They can't even catch a breath here coming from the side of teams that are fighting back to back. That's going to be Boom for now. Yummy may knock on his knees with Helton, taking a Kobe towards his side. A Chill still playing around the smoke. And he's calling out to Yummy to just crawl over this side so he can revive. Razy randomly sprays, hoping it will connect someone to the side of Team Secret. But here comes Pombit Nate, hoping it will land. But it's just a bit too late now. The rest of Team Secret start to square. The rest of Boom players are being knocked down early on, with only one boulder in between them. Nothing else. It's going to be flat field entirely. All this there is just waiting out the other teams to start to butt in here. But Team Secret, they're being a bit too reckless. They forgot there's going to be another team shooting from behind. There's going to be GE. And Team Secret start to lose men. They start to close in square one. DX, BTR, Team Secret, and Boom going a go.
Here we go. Boom. Getting some help from GE. Yummy should be able to wrap things up. Okay, he's at his 10% of health left, but he has his teammates together with him. And they will eliminate Team Secret. Boom, already 10 elimination points. And now they're equal with BN United at least.
Boom, at least they can reset themselves for a bit. Nobody having their focus towards their side. No crosshair being targeted towards the top of Boom. But so was. I mean, he can try to fetch out the airdrop since he's swimming anyways. But DX Lamborghini, his game sense definitely call up the shot. That's going to be somebody there swimming out. He got his focus onto his side of Sowas, but he's investing way too much time there. But he is the solo player coming from DX that's remaining on that side. So they're both going to be having a bit of a staring game between BN United and DX for now. But GE, they're down to 3 players. One knock West Carry will be picked up. Sam9 playing at the edges of the rock as well. This is a very slippery slope. If they're not being careful, they will just dig their own grave. But so was... Oh man, Lamborghini see through that.
Yeah, he was just waiting for the right moment and he finally got it. So that's 1 point in the pocket of Lamborghini. A circle. Lamborghini still has it, so he can still stay there to play off of positioning points. But the team that cannot stay put is going to be GE and Boom. Boom needs to go up to the high ground, in which they will meet up with GE next.
Well, Sam9 definitely have a clue because they heard the gunfire come out from DX before. I'm not sure if they want to reinvest their time towards their side, but definitely shifting over towards those teams coming up from the northern side of the circle. DBD spreading out into 2-2 formation, open up the quite different angle entirely. The Vampires playing out in the open, barricading themselves with only vehicles. Same goes for the side of GE, who managed to pick themselves back up, but boom, nothing stopping them. Double-digit elimination, and you call it luck in the last map of Erangel, and this time they show what they're capable of.
Well, this is going to be the challenge now. No circle. How do they defend? How do they play with this kind of situation? So far doing so good for them, DBD so far so good as well as they will pick up elimination points out of GE. GE having the toughest time coming up of the compound. Vampire Esports will be the next team that they face off with. And now Tony K is all alone. Racing comes in. And this is going to be splat all over this land. Where Boom will pick up their 14th point.
Yummy May down on the ground, bleeding out. DBD still a full squad, but Razy, that was classy coming out. This guy just running out people with his vehicles instead of using the gun. Why want to waste those resources when you can actually use nothing else than your own 4 tires and 4 wheels? DBD on the other hand tried to take advantage of the situation while Sam9 tried to butt into the business. Now Boom definitely exploited their position since they popped the smokes quite in the open where everyone can see them through, but they need to find covers. They barely got enough with those abandoned vehicles to take as barricade. For now, it won't last long. But Yummy May, he reversed all the way to the side of Kenny. And now Kenny tried to find ways to get out of this. But this is a very rocky road. It's going through the coastline. But Pombe and the rest of Booby eye out DBD. DBD saved the neck for Kenny.
Oh, but his headshot could land. Lucky enough. But unlucky for Mikael. He's still being shot at from the left side from Pombe. Pombe has him pinned down now. Kenny, nowhere to go. He's going to pray for more positioning points now. Same goes for Lamborghini. But Boom, just on top of Kenny. Kenny is not going to go anywhere from here. It's not like he can hike up from this position. Gotta pray that Boom don't spot him out.
2 teams just eyeing out for a sunset vision towards that ocean right now. That's going to be BTR and the side of Sam9, last player Kenny. Boom tried to hunt people down with the trio that left remain after Razor being finished off, but he scored himself 5 elimination. 14 for now coming out from the side of Boom. Can they score more? Spot it out, Yummy May, and Achul down on the ground. DBD make their move. They want to close in. They want to rush and finish off the job. They know that Boom is one of the most aggressive team right now on their hunting mode. But their mode of hunting and barbaric action will be ending as DBD take them off the equation.
Nice advantage by DBD taken. The moment they got a couple of knocks, they move in. No hesitation from DBD. And look at this. This is basically a graveyard of vehicles now. Okay, BTR and Kenny. Kenny, he probably doesn't know. Okay, he knows because Mikael, he's tossing a nail onto BTR. So they know that there's someone down there. So Kenny trying to get the high ground. He sees the members of BTR now. It's all about him to be able to get the knockdown to BTR or not.
But the angle is ridiculously hard. It's down to Kenny to switch over to his DBS. Put out Lapa with the A-cam. That spray on the Boom. It's going to be that one shot and one DBS to finish off the rest of BTR. It's down to 3 teams here. D, Xavier, Sam9 and DBD, with DBD having the most advantage. They capitalize over this circle. And not just that, spreading out to find the remains of Sam9. Mikael have to fight for himself, but he's finally down on his knees. It's down to only one last play of Kenny and DX. I think DX is just biding his time as well.
Yeah, they don't seem to know that Lamborghini is there. More attention onto Kenny, it seems. It's just that they can't find a good angle. So it's a matter of like who will get the 2nd or 3rd place, just like the previous round. They spot on Kenny, and plus Kenny's on the outside of the zone anyway. So Kenny is not in the best position. Okay, it's either the zone will take Kenny out or DBD. Let's see. But Kenny also has this objective, like try to last as long as possible. But to no avail, he has nowhere else to go. He's going to deny himself to the blue, and Lamborghini somehow managed to survive till a 2nd place finish.
Now, can Lamborghini outsmart these guys as well? This angle is impossible to reach by the hands of DBD. He's biding his time, waiting for the inevitable. Still got 2 more stages to go, down to the last one. This one, next one is going to be the last circle, but I seen the rest of DBD. Just... where is this guy? Lamborghini will be finished off by the blue, definitely, since he didn't get the center of a circle in the first place. And if the circle happened to be on south still again, he can still wait. But I think Jimmy OP kind of hear a bit of a scratch sound down there. Start to take those nades to work. They still have plenty of throwables on the side of DBD. They can invest that much on towards the side of Lamborghini. And Lamborghini can re-heal himself, but I'm not sure how many first aid he got left down there.
Yeah, although it doesn't matter because we're talking about stage 8 to stage 9, right? So it's not like you can really heal in this kind of stage. And as for DBD, I believe that they just made the deduction. It's like, okay, if there's nowhere else, there's only this corner. So that's why I can still see Jimmy like he's like going around and all that. He's just making a guess that Lamborghini is there. Even they said Isaac that like, okay, we got information, you tell us. But Isaac is like, no man, no one's here, but now I'm stuck. No!
You know, this is the perfect phrase for the Malaysian, the Malay phrase, there's Lamborghini behind the stone. It's not the shrimp anymore, it's
okay.
Lamborghini behind the rocks. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, I'm sorry guys. But with a Bison, now will he try to fight back here? But it's impossible to climb back up. And the side of Yen, I mean like, I feel like Lamborghini not just giving away his position. Come on guys, just finish this off. It's taking too long now.
Yeah, I mean, by now DBD, they know it's somewhere by this ledge. So it's after Lamborghini move, then, well, you already know that he's there because they heard the footstep. Aizen, he got stuck as well, so he's out. This is just a matter of time. No way Lamborghini is going to be able to counter. Even if DBD, like, even if they let Lamborghini go, they just stay up. They're still going to get the chicken dinner and Lamborghini's going to get second. So, I don't know. Lamborghini...
It'd be super funny if DBD players accidentally slipped down, he got himself in the blues, and Lamborghini just stands and watching from above, and he happened to get that chicken from that angle. Now that's funny.
Okay, although if that happens, it's going to be comical for sure, but it's definitely not going to happen. So yeah, this is it. End it. Finally, save us the agony of waiting, and DBD gets the chicken dinner. Yay!
It's official now. It's definitely official. With 9 eliminations at the last scores we've seen. But you have to give it to Boom. They scored a double digit this time. I'm not sure can they take over DBD from that #1 spot in this map. And definitely it's going to be a big push for the side of Boom. Since they are in the dire need of those points. They have to treat every single point as a dime. And that's not stopping them as well, provided even though they know a lot at stake on the side of Boom, they still push themselves way more than their own limit previously. But DBD, well played. They know exactly how to play around the rock and the structures in between. And they play it well. There was a flawless, clean run coming from DBD.
Yeah, most important, they won a lot of their earlier fights. So that gave them the access to that last spot that they were at. And one of the players that gained DBD's access is Yen. First time MVP for DBD in the PMSL. 4 eliminations, 801 damage. I mean, DBD showing a lot of firepower. It is actually not as straightforward as the ending was like for DBD, but it is a lot of work done. Early stages that they won't fight after fight after fight, especially the Boom fight, and that is it. They just go all the way from there.
This is going to be the stat for the team, with Yan dishing out the most damage out of all 4 of them and knock out even the most coming out from the side of Yan, while the rest doing a lot of jobs, covering himself up as well. Before this, we always have Aizen and Akko, but Yan and Jimmy OP also did so much work. It just shows this time, and DBD is well deserving chicken dinner for them. When it comes to teams to watch, it's going to be DBD, Boom, 79, BTR. BTR has been extremely consistent week 2.
Oh yeah, it's because of the going to the middle strategy, and that has worked out for them. That is when expect that to continue to happen for BTR. That is definitely going to be that trend. And I kind of, based on this round, this is the first time that Boom really rushed into the middle to find that middle spot as a start. Maybe Boom is also starting to realize that, hey, we should have done this from the beginning. Well, it's not too late for Boom. They still got 2 more rounds to go, and maybe Boom might continue to do that later in Miramar.
I mean, that's a good sign for Boom. They know what's needed to be done, since half of the team still play a bit of late rotation. Why not they themselves get in the center, try to challenge up the fight, since eliminations do play a bigger part than those chicken anyways when it comes to contributing the points towards the overall ranking. But the circle just now was a bit dicey. It was tricky to read out as well, because it ended up with a 50% of water in it still. A lot of water ratios these days when it comes to the Wrangle circle. But Boom, they took so much fight early on, and the journey wasn't easy. It was an arduous journey all around. They took a lot of bullet left, right, center, everywhere. We can see through all the highlights, but they're not stopping at all. I love the fact they played attack game, built themselves up around some of the players, and try to, reset themselves the moment they can. And it was a back-to-back fight for the side of Boom.
Yeah, I believe this will be the philosophy, right? Like, you want the middle, that's going to be the first objective. And then if there's someone there, you take the fight. If not, then you park yourself in the middle so you can manage the circle better later on. So that could be it. We'll keep an eye on that as the game goes by. For Boom, another good round for them, 17 points despite no chicken dinner, but that's okay. They got like 14 eliminations this time. DBD with the chicken dinner, 9 eliminations, bringing them out to 19 points. But on the other end, today has not been a good day for GEEK fam. You gotta think about it. This time, they were the first team to be eliminated without a single point. And this has been happening pretty consistent for the past few rounds.
And it feels like they've fallen back to their early this week problem for the side of GEEK fam. We thought they resolved those issues, but it feels like it keeps coming back now. And across the board, last time we saw them, they barely got 7 points across the entire day. RRQ, they're still opening up the gap with those eliminations, keeping it at bay. For BTI and DZavis keep swapping each other out down there. But PERSIJA EVOS finally being pushed down. Sam9, a bit of swapping between the top fraggers and the first page here. A lot of swap places, but he would definitely push up the numbers down there. But GEEK fam now being pushed down to 19th place, just next to Team Secret. While FaZe, which is the team not playing right now, how much down can they go?
Well, the answer is 2 more steps down. Since they're not playing, so they cannot add to the points and go up any further. And the 2 teams below them, points are not that far. But speaking about points that are not that far, it's not that far between these 2 players, Yen as well as Razy from Boom Esports. 1 point elimination difference between the both of them. Yen's damage is only like what? 7 point damage difference, so it's not that far. Only 1 throwable difference, 1 point team contribution difference. I mean, that is really the definition of not that far.
Yeah, I love that head-to-head. That was a really close one, by the way. But next, we're heading into a different map entirely, which is going to be Miramar, where we don't have XERXIA playing here, as well as Yoodo Alliance. So keep an eye out for DZavis and RRQ. Especially RRQ and Boom here. They are hunting people down. But the streak of the Indonesian flag waving will have to put on hold, as DBD just got themselves that dinner. Now, which team's next?
If the other 2 Indonesian teams can get the chicken dinner, then they would have completed the cycle. But for you guys to complete your own cycle is to be part of the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series. There's the Dream Chaser. Get yourself the suit, mask, gun skin, together with this event that's currently in the game. The gun skin, of course, is going to be the M16 gun skin. Check it out in the game now.
And also the Dandy Grifter, which I really look for if PUBG Mobile can actually try to put up this costume to be up even during the grand finals as cosplayer. And also, this one we've seen a lot of cosplay warrior before. Like the hardest part is going to be the hairstyle.
Well, yeah, definitely. The rest of it is just like, okay, you just wear something like that. So unless you want to say like, oh, but hairstyle is also just you wear a wig. But of course, to style up the hair and the wig, I think that's really hard. No, but not like I've really cosplayed before. Let's not remind everyone. But anyway, not like I've really cosplayed like that before, so I don't know.
Should I remind your girlfriend, Claudia? I kind of miss her now.
You can see her if there's money involved. Very easy, you know.
Wow!
It
I didn't know Claudia is a gold digger, but yeah, okay.
Money can solve everything. Money can grant you your wish.
Hey, not really. Money can't buy certain things, like example, the air. You can't buy oxygen. But maybe if you can, if you actually buy a tank of it.
Yes. Thank you. I was about to get there.
But speaking
but
of
what
which,
I'm about to get is also box gaming. Not yet.
I think you
jinxed
jinxed them, Claire. Honestly, that's why I pulled them off from my predictions. If we, no, it's too late to change it anyhow. But yeah, I don't know, man. Box, too close, very close, multiple times at that. Yesterday, today, but at least they deliver consistency anyhow.
Yes, they still got the points, right? And they are not like down there. It's just like because last week they were that way, so this week they need to do a lot better. Next, based on the current state, next week a lot better. So yeah, that's just the current state of Box.
Vampire is definitely not happy here. Feels like they are feeling dejected tiny bit, knowing the fact they couldn't score too much today. Vampires, they got newsy in the fray here, but I'm still waiting for Stone. On the side of BTL, we have Swap. Keenan is back. When it comes to Murama, he's always in there. Swapping over with Satar. I think Satar is a specialist for Erangel.
Maybe. I want to see what sort of a difference he would bring here this round. Lapar is out as well. Boysil is currently in. So 2 swaps done by BTR this time. Overall, they've been quite okay. So I wouldn't be too worried about them at this point since they found the rhythm and their strategy and really how to play the game. And I believe as well, like even if they make this swap, like they will be the same wavelength on how to execute the strategy that works well for them.
Surprisingly, BN United, we thought they would try to push all out when it comes to the last day here. They were the number 1 in the first week. And then since then, I don't know if it's exhaustion or they're just running out of ideas. But definitely they're not their usual self, just like how they did in week 1. But Namq will be swapped in with TN2K. So we have some swap here and there coming out from the teams since we are switching over the map entirely a different one. So I assume TN2K is more of a specialist in long range fights compared to side or who was it? Was it Namq? They actually swap over, yeah.
Well, in pursuit of that chicken dinner, anything goes now for Bounce Gaming. Like, come on, just do whatever, right, to get the chicken dinner. I know, yeah, they can say that, but we got the points. Dude, just get the chicken dinner, okay. Just get the chicken dinner so that you will not be the only one left out. Although you still got 24 more games to go after today. But come on, guys, don't let us wait anymore. Just give it to us.
I cannot wait. And also, speaking of which, the only 2 Indonesian teams that score themselves any chicken here today is going to be REGUM and MORPH. But on the side of REGUM, even if they didn't actually score any chicken, it's still okay for them as long as they maintain themselves in the top spot, making sure they will not be eliminated early and making sure at least they got a couple of numbers before they go down.
Yeah, so far REGUM still holding on to that number 1. And that's also thanks to a lot of elimination points from that previous round. Can we say that PERSIJA EVOS is creeping these areas? Yeah, still, like the points are close enough for them to be caught up. 2 more games to go. REGUM sweating it out to hold the number 1. Can they remain consistent? Can they pull out the points? Let's go, Mirama.
We're back to our last 2 maps of the day, which we're going to wrap things up on week 2 with 2 more Mirama maps. This time we have a flight path from Puerto Paraiso up to the left side of Torre Hamada or the west side of Torre Hamada. Towards the oasis we go, but can we get a gentler circle this time? Because it has been a rough day for the entire day here, for the final day of week 2, for all of us watching and also the players.
Ooh, flight path. Okay, again, I want to see where Boom will go, right? Since they're the Nomad. A GEEK fan, normally they drop in El Pozo, but because of the flight path, they have a secondary drop spot at Puerto Paraiso, so they will utilize that instead. It's going to be an easy drop for PBE. They haven't had a good day as well. Yes, Mix made its debut. He got the first blood, but overall PBE, not many points collected. So they'll be happy with this easy drop straight into Impala so that they can loot straight up. GE, of course, San Martin is their home right now. I don't see Team Secret challenging them since Team Secret is going to Picado instead in the absence of FaZe Clan.
Well, they are hovering around. I'm not sure if they're going to try to hover around way further than that. if they want to drop themselves on top of Montenuevo as well, it's doable. But it's going to be, like I mentioned, Montenuevo sort of a circle, but nobody has a clue. We will go down all the way to Chimacera, or we'll just go in between La Durillera. But Team Secret versus Boom, let's go.
Wow, okay, so Boom happened to want to take this spot as well because FaZe Clan is not here. So Team Secret, Boom, this will be a fight again since the Cap Alpha fight. As Team Secret, they will receive casualties, 2 down, but it's 2 for 2. So they're equal right now. We still got Pombit as well as Yummy. As long as you can get these 2 main fraggers, but okay, never mind about that. Boom, revenge. Revenge done for Boom, as they will take all 4 points from Team Secret.
It was less than a minute into the map, already lost one team entirely. Well, Boom, they don't actually being punished at all on the side of Team Secret. But Team Secret do actually drop a bit later than the side of Boom. So Boom, actually they score again. This is a huge start coming from Boom. It feels like they've been injected with this craziness of hunting people down the moment they score themselves that chicken sense.
Yeah, but I think that it just so happened, right? Because like Picado is FaZe Clan spot, and like Team Secret somewhat nomad because Hacienda is because like water treatment and that area is not really the best place to loot. I'm not really a fan of it. And Boom, obviously we know by now they are like nomads in every land, and so happen the fly path is close by. And it just become a so happen sort of thing that they clash into each other in Picado.
We're gonna have to wait and see if there's any more clashes to happen here. But I have a feeling it might be because of how the circle just into one direction of left side. So on the side of GEEK Fam, last time we saw them around Puerto Paraiso. Now you did mention about GEEK Fam. How much did they score for the entire day here? Last time we seen them, I
Good
think
question.
How much did they start off for the day?
Okay, to answer your question, they only score 4 points today, as of now.
Good lord.
Yeah.
That's barely a point in a map.
That is exactly a point every map.
Now, if they didn't score any in this one, that's not going to be enough for 1 point each map. And that's even worse. Hopefully, GEEK Fam can find themselves some footing down there, because right now, there's not many teams that didn't score themselves a triple digit, because BN United already just closed up a triple digit 100 mark precisely at that. They don't want to be left behind. Now, the teams is not playing nothing else to be said and done for them. But the one that's still having a go here, we're talking about GEEK Fam. Team Secret already down to only one last map here. Like it or not, it feels a bit of a tall order for them to actually close the week 2 with a triple digit. I have a feeling the most they can get is around in the 90s.
Well, on the bright side, which is not that bright, low power bright, is that Team Secret eliminated in this round. So they will not be number 20 after this round. At least. Very dim-like.
I don't know, is that the good news or not? It feels like it's not any good news to them at all.
I'm trying not to sound like our broadcast is all doom and gloom for GEEK Fam, right? So gotta have some balance there, okay? Gotta have some balance.
But it is what it is. I mean, like, it's very questionable. They had the fittings done. They got the momentum in the middle of a week. Now they entirely lost it. I don't know what's the issue here. Definitely, I wish we get some interviews out of GEEK Fam just to know what is happening. What with the sudden change after they got themselves at their highs. Suddenly, this is rock bottom, even beneath the bottom. I don't know what else can you call it down there. But for the side of Vampires, it's also almost in the same boat when it comes to performance-wise. But at least half week early on, they managed to get themselves quite a number of points before they're hitting this slump where they're heading into right now.
Sorry, GEEK Fam, I tried, but Choo Choo just doesn't want to let you go. But yeah, okay. That Vampire, I want to see them score a chicken dinner today. Okay, not like I don't want to see Box, I want to see them. But one reason I want to see Vampire score a chicken dinner is because it's Sir Tanny's birthday, you know. So, you know, give him a birthday present. Don't be like FaZe Clan.
I don't
Mela
know,
didn't get his birthday chicken.
Since yesterday, I feel like birthdays feels like a bad juju for this tournament. Yesterday, we thought they're gonna have a birthday present for Mela for this chicken in the lineup of FaZe. But it ended up things getting worse, from worse to, I don't know, hellish till the end of the day. I hope that's not the case on the side of Empires as well. You know, it's best not to let people know your birthday during the tournament because it feels like a curse for now.
Well, unfortunately, there are things called notifications or social media notifications that you cannot unsee. Well, it's even more obvious when the man himself posts his birthday at midnight. So yeah, maybe he shouldn't. If based on your theories, like, okay, after this, you guys don't even say that it's your birthday. Just be chill.
Be you.
Celebrate after the weekends.
Yeah, celebrate after the business is done, But that's why also you can turn off your social media about the notifications as well. That's what I did. So nobody knows. Only the
That means
closest
nobody
one
needs to
knows.
buy choo-choo presents. Yay.
That's true. I mean, like, I'm very grateful that I managed to do what I love to do best, which is going to be being in esports. I'm more than happy for that, But because we are privileged to actually do what we love. Not many people can actually do that. And you guys should too. You guys watching at home, even though things are not so great at your end, like how the teams are right now, be grateful that you still have a shot at it for everything that you're doing right now, and be given as second chances, because these teams still have another week to go, and a week can change so much, Cloud.
Welcome to the evening Taskira from Choo Choo. Be grateful with what you have. Just like what some of the teams are grateful that they got the circle right now. The infinity in the middle of it. Okay, that's pretty nice. And not only they have the middle, they have like the city Monte Nuevo to play with. So that's going to be a nice ground for them to hold.
Speaking of the circle, it's going to be dividing two places, whether to take the high grounds or you want to play around the low grounds. So it's a bit riskier if you don't have compound to take covers with. But some teams, and most of them, Infinity, D Xaviers, DBD, Boom, already got himself in the center. RIQ and BT are marching in as well. The one furthest away is going to be Box Gaming. It's coming out of Minas Generalis, have to cut across against the Vampires, and GE waiting at the other end. DS and Infinity already fought against each other in the center down there, trying to capitalize their boundaries and their territories, but Boom is in the way too.
Oh, well, one of them caught just below Izane, and they know he's there. Achul, okay, not good for him though. Bad position to be in, but he's been caught out, so nothing much he can do about that. Definitely be taken out. So we're going to see the elimination given to DBD, and they're on their way to the rest of Boom, because they know they got the knockdown earlier on. So they kind of have an idea of where Boom is at. And they seem to want to pursue, but I don't know if they're going to go all out. Okay, looks like yes, but maybe they're gathering information first with Jimmy circling around. We got to be careful. Buggies that open top vehicle.
It feels like they are continuing their episode of the wrangle between DVD and Boom in this one as well. And Boom happened to be losing one member, might actually will be losing another if they're not being careful. Because PERSIJA EVOS hot on their tails, DBD is still hunting them down, and DBD caught themselves in a turmoil, was stuck in between. Isis put out one of PERSIJA EVOS player, which is going around them, but he caught one off guard. Misery down the ground bleeding out, but Jimmy having a bit of a trade with Rat Face, but they're not done yet. We do have the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS marching in. Will Boom take advantage of this?
And Izane now. Okay, Nate, from Red Face onto Izane. Izane is still okay with 60% health, but Jimmy's crawling towards him. But PERSIJA will not let him go. Okay, they're in pursuit right now. Luxy doing Luxy things, going in for the flank. But we got Yen covering Izane's back instead. Jimmy OP crawls towards Yen instead, and Izane will take the front.
pop the smoke for DBD. They know for a fact they have to reset fast as possible. Izane will try to sacrifice himself and try to take the fight as much and try to prolong as much as he can to hold FaZe at bay. But the rest of PERSIJA EVOS try to fan out. It's going to be Luxy trying to flush the rest of DBD out of that compound with that Molly. But the thing is, it's going to be just more than PERSIJA EVOS and DBD right now because the circle just squeeze in even further, shrinking down to La Drillera and Montenuevo. Down to a side of PBE to close the distance. RIQ caught himself in a turmoil while they're cutting across against BN United, and DX Infinity is there. Sem9 is in between the junction. GEEK fam just arrived. Same gaze for the side of Box Gaming.
Aha, Box Gaming on the other side. But they'll be okay for now. But for the DBD. Okay, Jimmy is up. But Izane is caught. Redface is coming in now. It switches to an M4. But before that, Izane knocked down by Porbit. But it's going to be Redface to secure the point instead. So Porbit did Redface a favor.
And DBD, Jimmy OP and Yan, they managed to reset just a tiny bit. But Luxy will try to venture out into the compound. One lap on the side of DBD. There's no way out for Jimmy OP. Velenaf on the side of DBD. Before they go down, they finally scored himself at least 2 elimination, but no placement point at all. But PBE, here comes. They are ringing the bell and the door of PERSIJA EVOS Nux. It is the same graveyard how DBD went out just now, but PBE taking the fight on those elevations. While Rage down on his knees, a bit of trading down between them and PBE. Box taking advantage from the sidelines, and this is a great view to watch.
Yeah, it was Ghost who actually knocked down Range, so Box Gaming just had to be the third party from that distance. Also doing PERSIJA EVOS a favor. Box Gaming, we can see one of them actually circling around gathering information. But I guess because they know that, okay, there are like 2 teams there. Yes, we get the long range. If we can get the elimination point from that distance, that's okay. But wait until the fight ends before they come.
Kwang spotted out cool from afar with a Mini 14 8-type scope. All he needs to tap it out. Raimon taking a lot of shots, soaking in the damage till finish off by Ratface. Nothing stopping this guy from just shutting people down. Ratface, there's no fear in his heart. He's just going to go into and challenge all the players, brute force his way in. Vampire's on the other end, spotted out PBE, who's butting into the business early on. Now calls on the ground in the open, but will be stolen away by Ratface. Oh my god.
Oh, turnaround vehicle. Unfortunately for Mix, as GenForce will take it out. It's going to be another 1-point round for PBE this time. As we continue on our fight, we have Vampire Esports now. They seem to be interested to take the fight against PERSIJA EVOS, and they have arrived at the foot of this hill. They will go in, and if they have the information that PERSIJA only has 3 players, it's going to be huge for Vampire, but they got the knockdown. This is go time for Vampire Esports.
Straps try to fish out those actually in the side compounds there, while the circle just going to shrink even further and right on top of a circle as well. Sem9 RIQ BTR do play a bit of a lower grounds around the junction of Montenuevo, but the rest of the teams coming up from the south, we do have around 8 teams coming up from La Ribera, and it's not going to be easy journey for them because too many teams are gatekeeping each other, including now Ravenclaw try to flash out Ratface from his hiding grounds, but Ratface, he managed to get a bit of a trade, but lucky for Tony K, he's covering fire towards the side of Vampire right now. PERSIJA EVOS lost their manpower in a very swift manner, but on the side of Straps, he can revive Ravenclaw. They still have a full squad.
Okay, here we go. Full squad still, meaning advantage against PERSIJA EVOS. The revive should be able to be kicked in, not going to be an issue. Ravenclaw back up. Box Gaming still looking across this map, but they don't have the circle now. The circle is within this compound, so this compound fight is probably going to last a little bit longer, with Box Gaming seems to having interest in trying to take over this compound once this fight is over.
They've been sidelined all this while, now slowly climbing up just to see what's happening in the center of this area right now. Ghosty giving a bit of a tap. Now go down, trying to make sure he did not give any sort of information regarding his position for box gaming. But the rest of Empires, they need to loot up to just try to flush out the rest of PERSIJA EVOS right on top of them. Down to 2 players on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. But the more they extend this fight, the more of a risk the entirety of Empires will be taken down as well, because Box is just waiting for the right time. We have no clue how many teams coming out from the backline, but Nuzi scored a Kobe. Misery on the ground. And that's another. That's done. Tony K and Nuzi did the job well done.
Yeah, 1 each there. Box Gaming looks like they will not pursue. Maybe because it's like on the edge of the circle and they want to focus on getting into a prime position instead. For prime position, D Xavier has it against Geek Fam. Geek Fam making the rotation, but look at the terrain. It's going to be rough for Geek Fam to try to circle around because D Xavier can shoot them.
Damn, try to check all corners in case there's somebody tailing them from behind. But Vampires, they managed to dominate and capitalize over this compound after taking 2 teams out back-to-back around the same area. This is where DBD versus Boom, and then PERSIJA EVOS, and then PBE is down there as well. 4 teams out for now, leaving us with 12 teams left. BN United, they're working as a full squad, trying to find advantage of their situation. But back on the side of Box, they've been hesitating and second-guessing whether to go in or not. They've been just staying in the line so far for the longest time. Spotted out Boom lineup. And Boom, surprisingly, we thought they would go back into the fight where they fought against DBD previously. But surprisingly, they pull all the way back. Don't want to be part of it, but instead focusing on towards the direction into the center of a circle.
Well, speaking about trying to get into the center of the circle, these 2 teams locked in with each other. As much as they want to move, it's not going to be as easy. So they will pray for the circle to ping pong towards them. If it does go to D Xavier, it's going to be a very nice high ground spot. But the fact is that no, it's going to go to the city of Monte Nuevo instead. And we already got like 5 teams inside of Monte Nuevo.
Sam9, RRQ, GE, MORPH, BN United, all around the junction here. BTR got himself the compound, hanging at the edge of the circle. Boom marching in with a vehicle. But that's going to be remaining with only 2 of them, or maybe 4 of them. Actually, do state himself. I think it's just 2 of them for Boom that's left. That's going to be Pombit and Yummy May. But on the side of Box, they came in the latest one. I'm not sure how they're going to pass through Vampires and Geek Fam at the same time here. But it's all about timing. And speaking of elevation, Levi tried to stop the rotation of Geek Fam getting into the center. But Infinity being greeted by Geek Fam as well. But they are well prepared. They're firing back.
Oh, with Snipes currently on his knees. Audrey as well. Sonics as well. Meaning only Damroot is alive, but he's on the other building. So the Infinity will pick up the points and lick their wounds as they need to reset quick before Boom comes by.
Geek Fam managed to squeeze in. That's going to be 1 player in towards the territory of Infinity just now. Damroot have to play it low. Tony K spotted out Pombit. That's living. Boom. At the verge of death here. Pombit with 1 HP managed to get away from there. I'm not sure where is Yummy May on the side of Geek Fam. Definitely down to only Damroot to clutch it out for the entire team. Tony K, while trying to find over any target across the other side of a road. While we do have players on the lower ground at disadvantage, do have a bit of a pros here, which they do have structures surrounding them, so they can actually hide themselves in the corner and not being visualized by the players and teams on top of them for now. Box Gaming, on the other hand, took a bit of a longer rotation, go all the way towards the left side, will entry in towards the left side of the circle.
Yeah, this is a good high ground, not gonna lie. This high ground allows you to have a good vision of like teams around and even inside of the city as well. It's just like coming down, it's going to be a challenge depending. But nobody is really playing by the edge because like now the meta, a lot of teams will want to play straight into the middle of the circle or as close as possible to the midpoint. So with that Box Gaming, with that knowledge, with that understanding, they have a clear entry into the circle. They have this compound, but that also means that because they play by the edge, stage 6 very, very likely they need to move.
But at the same time, because they knew that the other teams are playing in the center, they might as well take advantage of the edge of the circle itself, since there will not be a lot of competition this side. But the moment they just move and advance forward, there's going to be these Xaviers already guns waiting at the other end down there. And Box Kwang just tried to do a bit of a scout work, giving a bit of information about what's happening inside of that compound. These Xaviers do have a huge advantage over the course of this circle, and it will shrink even further. Will it be up north or down south of the way? It's still in the center. These Xaviers have the most advantage right now with the view that they can get from here on. But at the same time, if they need to climb down there as soon as the circle shifts again, that's going to be an almost impossible to stay alive route for them.
Yeah, the key angle they need to take care of is the one behind, where Box Gaming is creeping behind them. As long as they can guard Box Gaming from coming in, that's majority of their defense completed, because that's pretty much the main entry point. And inside of the city, of course, if it's urban warfare, you will start to see teams just holding on to one house each. So this is going to be the case right now. That's how we can see inside the city is pretty colorful. QEON happened to come in a little bit later and caught up by Box Gaming, so he's now on his knees. Don't think his teammates can rotate back out to save him.
Kwang, for him to finish off QEON, that's gonna be quite a tough one. Yoodo managed to go in and save him because he knows for a fact that QEON hugging the corners. So almost impossible for Kwang to visualize what's happening. There's a lot of structures in between to hinder his eyesight in that sense. A Box slowly creeping to the side of these Xaviers. If they're not being careful, be taken up by surprise, because none of them are watching their back. Maybe a couple of them now swap over to his backside. They have two in the front, two at the back, watching out. And watchful eyes of DX watching what's happening down there as well. We spotted out JE with left with two players. BN United still have full squad. Same goes for the side of Empires, but Box hesitance is in their way. They've taken too much time to think about the next step here. Trunks is spotted out Tony K. And, oh, Shrap, there's definitely a headshot down there. Almost the entire health goes down. With this SLR, Trunks will make it work as much as possibly can. Try to be efficient for the team, giving away all the information about what's happening around them. But it also kind of exploit the position, because these Xaviers start to just focusing on the back for now.
Let's see. Yeah, they have at least one person looking behind, in which it's a very good move, because that is pretty much the only entry point. You just look at the terrain from the bird's eye view here, and you'll be able to tell that, okay, this is pretty much the key entry point. So as long as they can keep this entry point safe, they are pretty clear. They have the circle still. So it's important for them not to allow Box Gaming to just come in and wreak havoc at the account.
They will try to do so. Thian2 can try to confuse them with this buggy. I do know PERSIJA and Levi is actually scouting at the back. The entire crew of DX now focused towards the back. They heard those vehicle coming in. Lamborghini have his eyes on towards the TN2K, but he's waiting for the entire cover to arrive to know exactly where are the four players of Box Gaming down there. Gosu, on the other hand, playing it very sneaky on the flank side, while Kwang push up all the way towards the back line with a mini 14, but the circle happened to be shifting at the very moment too. Kwang spotted our BN United players are just beneath him, and the circle, if it moves away, DX still got it anyhow. GE being moved away from the circle, they have to figure out how to cut across MORPH and Sam9 at the same time, while Box and Boo hovering around the back line of these Xaviers. These Xaviers cannot afford to lose a compound, because that was the highest value of compound at stake.
But these Xavier not only defending the compound, they know that Vampire Esports is across them. That dog is going to be crucial. That bought time for themselves, maybe not to be crashing. But speaking about crashing in, REGUM has a guest of their own, and it's called BN United.
BN United marching in, REGUM in trouble. Nepeko and Nomes in that corner up to the highest floor there is. While MORPH also giving them pressure across the other side of the building. REGUM barely got enough space for two of them to work things out. They can jump down if needed to exit out. But the moment they jump down, a lot of teams can see them from the outside. But Vampires rushing to a side of Pumbit. That's going to be the last of Boom, is it not? They still have one more player. But for Boom, they fought back. They fight back. Yummy May on the other hand, cooking up the nade, making Vampires a run of the money down there. Down to only Ravenclaw with Infinity taking advantage on the other end.
Okay, Yummy is now the last man for Boom. The very important player. He has clutched up for Boom many times before. Let's see if we can do this against Vampire Esports in rush with the AK in hand. Yes, and then for the other. Spray! But it's not a DBS. And Yummy May, unfortunately, will be taken out. But at least they go out with 5 elimination points.
Decent enough on the side of eliminations, but BTR now rushing towards SM9. They had a 4. It's 2v4, but here comes the entire cavalry of BTR arriving. So Mikael have to got over this angle by himself, holding the entirety of BTR pushing towards his side, while the rest of it couldn't visualize. BTR playing around the corners, ring around the rosy, while Depp tried to revive on Kenny. Mikael barely alive on the second story. Tom can see where are the rest of BTR who's marching in. They're taking the next door, and BN United being rushed to a side of MORPH at the same time.
PORSH! Ooh, that's a nice rush there. PORSH had no chance against MORPH GPX, and they will clear out this compound. That is it for BN United with 4 elimination points. MORPH GPX can still reset.
They got a 5 in the back here, and nobody will stop them from reviving themselves too. But Vampires took out Box. Tony K finish off the last player, but he being knocked down instead. DX still stand, defending their ground. But Box, never mind, they still have a lot of players on top of DX right now. They're climbing up to the tanks. And it's going to be Truanxy and 2K trying to visualize on Lamborghini. But they're going to keep tossing the troubles. They're going to keep the pressure on. Will not let them breach easily. But they got the high grounds this time. Truanxy and Box. And it feels like they try to close in the distance. But Lamborghini make it such a tough time for the side of Box to close up the game. Lamborghini swap over to his DBS with 14 magazines left. There is in the last clip as well. Lamborghini trying to find any sort of leeway to find a loophole in the formation of these on the side of Box Gaming.
Tien took too much damage, and to say that the blue was behind him, and he is knocked down. Vampire Eagles now infiltrating, goes to defend his ground, knocked down the Ravenclaw. Tony K 1v1, but Tony K goes down as well. Schwebs 1v1 by Gosu, who's still being taken out. Traps wins the fight, but he needs to get back up quickly. As we move over to 7-9 now against BTR with Gen Force all alone defending against the entire BTR squad.
Gen Force try to hold the ground. Shrap stuck down there. He can't move, but finish off by D Xaviers anyway. D Xaviers, what a tenacity being shown by Lamborghini. Not like that. He slipped down there. There's no way up anymore because the zone is just closing in. But finish off Shrubs anyhow. But Lamborghini will be the unnecessary sacrifice on the side of DX after they defended their fortress for the longest time. Infinity on the other hand just beneath the Xaviers. MORPH, QEON and the rest of MORPH is out in the open. They got themselves this Coliseum right now. But the side of 7-9 they need to make a move. The Blues will start to shrink. Damn Root lost long enough to be in the top 5. He's still holding his ground by himself.
Wow, okay, the only way down is using a beaker. If they jump straight down, to get knocked anyway. But the Infinity saw that happening, knocks down Chua, and now the other two members, again, same case. If they jump down, they'll be knocked. It's just too high. And this is the bad part about this area. But they have a bug. Okay, Parajin, 10% of health, but spotted out by 7-9 from Mikael. And Parajin might be eliminated. It's very, very likely now. Mikael explodes the vehicle. That's going to be the point in the hand. But no, actually Rocky from MORPH GPS got the point.
Parajin got stuck in between his buggies just now. We can see the staggering amount of, of the shakiness coming up from the side of his movement. But MORPH on the other hand tried to take down these Aves out of their high horses. That's going to be last player of DX, and that's just it. They're done. With 8 eliminations, more than enough for them to secure the position. But Sam9 finding the corners for Damroot. It's prepared. Oh, he whips it. Oh boy, it's going to be 2v1 here. Damroot with the music once again, and DBS in the face by Kenny.
Wow, very fast movement from Kenny there to evade Damroot. But now MORPH GPS is going to stop 7-9. They're going to toss the nade onto them, putting a lot of pressure at the same time. The Infinity comes out of the compound. The Infinity, only one player left. Pierre 11 is the only one standing. MORPH GPX has two players still active. Rocky goes behind, he has the micro here, he sees his opponent, but the beautiful counter from Thumb, nicely done. And now QEON is there. MORPH GPX will get the chicken dinner, and another one for Indonesia.
It's going to be back for the streak of Indonesian teams. Yeah, we talked about how MORPH and REGUM, the only two teams hailing from Indonesia region, didn't score any chicken just yet. They definitely had fun with this last map just now, but what an exhilarating circle. My oh my, a lot of good plays, a lot of accident, a lot of comical ones too.
Man, at some point I thought the Infinity would have scored this chicken dinner. If only they had like a little bit more space before the stage 9 circle onto them, then they will get it. Because MORPH GPX and 7-9, they were busy with each other and they had their own casualties. The Infinity, if only they had a little bit more space, they can come out to third party and wrap things up. But gotta give it to MORPH GPX as well. They clean out 7-9 quick enough.
Side of MORPH this time, we're gonna give the MVP to a side of QEON with 807 damage. And it's a red side to see QEON, and they are back here. MORPH, what a progressive week it has been for them. The growth was remarkable. Inspiring even to be in the very bottom last week in week number 1, but coming back way stronger in week number 2.
It's nice to see MORPH GPX now playing like this. Frankly, in preseason, that tournament, the Ruthless Invitational, it was so bad that before the PMSL start, everyone was like, no, MORPH GPX, no, just no. Week 1, it was as such. But week 2, it's a different team altogether, especially after they changed their lineup. And with this lineup, it just shows that they can bring in the results. And if they can continue on like that, for sure, MORPH GPX is going to see the grand finals.
QEON has been playing smart. He's taking the least amount of damage as well. It just shows that he's so good at finding the off angle with maybe with Mini 14 or SLR previously with those 8x scope possibly, and finding those shots while he can and taking advantage of the misfortune of all the other teams down there. But MORPH 79 DX of Empires, I mean, these Xaviers definitely had the upper hand before, but like I mentioned previously, the moment the circus shifted away from them, it's going to be almost an impossible task for them to get down there alive. But you know, just Lamborghini also lost his life unwillingly, surprising in that incident. It was unnecessary, but on the side of Empires, this is yet one of their best when it comes to today.
The Lamborghini thing, right? I think there's like two schools of thoughts. I don't know which one is right, unless Lamborghini can explain to us. But it's either like, okay, the school of thought that he fell down, he slipped down, and that was just unfortunate. Or he already know that, okay, if they run through the edge and they try to go down, anyway, it's going to be the same case. So he tried that way. Actually, it was okay. Like, he went midpoint and he didn't take damage. But because the blue came in, he didn't have enough time and he was taken out by the blue instead. That time it was like stage 8 blue, so it was really, really painful. If he had more time, maybe he could have gotten safe through that route.
I assure you, it's definitely slipped down there because he was listening to Vampire. I think it was Straps down there. He got stuck and he saw Straps down there, but he wants to go there, but he got accidentally extended. He stays down there. And at the moment he knows he kind of got stuck where exactly the Vampire player got kind of being shot down and finished off by the blue. He knows there's no way out for him anyhow, so he just leave it be. But 50 elimination on the side of MORPH with 25 points. Nobody else got the double digit. MORPH really plays so well in this round. And this round is astounding how much of a progress and how much growth they've been going throughout the entire week 2. I'm waiting for week number 3. Can they grow even further?
Wow, no movers at all at page number 2. Okay, but we got the movers on page 1 instead. Looking at the gap, D Xavier is only 6 points behind RRQ. 7-9 is 12 points behind RRQ, but they all need an extra 1 point on top of what I just said because of the tiebreaker. BTR also 14 points. They need 15 to take over RRQ. I mean, there's still so many teams able to overtake RRQ in the final round.
That's true. The margin is incredibly minute for the teams on the first page. It feels like it's a fair play. I love how balanced it is for all the teams. Nobody seems to be dominating over this PMSL anymore. But for the side of MORPH, when it comes to top performers, 2 of the players up there. But we're back on the streak of the Indonesian teams. The only one that didn't score any chicken yet for the side of Indonesia is going to be just RRQ, who happens to be in the #1 spot right now.
Yeah, I know, right? It's scary for RRQ right now. After an amazing round yesterday, today they could slip that #1 spot. But you guys could slip it as well if you don't get this quick. Join the event and get this PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series. The Dream Chaser comes with an entire set. Launch your game right now and get it.
And it's the best time for you guys to go to the beach right now because it is summertime, even though it's raining season on our end. But it's new beach and pool party team Royal Pass for all of you out there who happen to be a Royal Pass avid lovers. But don't forget about this very exclusive act suit. We have, on rare occasion, we have the act suit, which is going to be Memorials this time. And I love this suit so much. If you compare it to the previous act suit, it's more robust, a bit more masculine sort of act suit before. This time you have more on the feminine side instead.
Yeah, and if you get that, then I don't know about the level of visibility. If you wear that, you're in game, like people can see you from Sanhok to Miramar. I don't know. Gotta try it out though, so let us know. Do create some content and show us. But since you all say about box gaming, I'm done. Okay? I'm done. That's it. I'm going to go with the flow now. Don't pick box gaming. Instead, I'm going to pick the Birthday Boys team.
If Vampire's being eliminated early, you know who to blame now, guys.
I'll blame that it's the Birthday Boys thing.
He don't get to do that. It's his birthday. He deserves all nice things together today.
Wow,
So-
someone just said like, oh, don't announce your birthday. Oh, birthday.
He already did.
Oh, now it's like, oh, it's his birthday. Yeah, sure.
It's already rough enough for them to actually not having any birthday good news. And you jinx it even further with your curse. I mean, like, what else can get back for the sort of Vampires now? I wish they have Stone. I feel like they really need Stone when it comes to their lineup Vampires, honestly.
I know what else can. I'll drop another fun fact about Vampire. Ding,
Go
ding,
ahead.
ding. Okay, here we go. So, since it's birthday boy, right? So, it has to be fun fact about the birthday boy. Our birthday boy, Sir Tanny, used to be a tennis player. And he even played tennis in multiple countries.
I thought
Yeah.
when you actually meet up Tanny, he's quite tall, by the way. A bit of robust guy with a very wide shoulder. I thought he used to play basketball with his height. Because he dressed up like a basketball player every single time.
Oh, when he was a tennis player, he was a very different size. Very,
I mean,
like
his height should be the same,
unrecognizable.
right? Really? Have you seen the picture?
Always, he always share it.
I need to
And that's
see it
where
one
everyone
day.
just goes crazy. It's like, no, that's not you. But the face is the same though, so yeah.
The baby face, you mean?
Baby face, really?
Yeah, for me, he got
Oh.
a baby face because he looked super. He looks adorable, you know. He smiles all the time.
Yeah, that's where Zephyr likes to make fun of his smile.
Zappa is also the same. Why is making fun of people when they actually do the same thing?
That's where you can make fun of another person who has the same thing as you.
And that's kind of true. If you guys don't know, Zappa is actually the one of the closest associate for Vampires, and he's also the caster for the Thailand side. And he's a gentle China call because it's like so cute. Like everything we offer him is like, yeah, let's go, let's do this. Yes, you know, it's so adorable.
I'm thinking of a fun fact
Yeah.
for him, but no, I don't have one for now. So maybe later on when I can figure one out. GE's fun fact is that, well, they got off anniversary yesterday. You guys know this by now, so maybe they had like a good party day yesterday. I don't know, but today wasn't the real good day for GE. Okay, PB, I have a fun fact. So they will have a drastic lineup change coming soon. It's because two of their players have another tournament to go in Romania.
Oh, I think I know that tournament.
Yeah, that tournament.
I mean, surprisingly, you know, I thought they will alternate between the schedule, which we do have another tournament in next month as well. But I just wish all the best then, because that's very limited players that can actually, that nobody can split their body into two parts, right? If we can, it would be great. But for the teams, they should prioritize over what their org want them to play at this point, or what the players do want to play at this point. But speaking of which of playing, we do have one more map to go, Cloud, and that's going to be the last Marama of the week. And FaZe just keep being pushed down since they are not playing. And the position right now currently is worse than last week's.
Yeah, so FaZe Clan, with whatever condition that they will end up today, next week it has to be big for them. It has to be real big. So yeah, FaZe Clan not only saying like Mela has to step up, but the entire team really has to do it next week for FaZe Clan. If not, they might not even see. They will not see the grand finals, and it's going to be one of the biggest upsets.
It's kind of true, but on the side of Infinity, things are not doing so great for them as well. A lot of teams, surprisingly, when it comes to week number 1, they've been shining so bright. They have been performing so well, surprising us back to back. So much good plays and clutches when it comes to week 1, but when it comes to week 2, it feels like they've been washed down for a bit.
Yeah, I guess this is what we also talked about, like, right, week 2, you start to see like teams like, because it's a league at the end of the day, right? If we are tired watching this, can you imagine if the players, like, they are even more feeling the fatigue of playing this long league? Final game of week 2, let's go.
Now we're back for our final game of the day, of the week, and the final map of Miramar. Hailing from the northern side, it's going to be just on the outskirts of Oasis, down to Puerto Paraiso, cutting across Los Leones. Now if the circle wants to be nice, it will be dropping themselves right on top of a flight path, and just going to be Los Leones circle entirely. It's going to be urban warfare. If it's not, we're going to have a very weird circle. I mean, it has been very peculiar with the circles today. And it has not been kind for the players when it comes to week number 2.
I'm keeping my eye on the Picado again. Team Secret seems to be heading there. I wonder if Boom wants to go there too. Team Secret, they lost to Boom in the previous Picado fight. So they got eliminated first without a single point. They're spreading across, so that means not going to be Picado. So it looks like they're going to leave Picado probably for Boom. Keeping my eye on Boom. Oh, Boom is not going to Picado as well. They are going down south. So I wonder where exactly. Maybe on the smaller houses south of Los Leones, since they are the Nomad now. So Picado is empty basically.
Oh, generous circle. Right on top of the flight path as well. And this is bad news for those dropping themselves on top of Puerto Paraiso, which is going to be GEEK for them. But at least they are the furthest away, so they know for a fact there's nobody else actually keep tab on them. Inside of Isaac, Putra, Team Secret, ambitious, but not clipping anybody. With an AKM even. Isaac probably is best for both of them and try to find vehicles first.
Yeah, and this is why they dropped like in like a big spread like this, is with that objective. So they will go back onto Chumacera, which is their home ground, not too far from where Echo picked up the vehicle. Good thing is that he didn't get knocked down from that shot. Even if he did, maybe his teammates will be able to save him because Team Seeker is quite far. But anyway, that's no longer the debate since, yeah, he survived anyway.
Porsche, inside of BN United, drop all the way north on top of La Cabrera, which going to be the next to door neighbor. It's going to be on top of Trailer Park. That's going to be MORPH. On the side of BN United, they are spreading out quite thin among themselves up to the side of Crater Fields. La Cabrera down to Crater Fields. That's going to be their spread on the side of BN United. A bit risky, but lucky enough, there's not much contenders coming out from the northern side. Infinity, on the other hand, in the center of everybody else. We do know they dropped themselves around Monte Nuevo, and that was our last circle, by the way. BTR is just too nearby. GE is on top of everybody else as well. SEM9, all the teams. I assume there's going to be around 10 to 11 teams already inside of a circle for now. Aside from GEEK Fam, who happen to be on top with the PERSIJA, PERSIJA, EVOS on the outskirts. That's going to be on the south. Los Leones, same goes for side of Boom. PBE on the right side of Lebanita, possibly. MORPH is on Trailer Park. Now the rest, it's going to be right in the center and also around the circle. So it's going to be a bit later, I assume, in this sort of flight path and circle on top of each other. Quite generous. I assume around stage number 4 we start to see some action.
Yeah, since like the circle is like in somewhere in the middle, right? So you have like many entry points. So that would like give more options for the team. And we are talking about Miramar, the biggest map in the PUBG Mobile competitive scene. So with a lot more entry points, a lot more options, so possibly of that clash will be lesser, which is good news for some of these teams who don't like to take early fights, i.e. PBE, i.e. Team Secret. So hopefully with that kind of theory, it will work out better for them in this final round.
Speaking of teams, right, GEEK Fam also didn't score as much. They are in a slump right now. Team Secret, at this point, no comment anymore. They still have one more week to go. I just hope they can reset their mind and not being overwhelmed the fact they have not performed for the past 2 weeks there, and just try to refresh their mindset entirely. Try to find objective one step at a time.
The best right now is not to be at number 20. If I look at their points, right, so they are like 24 points from BN United, but let's not forget there's FaZe Clan as well, who is 89 points. So 9 points from FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan is definitely not going to move. If they can somehow score that 9 points, then at least they won't be at number 20, the dreaded number that you don't want to be in. Same goes for GEEK Fam. But unfortunately for FaZe Clan, because they're not playing, right? So nothing can change their fate if that happens, and they have to deal with the fact that they will be at number 20. At the end of the day, it's a competition. Somebody has to give in.
Yep, somebody will be relegated by the end of the day. But I just wish the score is not that big of a gap, you know? I mean, like, yes, it's a competition for a reason. There's going to be 4 teams out relegated. But at least there's no significant gap. They're kind of just too different when it comes at the end of the table as well. So we do know for a fact that it's going to be a very balanced out throughout all the teams down there in this PMSL. It's just down to who is better than the other in the very last minute, who makes the first mistake by the end of the day. It's not about totally a team that really cannot capable of pulling it off for the entire league. That's it. I just wish that happened one day. That's going to be my dream tournament, to have all the teams equal in fair play ground and have the same firepower and strength. But when it comes to Team Secret, definitely what else can they do? They try to rotate later. They try to follow the footsteps of PBE, of playing around the rim of a circle, and then they try to change it up to play a bit more aggressive. It just didn't work out either way. It feels that something is lacking. That certain factor that's lacking so much inside of Team Secret. There's one thing they need to figure out, but I'm not sure what is that. I don't know how to pinpoint it out.
Well, I kind of do have that some sort of an answer now. So based on their success, what brought them those chicken dinners before this is play in the middle, stay out of every fight, especially early fights, and they will have a higher chance of getting a chicken dinner. Now, I'm not just saying this out of just saying this out of air, right? But number one, based on stats, that worked out for them. Number two, even their manager said so. So it's, of course, everyone can say that, and we can see the theory and we can see the stats, but it is down to like how the team or how the players really execute it. If they can really somehow execute that, then they can still score a good amount of points, in which that will save them from the number 20.
But based on like 5-6 years of casting PUBG for me by now, whoever wants to play in the center of circle, they must have the certain level of confidence with their firepower to hold the ground in case you're being ambushed, in case there's going to be more than one team ambushed right at the very same moment. And that's usually being played by a team that we do know, one of the best in the world, like how the China teams play, how vampires usually play. You have to have that kind of level of confidence to pull it through. And on the side of Team Secret, we don't see that level of confidence. Skill-wise, we do know they can pull it off, but it's about believing themselves and all about mental strength, really. They're doubting too much, and it feels like they're overthinking and overwhelmed at the same time. And looking at the circle even, we're shrinking down into right in the center, whereas all of the team happen to be moving in at the same time. Now, this is Team Secret to be put up to the test. Can they hold the pressure?
Well, at least right now they do have a decent spot. They have the high ground just on the right side of power grid. So what are the key areas that to be able to be, what are the key areas to play for the teams? Well, we talk about like the Team Secret of the past. That's what spots that they really like, because they normally drop in St. Martin. Of course, we're talking about a new generation of Team Secret now. Semna, one of those who like to play around the area back then, but now they play in a different spot. So RRQ happen to be the same area.
Send the Patron. A bit of trading. Not really trade. Just one loss on the side of 7-9 for now. A win on the side of RRQ. And a Telco, as per usual, delivers on the side of RRQ. Very reliable player here. Dependable even. Been outsmart the rest of the other teams down there. And brute force himself in, but Mikael knows better. They know for a fact if you want to go CQC against RRQ, it's going to be difficult because Nepeko is just a different monster on it from different planet entirely. Keep the distance in between them, make it a long range fight, and they might actually have a shot at this for 7-9. It's not that I don't believe in their CQC for the side of 7-9, but RRQ is just way brutal in that. Especially in the Nepeko, if it's not being knocked down yet, don't take the chances out. But instead of RRQ, they will try to force in towards the side of 7-9. With 7-9, they open up their angles. But if they're not being careful, we do not see that they put quite in the center as well. Bots Gaming is just behind them. They have to be alert and have their guard up just in case a passerby happen to be looking at their side for 7-9.
Well, Kenny seems to want to bail this. He's just finding the right opportunity. That's why he's like taking his time and not try not to make a sound. As long as he's still on his belly, then it's not going to make that sound. The moment he steps up, then depending on the distance, the footstep can be heard. So he's trying to get a good distance before he either makes the run or maybe his teammate picks him up, which I think the first option will be the better one, because if you go with a vehicle, that is going to be even more obvious for RRQ to try to turn their attention to and take them out.
Putra giving a bit of a warning shot from above. Is it going to be St. Martin all the way? If it's St. Martin, we'll be on top of the town or we'll be on the high grounds. That's another issue for them to resolve for the IGL of all the teams down there. MORPH and BN United coming out of water treatment might have to cut across GEOs, taking Hacienda de Patron as their grounds. But they divide into two sides here. GE, Smile and West Kerry taking on St. Martin, while the others on top of Hacienda de Patron. RRQ is cutting across, but surprisingly, they're not discovering GE right across them. Despite Monet is actually on the vehicle. And they might pull over and start spraying here, definitely. Here comes a bit of a drift. RRQ will never bow down from any fight ever.
But they have to get to the compound first, because this area is full of high grounds. And there will be teams on top with this current stage of the circle. So get to safety, be in somewhere that has a rooftop, and then you figure out what to do next. So far, they managed to be in there. No casualties. So good for them. Because can you imagine that if they fight in the open, like the members of GE on that high ground will be able to shoot them down from there?
I don't know, is that the plan for GE to leave Master Ichi behind at the lower ground, or is being separated by force? Because apparently he's going the other way around from the rest of the teams down there. Maybe he realized that it's kind of tough for him to get out from his place anymore. Might as well just find himself some safe place to wait it out. while waiting for the crossfire to happen. Because we might actually heading into stage number 4. That's where the fight is gonna be commencing soon. And less than 2 minutes away with 63 players still intact out. This is gonna be a very big mess since none of the team being taken out yet.
Yeah, we did talk about like why, and true enough, so far we still got like a lot of players with all the 16 teams. So it's going to be really interesting at stage 4 especially, and maybe even like the beginning of stage 5. But we got Box Gaming still okay, full squad. The only team that has a casualty now is Sam9 with that earlier clash with RRQ. But we will see the next clash now. Beer 11 knocks down Ichi, who was caught out alone earlier.
Yep, I think he was trying to find himself a safe place. It happened to be bombed into Beer. And GE, they're just too far apart. There's no way for them to save him up. So they have to sacrifice Ichi for that reason. But Yummy May on a monster truck. That U-turn was ridiculous. But Putra just waiting for the right time for them to pick up. The moment they pick, that's UMP. Be right in their faces down there. But Team Secret, dangerous game. Ryza open up the gears, and it's gonna be Archul down on his knees first. This is gonna be a go time. Green light, commencing the fight. Team Secret versus Boom.
Okay, here we go. But Team Secret have to make this fast because the circle shift up north. So they need to get down from this high ground. Yes, it used to be a prime position. It is still, but without the circle, it is not as prime as they would have hoped for. Now they're keeping eye on to Boom. If Boom exits from the compound first, it's going to be first shot from Team Secret.
Ryza is trying to hang on there. But you talk about the Blues and stops kicks in. They need to climb down either way. Boom will be stopping them. Yummy way! What a Kobe! Right on top of Putra with that angle. That was ridiculous.
Went all the way from downtown, man. I mean, it was like almost a no-look nade. Okay, very, very nice. And now let's see here. GE going up against DVD here with that knockdown. Let's see.
Yen climbing up. It's going to be a flat plane up there the moment he shows himself up there. It's going to be a risky game if they want to take the elevations. But Boom Yummy. What an impressive nade coming up from this formidable player. Never failed to deliver. His calculation regarding the trajectory of the grenade is just incredible. But instead of Boom knowing there's somebody else on top of him, which is going to be Team Secret, they're playing it smart at the edges. But it will not cover for long because Zeral starts shooting down with those Scar at work. But both teams barely getting themselves into the circle. The moment it steps in there, it's going to be DBD waiting, just gatekeeping this side.
Oh yeah, DVD will have a good advantage against these two teams. Let's see how long will this fight take, because Team Seeker still needs to track across. Zral needs to play a little bit, needs to do a little bit of parkering. Hopefully he doesn't get surprised by Boom from below, but Boom wouldn't have a good view onto him. As we move over to PBE, not really a good day for them, but this could be a good day if they can eliminate PERSIJA EVOS.
PERSIJA EVOS, lucky enough, they still have enough when it comes to their smokes, but the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be clear view to the side of Box Gaming and PBE at the same time. On the side of PERSIJA EVOS, they're popping another smoke, so on the just in case they were being ambushed. But on the side of Boom, still have there you go, Yummy May now calculating the angles again. Zral in trouble. Zral have to hold the angle by himself. He got himself there, Nate being prepped out just in case Boom tried to pick into this, but Yummy May will toss around it. He just gave away his position, but AKM in his hands, waiting to open fire. The pair could take it on Tony K at the same time. Yummy May barely get to see Zral at the corner down there. As Zuxi taking on Raimon, Zral finally down. Boom! Start to capitalize over Team Secret. Team Secret being shot left, right, and center. That's going to be the last player. Ryza barely hanging on to his life.
Too bad. They didn't have a vehicle for him, so on foot it was tough. Now back on to PERSIJA, it was a PBE. PBE only has 2 players left. 2 of them eliminated. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, they still have a full squad technically. Only 1 on his knees, but Misery knocked out by Ray, so that's going to be 3 more left. So Misery eliminated now. But Throngs is on the other side, putting pressure onto PERSIJA EVOS as well.
This is the side that we don't want for the teams on the southern part. They have to cross the road. They might have those slight elevation, which will be taken over by the REGUM. BT on the left side. But if the circle happens to be shifting up north again, there's going to be calling out for trouble. PBE is in trouble, as we mentioned. PERSIJA EVOS just obliterated, decimate the entire team out. PBE the first one out. And imagine how many teams we still have in stage 6 in less than 20 seconds.
This might go down soon because we got so many teams on the outside of the circle now from the high ground trying to get into the circle, including Boom, as Yen will go boom to the nade for Yummy. Echo tries to go in, but he knows that it's a bait. He pops up the smoke. He might want to take that risk because he's still on the outside of the circle. He has to do something. At the same time, Lamborghini knockdown, Slice knockdown as well. Yummy shoots out to Echo, almost getting it, but Echo counters on the Yummy.
Levi down to the ground. A lot of players happen to be having a crossfire at the same time, at the very same moment here. Manet gonna heal himself back up first before they try to charge it to the side of DX. DX, there's no entry at all for them. This is a very slippery slope. GE will gatekeep them hard and have them tied up in a leash. But Master Smile, that spray almost entirely taken down the entirety of one player of DX. Chua back up alive, making sure that he can knock down on one of the player of GE. Having a bit of a trade. At least that's the most that he can do right now. But DX, they're big closing by the blue zone. The pressure is real on the side of DX. Chua forced himself up, but DX couldn't make it through.
Yeah, he didn't have much of an option, unfortunately, thanks to the blue behind him. Mernat was ready for it. And now we're back on the Boom against DBD. We got Pombit on screen right now, the only member for Boom that's still alive. And DBD has two. They got Isaiah together with Jimmy, and they know that Bombit is that the nade from Jimmy will be tossed out. Bombit could be in trouble. Isaiah holding it off angle. They're going, but it's going to be Audrey surprising Bombit from behind.
Boom, finally being boomed out. And this one has been booted out into the lobby instead. But we're down to only 13 teams. So, and what's remaining is going to be 42 players in the fray here. GEEK, Fam, Audrey, finally alive for once. We get to see him in action. Sonet's coming in alongside. We're trying to work things out as a unit for GEEK, Fam. Marching towards St. Martin's high grounds down there. But the uneven terrain making it so difficult for them to actually gather any sort of information across them, which is going to be GE. West Carrier also trying to find any sort of a glimpse on the side of GEEK, Fam, but damn rude, giving false covers, and that gives away some of his position, but also bought some space for the rest of GEEK, Fam to creep into a side of GE.
Okay, here we go. GE, they are on the clear now. And they have the high ground to go in, so they're pretty okay for now. If only they have an entire squad, then it will be a lot better for them. But it's okay. They still remain. They still have a trio. So that's 5. We have seen multiple times Chicken Dinner trio. But circle-wise, let's see where we go. I'm interested with Rizai right now. He somehow managed to slip into the middle of the circle alone.
But how much longer he can actually stand? He's right in the center. And the circle just have to making it even harder for the players, whether to be on the southern side or the northern side. Definitely the space is more on the north, but if the circle hot shift to get in between, it's still divided into 2 parts down there. It's going to be an open road warfare later on. GEEK fans spot out Luxy, PERSIJA down to a couple of players, and one of them bleeding out. Can he on the other end have to reload first, but he have to hold this ground by himself because Box is breaching in. At least he hold long enough to knock on one, but here comes Gosu on the bottom floor. Can he try to just put them at bay, but he couldn't hold on much longer.
Oh, Kenny at the rooftop still, together with Boss Gaming in the same compound. They are within the circle at this point. You can see another fight happening elsewhere through Stem Knight defending their ground against Boss Gaming, but we got the Infinity eliminated by GE from the high ground, helping our PN United at the same time.
What a mass here on side of Infinity. That's going to be the end of the run, and this is the last map right now. Whatever teams at the bottom, they need to actually secure at least a couple of more points before they finally finish off the entire week 2 run. Kenny still holding on. Mikhail giving support fire on the rooftop as well in a different building entirely. While BN United separate out and widen spreading out. And so was spotted out GE. Vampires taking on Kwang at the same time. Kenny still lurks around this rooftop. Might spot out a couple of players from Vampires. The Vampires taken out on GEEK Fam with only 3 players left. GEEK Fam barely get enough points for the entire day.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the big question, right? But anyway, RRQ, they're still alive, so they'll be hoping for like teams below them like 7-9 BTR to be eliminated. Then they'll be pretty okay. But in their current state, they still need to try to hold on, try to stay alive at least to maintain the gap. And we're back on the 7-9 and Boss Gaming. Boss Gaming with only 2 players. Ah man, it may look like another round with another chicken dinner for Box.
Now, RRQ definitely want to close up with a banger as well. We do know for a fact they are the only Indonesian team that didn't score any chicken for the day. And they're still having a full squad, standing at number 1. And the number 2, DZave, is already being obliterated as well. Sam9, on the other hand, still having a go against Box Gaming, who already breached into the compound they've been trying to hold on to. GEEK Fam taking out the entirety of GE. This is the point they actually want to fight for. 5 points at the back of GEEK Fam. But Sam9 holding their fortress tall and strong, wiping out Box, and that's gonna be Box still without any chicken in week 2.
Now we have RRQ in action against GEEK Fam. 2 knockdowns back to back for RRQ. Snipes behind the rock. The Pickle goes in with the DBS. Straightforward knockdown, but the Pickle countered by Daru from the other side. M4 in hand. Shifts his position down to the lower ground instead. Buys time for himself to reset.
Damn rude, calculating what are the odds, and right now can he still be alive? And that nade explosion shook his screen and ours. Definitely shook his heart as well. Snipes just followed Damru wherever he goes, hoping it will actually bring him back up. But that's not going to be enough because RRQ just crushed the entire dream to have more scores. And on the side of RRQ, can they close the day with the chicken that gives all the Indonesian team that playing here today with another chicken? And speaking of the Indonesian teams, I feel like the whole remaining 4 of them still alive. BTR is there, RRQ, MORPH, PERSIJA, EVOS still standing to get themselves in the top 5.
Yeah, speaking about RRQ, their next challenge is another Indonesian team, BTR. Boysil, the only one in this compound. Okay, we have Boysil here with a UMP in hand. He has an M4 on the other. Chooses the UMP, no extended mag, 25 bullets. And they know that he's there. No mercy with the nade. It's going to be straightforward, but the nade did not connect completely. Boysil still survives. He tries to counter back. Needs to reload. Switches to an M4. He sees Hexas. Hexas take it out. No mercy. He's kind of low, but Boysil don't have a good visual onto him. He goes in right now, and now he exposes his positioning still. RRQ still needs to take out Boysil before they can go in anyway.
BTR, where are the other 3? Both RRQ and BTR having a go in this warehouse right now. Boy, you have to reload, but it took him too much time, and no mercy with a UMP as well in his hands. While BN United is squeezing into RRQ's war fight against BTR at the same time. This is not doing well for the side of RRQ. It feels like they're being crammed down both ways here. One side of BTR still having a full squad. No mercy shut it down to Keenan. One side of no mercy, that Peak, Lin Pick, making so many things work. More with an AK and with the rifles, try to prepare and try to fight, but they cannot get it enough. Too much damage being soaked in on side of RRQ, leaving only 1 player left. Seeing this BTR, slowly the Blues are pressuring him, crushing him down as well. They don't have enough space here.
And the rest of BTR has arrived, so it's going to be more against the wall now. M4 in hand. Takes a little bit of damage. Now there's nothing much they can do. Sandwich at the end. And BTR wins the fight. Boysil bought enough time for his teammates to back him up.
BN United dominating across the board right now. Also the same goes for the side of BTR. But BN United still having a full squad. BTR just need a bit of a reset. These are the only 2 teams with a full squad. BTR and BN. It's going to be both of the Bs this time. But more Vampires having a trio to work. Vampires 1 knockdown. Sam9, that lone survivor. Sam9 is biding his time as much as he can, hoping nobody will notice him. He's going to be dapped on that corner and try to hold his ground until the top 2 or top 3.
Here we go. Stage 9 will arrive. So, okay, Sam9 has the clear shot. Here we go. Dap. He's going to pull the trigger. Smoke popped out. So that will somewhat save them from Dap. But Break now still has to deal with BTR, and BTR needs to cross the road, but they get a knockdown to Break. This could be their opening, but they need to deal with the rest of BN United because they can do so. They're creating a smoke bridge. Boy still on his knees, trying to get across.
You have to cut across. There's an open field here with a street just happen to be exploiting every single play of BTR. Tony K's not cutting across just yet. Dap on the other hand realized surprisingly he can actually last just a minute longer with that first. They didn't actually use it. But it's waiting for the inevitable coming out from the side of 7-9. Vampires start to fight against MORPH. MORPH cornered down by the blue zone. They want to get out, but the moment they get out, is in an open field for Tony K to shoot them down. Tony K with the high ground elevation, shut down on the side of MORPH, alongside with BN United, who stalls away in the last minute. And Tony K is definitely not happy. Straight away taking break on his knees. On the side of BTR, trying to shut down BN United as well. BN United, left, right, and center. Their bullets been showering onto them.
Your two teams sandwiching BN United right now. Name from Tony K onto Porsche. But before that, it's going to be a Porsche. Taken out by Boys Hill instead. BN United out at number 3. Now it's either BTR or Vampire Esports. Can the birthday boy get his chicken dinner?
Will be certain his call and his gift by the players of Empires, or BTR will slam it down. BTR do have the numbers on their side, going for 1-1-2 formation. The other two just open up the angles. The other players just open up the flanks at the same time. You are giving the pressure on those elevations. Spotted out some of the players of Empire's heads. Boychi going in straps. It's a go time for the side of BTR. There's no stopping it. Nuzi is down. Boychi make it work. He opened up the entrance for the side of BTR, and they scored another chicken. What a banger for the Indonesian team, and what a clean, flawless run for the side of BTR to score that chicken as a full squad.
Wow, I must say the biggest move for BTR is that how Boys Hill, him versus RRQ, he didn't clutch the butt. He bought enough time for the rest of BTR to come and support him. And once they win the fight with RRQ, they get across, and that is how they salvage BN United and finally wins the fight against Vampire Esports to clinch the final chicken dinner in week 2.
I feel like Boychi play his heart out today, but for MVP is gonna be Yuhai. Open up so much flank side and give those awkward, peculiar off angles towards his opponents, making it difficult for them to breach in and break the formation of BTR. Yuhai, from the days where he's just starting off PUBG Mobile, and look where he's at right now. 631 damage and 2 eliminations. This boy looked jolly and cheerful every single time, but when he actually plays the game, it's a different monster entirely.
Yeah, finally, Yuhai gets the MVP. Before this, it was his other teammates. And at this round, the final game of week number 2, he gets it. Yuhai, Keenan, Genforce, Boysil, this lineup scored the final chicken dinner in week number 2. The most eliminations is Boysil, and man, this guy, the way he hold off RRQ, that was insane gameplay.
It feels like a different Boychi entirely, because when we saw him first starting off with this lineup, it feels like his movement is a bit shy, a bit hesitant. But this time, he's just so confident. He opened up the entry frag for the team here. And BTR, BN United, Empires, and RRQ, what a play. Well, we ended up the day without RRQ. The only Indonesian team didn't score the chicken dinner for the day. But what a dominating day for the Indonesian squads.
Oh yeah, we got like, what, 5 chicken dinners out of 6 for the Indonesian teams? Very, very interesting. If only it would have been a 6, then that would have been perfect. Like, it's a Indonesian day all around. But hey, 5 out of 6, that is amazing by itself. Let's check out the best moments from the previous round. And I must say, kind circle, yes, but not so kind towards the end, where you still got 16 teams at stage 5.
It's crowded. We're talking about the size of the circle won't fit all the teams in there, and PB the first one to be out because they thought they want to play a bit slower, but it's not possible with this population that's still alive at this stage. And speaking of stage 4 and 5, this is where when we do have the first fight happening here. And also the circle was ridiculous hard to call for the IGL because it's in between the street. If you pick the wrong side of it, it's difficult for you to cross that road.
Yeah, I guess that was the closest entry to them. If they would like to go the other side, then well, traveling across itself, then PN United would have shot them down. So quickest, fastest way, create a smoke bridge, pick the left side in, and then you still be able to sandwich PN United. So great call there for BTR. But on the other end, PBE, how many points have they scored today? I don't think it's even like okay, it's very, very low. It's probably less than 5 maybe.
And also, speaking of the team with the least amount of overall for the entire day, how much have they gained? At least GEEK fam, with this last run, they redeemed themselves with the 5 eliminations, even though they're being eliminated quite early. Now, Box, not just they didn't score their chicken, but they didn't score any points in the last minute as well. I don't know how much when it comes to the overall rankings, but we get to see the teams that have a high chance of being relegated if they still stand themselves at the bottom 2 weeks in a row now. One of it is going to be Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret. Definitely, now they're number 20, right? So definitely, if they want to see the light of the grand finals, they need to get like number 1, number 2, number 3, that sort of insane sort of performance in the final week later on, which is a tall order for Team Secret looking at their current performance. FaZe Clan, pretty much in a similar position as well, because week 1, they were also in the bottom 4. GEEK Fam, it's a turn of an event for them. They did pretty okay in Dig 1, but now they are in the bottom 4. Box Gaming, also similar. They need to find a way out of this in the final week.
Oh man, FaZe. This is gonna be a bummer for Mela, Onzens, and all the lineup of FaZe because we never see Mela not getting into grand finals of any Southeast Asia PUBG Mobile Professional League tournament. And this might be the first ever. Is it time for them to actually have an overhaul? Or is it just a wake-up call for the players that have been veteran and experienced, and finally we can see the rise and the fall of the players even? Is it the entire cycle already for the side of FaZe? But RRQ on the other hand, I think they're pretty much solid when it comes to getting themselves a grand finals. RRQ, PN United a bit shaky, might ended up in the middle pack if you sums up both weeks here. The one that kind of still solidifying themselves, consistently getting third place, is going to be the Xaviers.
And you know what? RRQ and BTR, they actually have the same amount of points, but the tiebreaker, because of the tiebreaker, RRQ number 1 instead. So okay, that's 1 point difference in the weekly rankings. It's fine, I guess. But BTR, I'm sure they'll be happy to be able to overtake the Xavier and also like Sem9 to take that second spot. That'll be okay for them because week 1 wasn't that hard for BTR. With this kind of finish in week 2, at least they put themselves in an okay position to be in. Now we have the weekly, we have the league ranking points. The Xavier number 1 now after 18-18. Vampire is still up there, number 2, and RRQ number 3, 33 points. Same with Vampire Esports.
And you know what's important for me is going to be the bottom 4. GE, please make it happen for this season. I want them to get into the grand finals. They play way better than last season. And FaZe, Box, Team Secret, both the only one with the 0 of those chicken right now. Team Secret, surprising, they are bottom 4, but they scored 3 chickens. They have too much of chicken, but not enough consistency. But they still stays at 20 placement. It just shows that how important it is to balance out the elimination and the placement, especially the placement points here. Even if you can't score too much with the elimination, it's so important for you not to be the first one out. So we do have the grouping reshuffle, and this is going to be your group for the final week.
I need to take some time to really look at this, but could Group D be like the heavy hitters? Because Sem9, Vampire, Sersha there, and then maybe Box is a little bit of an outlier. Or
I think Group D and E.
Group D and E. You're looking at Group D and E. Yeah. Or maybe Group C. Oh my god, I need some time here, okay, to really like look at this. Because normally if like this kind of reshuffle, it kind of balance out. But I'm sure we can find like those small little details to separate them. But you guys cannot be separated from the grand finals. It will happen, and it will happen in the main atrium of the Sunway Velocity Mall, happening here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, from the 25th to 27th August. It is free entry, so don't miss out on this chance to meet your favorite stars in front of your eyes.
And also, when it comes to comparing week 1 and week 2, so far when it comes to first, second place, it's a deja vu. Even though the points is lesser compared to week 1, which was we're having 197, but when it comes to a tiebreaker, it's again the first and second place. First week, it was a tiebreaker between BN United and Vampires, which was 197, but it's down to placement point. This week, it feels like a deja vu between the teams on the top for RRQ, and it was a BTI as well. But speaking of which, we're going to toss it back to our host, which is going to be Carol. Carol, we want to know who you're interviewing. Let's head it over to Carol. Take it away.
24 matches completed and we are done for week number 2. But before we end the show, we must have an interview session before we wrap up the day. And with me here right now, joining for the last interview session of this week, we have the champion himself, Nerpeko from RRQ, and we have Deb from Sem9. So let's start off with the first question for you guys. How would you describe your team's overall performance this week? Are you satisfied with the results so far?
Jadi gimana kamu bisa cerita tentang performa tim RRQ keseluruhan di minggu ini, dan adakah kamu itu kayak puas lah, senang sama hasilnya?
Kalau dengan hasilnya sih belum terlalu puas karena di hari terakhir ini kita agak ngecok, agak kurang maksimal, sangat-sangat jauh lah dari hari-hari sebelumnya.
So according to Nerpeko, he didn't like fully satisfied about the performance. Is because of today they feel a bit choke, and it's really different compared to the other days that they play.
Well, choke or not, you are number 1 spot right now. So due to your good performance over the week, your performance today didn't affect your placement. However, we will like to know what is the reason that your team is not doing as well as the last few days. Is it due to Kenbo effect? Is he in the venue today?
Terlepas dari hasil jelek hari ini, yang tidak stabil hari ini, kamu masih lagi mengekalkan posisi 1 lah gara-gara 3 hari kemarin kamu main dengan sangat bagus. Apakah gara-gara Kenbo effect? Apakah Kenbo sekarang ada di venue?
Gak ada Kenbo, gak ada di venue, dan bukan Kenbo effect, emang kita aja lagi bagus kemarin.
So basically it's not about Kenbo, and Kenbo is not here. It's because of we actually play really well for the past 3 days, and it's just like because of us also we don't perform really well on this day.
And that is right, they are the best right now. So anything you would like to say to your fans out there who are watching you guys right now?
Jadi kata-kata buat fans di luar sana.
Tetap sama sih, kalau bisa kerja terus biar makin gacor.
Okay, so basically it's the same as before. Just keep hating and keep bashing us. Is because of that we're gonna perform really well.
Alright, thank you so much, Nerpeko. And now we're moving on to Deb from Sem9. You're looking happy today, and you guys performed very well this week. And you're the only team that didn't have a winner chicken dinner in the top 4 or 5. And how do you maintain your team's consistency in your performance? Jadi Deb, untuk Sem9 kali ini berprestasi dengan sangat-sangat cemerlang, dan juga Sem9 adalah salah satunya tim yang tidak mempunyai winner chicken dinner tapi berjaya untuk meletakkan diri di tangga yang keempat untuk minggu yang kedua. Jadi macam mana untuk Deb sendiri mengekalkan tim konsisten pada minggu yang kedua ni?
Kami cuba berdisiplin lah, tak hilang orang sampai last circle.
Alright, so what he mentioned just now is that they play more disciplined and they didn't lose any person at the last circle. So what are your expectations and goals for next week, and how do you plan to achieve them? Jadi untuk Deb sendiri, apakah expectation dan juga objektif yang akan dicapai untuk minggu yang ketiga dan yang terakhir nanti, dan macam mana untuk Deb sendiri daripada pasukan Sem9 akan mendapatkan kemenangan?
Kita orang akan dapatkan top 1 untuk dapatkan banyak bonus point dan membantai semua orang.
All right, so what he answered just now was that they are aiming to get the #1 spot, and he basically mentioned that he's going to destroy the whole lobby on week number 3. So last but not least, you are the best performing team in Malaysia currently, and according to last week's and this week's result, any words to your teammates and your fans? Jadi untuk pasukan Sem9 adalah pasukan yang terbaik berprestasi daripada Malaysia buat saat ini dan mengikut pada minggu lalu dan minggu kali ini juga. Jadi ada apa-apa kata-kata untuk teammates ataupun rakan sepasukan dan juga fans Sem9 yang sedang pun menonton?
Kepada fans Sem9, terima kasih dah sokong kita orang dan bagi kata-kata semangat. Terus menyokong kita orang.
Alright. So what he mentioned was very simple and short but meaningful for the fans. He thanks so much to everyone who support them and hoping that you guys will keep supporting them until the end of this tournament. And this is the wrap, the final one for week number 2. We're done with the interview session, and what a week for RRQ indeed, placing themselves on top of the leaderboard. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
That's a nice, very contradicting interview between a shout out for both professional players of Sem9 and RRQ and Telco. I like how he actually gave the entire team a pat on the back, knowing that they are well deserving after such an such a lot of effort to be put up the entire week 2 year. But Sem9, I mean, like Dap is just Dap, you know. He won't say something sassy. He's being nice.
Yeah, sometimes they're nice just in front of camera. Off camera, you know, they're very different people. Just say it, you know.
Based on experience, huh? Oh, the guys.
Too much.
I mean, like, they're still kids though, so I mean, they're still growing now.
Okay.
Yeah, I give them a bit of cut them some slack down there. But speaking of which, I feel like Sem9 definitely performed this week. They're definitely very aggressive, and I love how they play right now. You mentioned about them being some teams are coming up from a different tier team of team before this, and coming up from the side of Sem9. If they keep going like this in week 3, they might actually do have a shot at getting #1 for next week.
Yeah, I mean, looking good, and their play style, even like before, like their play style is distinctive because of their level of aggressiveness and the confidence level that they have, especially the original players that played together for many years now. Real Tam, okay, minus Dep basically. Real Tam, Mikkel, Kenny. Yeah, they played together for the longest time, so they definitely have that rhythm already. But can they have that rhythm again next week? Because we're going to start off fresh again. It's going to be 0 for everyone. Everyone has the equal chance, but all good things must take a break. We'll be taking a 2-day break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you again next week for week number 3. That will be all for us at the Caster Desk. My name is Sir Cloud. This is the wonderful Choo Choo. We'll see you guys again next week. Bye-bye.